What's up, peeps? Pretty soon, I will stop having to deal with this, just want to make sure that works. This crappy mic stand, the erectile dysfunction mic stand. I ordered a new one. It'll be here, like, Friday. You know what I also need? I need a teleprompter, but those are those are stupid expensive. Basically the cheapest usable one is like $200. And it's technically usable, but still not that usable. So it's a lot better just to spend $280 for Elgato's prompter, because Elgato's prompter, on top of having a mirror that's actually high enough quality to not make your camera look like shit, it also has Elgato software, which is good. It has like their nice scripting software. It comes with its own screen, so you don't have to use your phone as a second screen. It's compatible with using my phone as a camera. Some of the other ones aren't. So, it has their software has the voice sync technology. So instead of just the teleprompter scrolling at a constant speed, it actually syncs with your voice, which is really nice. So, exclamation point TTS in a chat is what I'm saying, basically. You know. Yeah. Hopefully, once I get that, though, I'll be able to make reels so quickly, bro. My TikToks. I will go viral on TikTok. What's up, Bertstein? Welcome back. No sleep for me today. Based. Why aren't you sleeping? Planning to stay awake for 36 hours? Why? Are you like trying to fix your sleep schedule or something? I do that sometimes. Sometimes my sleep schedule is fucked, and like in order to fix it, I just kind of have to stay awake. Yeah. Egypt, Sudan borders both of these, right? Yeah. Israel. 5 a.m. time to start taking caffeine. Based. I just spilled on my keyboard because of that. Fuck. It's fine. Oh boy. What are you in the waiting room for? Syria, Turkey. Oh wait, do I have my music on or not? It's not. Oops. Oh wait. Belarus. So it's gonna be Russia, Georgia is faster. I mean, maybe someone else hops in. Okay. I mean, I just didn't know if like you wanted to, if there's like something you wanted to like talk about or anything, but right here, we'll do one more. And I always just want to make sure. Okay, the short stream is working. All right, for who? I still remember the drunk Russian who was talking to you where you playing Smash Bros. Yeah, that was awesome. Vatican City, the Czech Republic, Italy. Does Austria border both, or do I need? Yeah, Austria borders both. Wow. Okay, well, we'll do one more then. Mozambique to Kuwait. Iraq, Syria, Israel, Egypt, Sudan, South Sudan. Or maybe, do I need the DRC? Yeah. So, still need South Sudan then. And I think Tanzania borders both. Thank God. Woo. Let the pleb in. I mean, he can. I don't know. Is there something specific you want to talk about? I can let him in. I've talked to Bertstein. Is chill. Bertstein's one of the #1 non-fun supporters. I have no issue with him coming in. I just didn't know. Apparently, this is like breaking news when I was talking about the stream, so I don't know how much you know about it, right? Yeah. Eric Adams, who's the mayor of New York, has been indicted. So that's interesting. Two sources say New York City Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted on at least one federal criminal charge, says two sources familiar with the matter tell CNN. The New York Times was the first to report the indictment. The indictment follows a month-long federal investigation into campaign fundraising violations and foreign influence. The charges he is facing are not publicly known at this time. Adams has previously denied any wrongdoing, and he has frequently repeated that he told members of his campaign and administration to follow the law. I always remember that if I knew I stood my ground for New Yorkers, that I would be a target, and the target I became. If I am charged, I am innocent, and I will fight this with every ounce of strength and spirit. When is this going to happen to Mark Robinson? Mark Robinson's been under investigation for literally fucking 3 years for his campaign finance shit. What did he actually do? We don't really know because we don't even have the indictment yet. It's just two anonymous fucking sources told the New York Times that he has been indicted. I don't know. Something with foreign influence and campaign fundraising violations, which I assume means he's probably taking money from foreign agents. Every so often, a black SUV zips up the driveway towards the Buttercup Yellow building. FSB strikes again, probably. Just yesterday, Adams was asked about the federal inquiries. He generally refers to them as reviews, as he did yesterday, although recently he referred to them as they actually are investigations. Whatever information is needed, we're going to turn over. We're going to respect certified federal agencies have stated what they stated they don't want us talking about these reviews that are taking place. Let me respect it. It's going to get to process. Call search for Mayor Adams to resign. No shot. We get Mayor Adams resigning and Mark Robinson doesn't.
Charge me with crimes. If so, these charges will be entirely false, based on lies.
I guess he has the same Mark Robinson response.
I always knew that if I stood my ground for all of you, that I would be a target. And a target I became.
But I don't think we know. I don't think we have the indictment yet. It hasn't been unsealed or whatever the fuck. Adams accepted the resignation of Edward Gilbin, his handpicked police commissioner, after authorities issued a subpoena for his phones. Clearly, whatever he was doing was within his conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority. And he should be absolutely criminally immune from all... You know what? Actually, he's just the mayor. I guess there's nothing really stopping a state from doing that. If a state Supreme Court decided, or even if it wasn't the Supreme Court that decided, even if it was like directly written into the Constitution, into the state constitution, all our mayors or any head of any executive authority, so mayor or governor or like anything, if all of them are absolutely criminally immune. Streamlabs allows donations directly from Russia. What? base. Don't have to be scared. Okay, I wanted to read. There's this one thing from Abi Bitterman where he goes over why the pager attack was probably not against international law. A lot of people cite the booby trap thing, and at least when I first read the booby trap thing, it seemed like it could fall within that. But I think it depends on how you read it. I think like the way this is written, it means like if something is meant to like appear innocent, and then when it's used in an ordinary way, it explodes. Like if you literally, booby trap a door and you open the door and it explodes, that would be probably against the law. But if you just like attach a remote detonated explosive to a door and you blow up that door, that probably isn't against international law because it's just a remote detonated explosive. And this is probably more analogous to the second case and the first case, because it's not like first of all, these pages were, at least supposedly, only given to Hezbollah's military wing, and then they were remotely detonated. They didn't just detonate because of ordinary use. They were just remotely detonated, and supposedly Israel had approximate knowledge of where they were and could choose to not to explode some. But this is really a refutation of HRC along with the other IHL armchair experts making a claim that Operation Grim Peeper violated CCW Amended Protocol 2 or IHL in general. At this point, it should be clear that the operation neither violated the letter of the law nor the spirit of the law, and those who are just now invoking or even discovering this protocol to smear this operation, while being silent on as Israel's enemies booby trap every civilian object known to the man, represent some of the most vile, nefarious actors humanity had the misfortune of producing. Damn, okay, starting off strong. What's up, Bob Marley? Welcome back. Target remotely activated, potentially against hostile objects not constituted booby trap. Yeah. At least that's the argument he's going to make, I'm pretty sure. We read the one thing on it, which said it probably falls into the booby trap thing. Here, really what we should do is we should have a toggle heading to pager attack. And we'll have here William H. Boothby. We'll put that under here. And under this one, we need toggle heading 3. Avi Bitterman. First of all, we know that these pages were not scattered around and likely to be attracted to civilians, especially as children, as they were specifically encrypted for Hezbollah operatives. Okay, so is he quoting AOC there, or is he quoting the DoD law manual war? Because I don't think he's quoting the Protocol 2 there. He's quoting the DoD law manual. Okay. Wait, he says specifically encrypted. Does that mean? Does that mean only Hezbollah operatives knew how to use them? Like they were actually like encrypted? Second, contrary to his initial reports, we now know that the pages were not all detonated simultaneously without any regard for who might have had them, but rather on an individual basis based on inherent inference of militant status. They're only useful for Hezbollah operations and communicating between each other. Yeah. I mean, no one is really using pagers anyway, so no ordinary uses a regular pager. There's a reason they're using pagers. They thought Israel would be able to spy on them if they use cell phones, right? So that's why Hezbollah switched to using pagers. On an individual basis based on inference and militant status. Thirdly, we know that the overwhelming majority of deaths were militants on civilians. Some 32 Hezbollah, I think this number is 37 about now. Hezbollah militants were said to have died from the operatives on those days, most believed to be due to the explosive device, a figure that is increasing, while only 2 civilians were killed. Pro or anti-pager attack? I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily good for Israel to be escalating with Hezbollah. I mean, if they... I don't know. I think the reporting right now seems to be that they can't really get a ceasefire in Gaza, in which case, if they really can't get a ceasefire in Gaza because of the shit going on there, then it's probably is good. If there was an opportunity for a ceasefire in Gaza, that would have also probably solved the Lebanon-Hezbollah crisis, then probably should have done that. But I don't know. The reporting I saw said that people don't expect there to be a ceasefire by the end of Biden's term, at least. So 40 dead pager attack. I think the number is 40 now. This is Beirut strike. I don't know. $37 million dead from pager attack. About $32 million militants to 2 civilians. What is of course regrettable is civilians have died. These deaths do not change the point here. In regards to fatalities, the civilian casualty ratio will likely be less than 0.1, and the relative risk will likely be over 500. Not only is this incredibly discriminate, it is even more discriminate than what expected if these militants were targeted via airstrikes instead of pagers. In regards to the letter of law, it's doubtful these are even booby traps in the first place, as they were detonated remotely. The CCW amended Protocol 2 defines booby traps as follows. And I think there's another section of the law that defines booby traps literally identically. I think it's Article... I think it's Amended Protocol 2, Article 7, Section 3. And then Article 2 defines other devices, which he goes into later. Well, it's true that some damage may have happened from these devices when a person disturbs or approaches an apparently harmless object, performs a safe act. To what degree this happens by happenstance, not due to any function of the device itself. This is in contrast to the beaver that would be rigged to explode if someone pushed these buttons. In that case, the design is to kill or injure when a person disturbs or approaches a apparently harmless object or performs an apparently safe act would be met. Yeah, okay. Should only be met if a beeper was rigged to explode when someone pressed one of the buttons. Booby traps are designed to detonate due to some interaction between the individual and the device. In the case of the tripwire, the interaction is a disturbance of the object. In the case of a rigged car bomb, the interaction is the performance of an apparently safe act, e.g. turning the car to start a trigger, triggering a bomb. In this case, in the case of headsets by the Italians, interaction is the plugging into the headset that triggered the detonation. We'll make this in bold. In fact, every case law, at least I'm aware, of a booby trap that does not involve a remotely detonated device. If they are manually in place, such devices fall under the other category, not a booby traps. Thank you. If they are manually in place, such device would fall under the category of other devices, not booby traps. One might argue these devices fall under the category of other devices, and thus Israel will still be in violation of Article 7, Section 2. However, these devices do not meet the requirements of other devices either. As defined. Why does he mention Article 7, Section 2? They might define them the exact same way. Sometimes they do that. Other devices mean manually placed munitions and devices including improvised explosives designed to kill, injure, or damage, which are actuated manually or by remote control or automatically after a lapse of time. The reason these devices are not other devices is that they are not manually placed munitions. The U.S. Department of Law. Why did you evacuate 90,000 Lebanese people? Yeah, well, isn't that's a good thing though, right? Actually, I will take credit for that one. Most of the other things you accuse me of, I won't take credit for, but evacuating civilians, yeah, I'll take credit for that one. Hell yeah, I will. That was me. They're not manually placed munitions. U.S. Department of Defense Law War Manual is quite clear about this. Other devices not include munitions and devices that are manually in place, such as munitions that are remotely delivered. Since these pages went through various automated processes through various channels to reach Hezbollah remotely, as opposed to being manually placed in Hezbollah controlled territory, they are not other devices. What's up, Captain K? What are you going to do with the civilian infrastructure? Dude, I don't know if these videos about Hezbollah are true. It's comical. It's comical. Hezbollah missiles in homes.
Israel hit 3
cities located as
This
it prepared buildings where Hezbollah's
this is like comically evil.
missiles are located as it prepares a massive strike.
Next to this way,
That the Russian-made cruise missiles are embedded in civilian homes and ready to launch.
here you can see how we identified the terrorist making an opening in the building.
Are you going to college or no? Yeah, I will. In like 2 weeks.
In a precise strike, the IDF eliminated the terrorist and this missile launching infrastructure shortly before the launch.
Israeli President Isaac Herzog
That is like comically evil. Okay. Pagers would not meet the standard of manually placed munitions. I doubt they just casually have comically large missiles from Russia in their basements. I mean, like you can see the video of it. It's not like just these missiles as well. I mean, like Hamas's use of human shields was inspired by Hezbollah, right? I mean, I think they're all gonna be. What is this one? I probably use C4. All Israel news. Undated image released by the IDF shows a bullet missile system in a home in a southern village of Lebanon.
Since October 8th, likely
If still, where can I buy them? Probably from Russia. Or Iran. Actually, isn't Iran ready to end nuclear standard? Yeah, I think Iran said they're ready to start negotiations for nuclear shit again. Why does it nuclear deal? Iran ready to engage nuclear deal
Only way to
if
resolve
commitments met.
this crisis. Mr. President, in the current globalized world, the security and interest of no country.
Iran ready for nuclear talks at UN if other parties willing, foreign minister says. Iran is ready to negotiate, ready to start nuclear negotiations on the sidelines at UN's General Assembly in New York if other parties are willing. Foreign Minister Abbas, I don't want to pronounce that last name, said on Monday. How would you achieve peace in the Middle East? I don't know. That's way too complicated. Make it all greater Israel is the correct answer. That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. That would not lead to peace. That is a joke, chat. U.S. Department of Defense Law Manual warns correctly about this. Other devices do not include munitions and devices that are not manually placed, such as munitions that are remotely delivered. Iran would be happy to sign any agreement. It's in the Quran that you're allowed to lie in order to advance Islam. I mean, listen, we were the ones that pulled out of the last agreement, so. Since these pagers went through various automated processes through various channels to reach this builder remotely, as opposed to being manually placed in his builder control territory, they not other devices. Okay, what would be an example of another device if they were manually placed in as builder control territory? I think Israel should evict all the Palestinians. Dan, just give them legal notice that their citizenship has been revoked. They don't have citizenship. Or do you mean in Israeli proper? I mean, that is literally, as much as the term ethnic cleansing can be used poorly, that is what ethnic cleansing is. How does YouTube censor so many things, but it doesn't censor that? Of 1948, and didn't go well or since then. True. Center page was neither booby traps nor the devices as defined. Their use does not violate the letter of law, US DOD, law manual war, or Article Section 2 of CCW Meta Protocol 2 for that matter. In short, Israel neither violated spirit nor the letter of law, nor IHL, any IHL for that matter. This operation has likely saved many lives compared to its counterfactual, where there are more conventional and less precise munitions that would have been used and instead, and should be hailed for its accomplishment. It's clear that these grasping for straws who likely are just reading Article 7, Section 2 of the CCW Meta Protocol 2 for the first time in their lives are not truly concerned for the letter or the spirit of law, but are rather primarily interested in finding any way whatsoever to get in Israel bad their conclusion. It is truly despicable to show bad faith by AOC and the rest of the IHL Twitter ideologues, and they should be mocked and shamed for their foul behavior. Yeah, I know. I don't know. Chill, Billy. The YouTube censorship is... I swear there was something about Section 3. Oh, yeah. Without prejudice to the provision of Article 3, it is prohibited to use weapons, which applies in any city, town, village, or other areas containing similar concentrations of civilians in which combatants and ground forces is not taking place. It does not appear to be imminent unless either A, they are placed in close vicinity of a military object, or B... Okay, well... What do you know about the Nakba? I mean, not a ton, but I don't know. I didn't focus on too much of the history when I did most of my reading. I mean, I completely agree. Some issue, but this kind of here does not belong in America. I keep pushing back. Pursuant to the preceding paragraph, booby traps are not indiscriminate but directed at military targets that makes an effort to limit civilian casualties. Thus was the case. They are permissible under the DoD law manual war. Oh. Do you think the creation of Israel is ethical? I don't have a strong opinion on it. Probably not, but that doesn't mean it should go away now. I don't know. Maybe Perplexity can link it to me. Six 12 5 3. On air, it's about incendiary weapons. It's not about fucking. Oh wait, I'm looking for 6. 6 12 5 2. What's up, Golden Snakey? Welcome back. All series of precautions. This obligation corresponds more general, feasible precaution. Blah 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 blah. She's just lying. It's just not. It's just not in here. Oops. It would be permissible to direct mines against enemy forces that are placed defense in air. Similarly, it would be permissible to direct mines against a piece of land and its military objective. In addition, it would be permissible to place mines. Okay, prohibition on indiscriminate use of booby traps or other devices. Delivery, for example, would be prohibited to deliver mines due to unguided long distance balloon. Prohibition on indiscriminate use of mines, booby traps, or other devices also prohibits the placing of mines, booby traps, or other devices that may be expected to cause incidental loss of civilian life. And so this proportionality. What's this you're looking at? Right now we're looking at the DoD Law Manual War. DoD, Department of Defense, yeah.
Of Palestine is just what people are starting to see, at least in the occupation of Palestine, is just an increasing crisis of humanitarian condition.
Do you think you can expand on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd also just, I am not the expert on geopolitics on this
That makes sense. True.
issue. You know,
Oh my gosh, not a right. If it were, it'd be in the Constitution. AOC 2018. Wow, wow, wow. Got her. She was not a vassal of the US and therefore not bound by US laws but by international laws such as the conventions. I'm pretty sure the DoD law manual award. I'm pretty sure, usually at least, it reflects customary international law. Or law of war manual. Customary ITL. Common did an interview on MSNBC. In my opinion, it didn't go well. I haven't seen it. Includes information on not on customary international law and how to identify rules of customary international law. I'm pretty sure usually it I don't know. I've seen it cited before. Companies to get rid of Biden's PR team. Incorrect. Dark Brandon has best PR team. Is it on YouTube? Kamala Harris, MSNBC. Oh, she did a solo interview finally. Okay, well we'll watch it. I hate it. Why when I select this one and I do this and I click the right one, why is it put on the left? That's so dumb. But if I click the left one, it also goes on the left. So what am I supposed to do? If I click this, it's on the left. But if I click the one on the right, it goes on the left. Why? So I have to click this one, and if I put this one on left, then it'll do it. Is this the full thing? Only 24 minutes? Kamala Harris's first solo interview on MSNBC.
You just laid out your economic vision for the future. Yeah. But still, there are lots of Americans who don't see themselves in your plans. For those who say these policies aren't for me, what do you say to them?
Well, if you are hardworking, if you have the dreams and the ambitions and the aspirations of what I believe you do, you're in my plan. You know, I have to tell you, I really love and am so energized by what I know to be the spirit and character of the American people. We have ambition, we have aspirations, we have dreams. We can see what's possible. We have an incredible work ethic, but not...
Okay, I don't... Why wouldn't she just cite like, oh, you know, I want to give money to everyone with children. I want to give money to first-time home buyer. Why wouldn't she just cite like everyone her plan would include? I don't know. I don't know anyone who would be like, this plan isn't for me. She wants to just say the earned income tax credit. You get everyone gets money with the earned income tax credit. Well, not everyone. Everyone making under $40,000 a year or whatever, but.
Everyone has the access to the opportunities that allow them to achieve those things. But we don't lack for those things. But not everyone, you know, gets handed stuff on a silver platter. And so my vision for the economy, I call it an opportunity economy, is about making sure that all Americans, wherever they start, wherever they are, have the ability to actually achieve those dreams and those ambitions, which include for middle-class families, just being able to know that their hard work allows them to get ahead, right? I think we can't and we shouldn't aspire to have an economy that just allows people to get by. People want to do more than just get by. They want to get ahead. And I come from the middle class. Look, my mother raised my sister and me. She worked hard. She saved up. By the time I was a teenager, she was able to buy our first home. And home ownership for too many people in our country now is elusive.
I feel like she was going in the right direction until she brought up the I am from the middle class line again. Oh, the erectile dysfunction is back. Oh.
If, gone is the day of everyone thinking they could actually live the American dream. So part of my vision for the economy is let's deal with some of the everyday challenges that people face and address them with common sense solutions, such as
the right direction.
affordable housing.
Okay, well, ended it on a good note.
Over
All
the
right.
last 4 years, there have been tremendous
Come on,
economic
my sister
wins.
woke my
and you
virus.
just laid out a big plan. But still, polling shows that most likely voters still think Donald Trump is better to handle the economy. Why do you think that is?
Tariffs, mention of tariffs. Hammer
here's what I know
it
in terms
down,
of the facts.
please.
Donald Trump left us with the worst economy since the Great Depression when you look at, for example, the employment numbers.
It was during COVID, and employment was so high because we shut down the government, we shut down the country.
Even before the
But you're better for
pandemic,
jobs.
He lost manufacturing jobs by
Yes, correct. Yes, thank you.
most people's
Tariffs,
estimates
tariffs,
at least 200,000. He lost manufacturing plants. Ask the auto workers how he lost auto plants. We have grown over 20 new auto plants.
You just mentioned one, even accounting for COVID, Biden has better job numbers, and two, people don't understand the trade-off between these things, but I think it's like pretty impressive that we were able to, well, I don't know how impressive it was really, but I was always on team transitory, but I was pretty impressive that we were able to bring down inflation without bringing unemployment up that much. Like, the job market is still relatively strong, even though we brought down unemployment from 9% back down to 2%. We just got rate cuts again. You should hammer him down on the tariffs, and you should hammer him down on the
He has an agenda. Let's just deal with
on the jobs
now going
numbers
forward,
that you're
not to mention
better
what
on.
happened in the past. He has an agenda that would include making it more difficult for workers to earn overtime, an agenda that would include cutting off access to small business loans for small businesses, an agenda that includes tariffs to the point that the average working person will spend 20% more on everyday necessities, and an estimated $4,000.
So sad, especially since I had just got done watching her speak at some kind of economic event. She did very well during the speech.
More a year on those everyday necessities, to the point that top economists in our country, from Nobel laureates to people at Moody's and Goldman Sachs, have compared my plan with his and said my plan would grow the economy, his would shrink the economy. Some of them have actually assessed that his plan would increase inflation and invite a recession by the middle of next year. So the facts remain that Donald Trump has a history of taking care of very rich people. And I'm not mad at anybody for being rich, but they should pay their fair share. But tax cuts for the billionaires and the top corporations in our country. And then
Trump's economy and foreign policy
much attention to
are
middle
his
class
points.
families. My
But she managed to
perspective
find
on
the worst
the economy is when you
criticism
grow
of
the
it.
middle class, America's economy is stronger.
I feel like usually Trump, I feel like usually people think Trump is a lot better in foreign policy just because of his fucking, just because you can do no new wars. Russia didn't invade. Israel was at peace. Abraham Accords.
And there's empirical evidence
What's up,
to prove my
Zachary?
point correct.
Then let me ask you about taxes, because lots of people
I feel like that answer is
will say, I
fine.
don't like Donald Trump, but he cut my taxes. He didn't just cut corporate taxes, he cut individual taxes. Now that expires next year, and there are some people confused saying, I don't know what's going to happen next year. Under a Harris administration, at what income level should someone expect their taxes to go up? And that state and local tax deduction that's currently capped and matters to a lot of people in blue states, are you going to lift that cap?
So first of all, when it relates to anybody making less than $400,000 a year, your taxes will not go up. Your taxes
true,
will not
Bob
go
Marley.
up. And in fact, under my plan, taxes for 100 million Americans will actually be cut, including $6,000
okay.
a year for young couples for the first year of their child's life, and a tax credit, essentially, by expansion of the child tax credit. And why is that? Because during the first year of a young couple, of a person's child's life, they're going to need help buying a crib, buying a car seat. And we all benefit when they're actually able to do what they naturally want to do to take care of their child.
And expanding that child tax credit, or you mentioned housing before, giving that extra money for a first home. If you can't raise corporate taxes, or if GOP takes control of the Senate, where do you get the money to do that? Do you still go forward with those plans and borrow?
Well, but we're going to have to raise corporate taxes. And we're going to have to make sure that the biggest corporations and billionaires pay their fair share. That's just it. It's about paying their fair share. I am not mad at anyone for achieving success, but everyone should pay their fair share. And it is not right that the teachers and the firefighters that I meet every day across our country are paying a higher
That's
tax
just it.
than the richest people in our country.
Bill Gates just said it this week. If he was in charge of taxes, he would have paid more. But how do you find that line to make sure corporations are paying their fair share, but they're not leaving our country?
Well, listen,
Yeah, that was a horrible, horrible answer. You know, Biden actually has a pretty strong record on bipartisan legislation. She could have brought that up, but instead she just said, well, we have to.
I work with a lot of CEOs. I have spent a lot of time with CEOs, and I'm going to tell you that the business leaders who are actually part of the engine of America's economy agree that people should pay their fair share. They all
I mean, I've seen her be good at speaking when like she has a script.
also agree that when we look at a plan such as mine that is about investing in the middle class, investing in new industries, investing in bringing down costs, invest in entrepreneurs like small businesses.
Wasn't copying
but
the
overall
maximum
economy
price of marriage celebrations. You know what? I'm in favor of it. I saw that there was a Netflix show called Marriage or Mortgage where people had to decide between an expensive wedding or a mortgage. The amount of people who spent so much money on their wedding but they couldn't afford a mortgage was really something. So, you know what? I'm in favor of it.
stronger and everyone benefits. Part of my plan for the economy is investing in new industries in a way that we have active partnership with the private sector. I've worked with the private sector my entire career. Even as vice president, working with some of the biggest banks and biggest tech companies to increase by billions of dollars the money going into community banks to increase access to capital for small businesses. Why do those biggest corporations and CEOs do that? Because they know those kinds of investments, like in our small businesses, in startups and entrepreneurs, actually strengthens America's economy overall and everyone benefits. So this is not about bilking anybody, but it is certainly about saying, let's make sure that we create opportunities for everyone to grow wealth. I believe that it is not sufficient, and it should not be our goal to just make sure everyone is working. That should be the baseline. That should be a given. And let's create an economy where people have the ability to buy a home, to start a business, to take a nice vacation from time to time, right?
For people who want to buy a home, yes, getting a $25,000 kicker would be great. But it's not just affording a home. We don't have enough in this country.
You're absolutely right.
True,
and one of
true.
the main
Yes,
problems
the
are
NIMBYism,
regulations and rules, strict rules at a local level. How does the federal government cut through all that red tape and get down to, the suburbs of Pittsburgh and say, we're going to have to build some affordable housing here?
Oh, she better have a good answer on
connect
this,
the two?
please.
So you're absolutely right. So across our country, people rightly are concerned about the cost of housing. So it's home ownership, to your point. We need more supply. That is, without any question, part of the solution. Creating more supply under my plan includes creating tax incentives to work with the private sector and home builders. Part of my goal and the plan would be to create 3 million new housing units for rent and for ownership by the end of my first term.
Okay.
It includes also what we must do to cut red tape. You're absolutely right. It takes far too long, and there's too much bureaucracy associated with home building. And I say that
What's
as a
up,
devout
Frankie
public
Bear,
servant.
baby? Welcome
I
to the
know
stream.
that we have to reduce the red tape and speed up what we need to do around building.
Okay, well, she
And
asked how,
That is
but-
going to require working from the federal level with state and local governments. And it's going to be different in different places, depending on the needs of that community, the needs of that local government, that municipality, but working in consultation and
President Kamala the entire time he was like, who prepared this who prepared her for this interview? This isn't Kamala, I know. I feel like there's actually, she could point to Biden's record here. Biden actually did, well, the Biden-Harris administration, if she's going to take credit for it, actually did a fair number of stuff to literally do this exact thing, where they used the federal government in order to make local and state governments reduce the red tape for housing construction. Department of Housing and Urban Development is announcing the availability of $100 million to communities to identify and remove barriers to affordable housing production and preservation. The Department of Treasury and HUD, the Housing and Urban Development, are announcing a major improvement to the federal financing bank multifamily risk sharing program that will provide greater interest rate predictability for state and local federal or finance agencies, housing finance agencies. Transportation Infrastructure and Finance Innovation Act and Railroad Rehabilitation Improvement Financing loans are being used for conversion products, may be eligible for a categorical exclusion under NEPA. The Advisory Council on there's a list of things here that they did to do this exact thing. The Council of Economic Advisors analyzed the importance of state and local governments actions to permit and approve new developments more quickly, including examples from HUD's pro-housing grants.
coordination and also around incentives that we can create. For example, some of the work is going to be through what we do in terms of giving benefits and assistance to state and local governments around transit dollars, and looking
Oh, yes, she mentioned it. Thank you.
holistically at the connection between
Thoughts that I don't. Those are a bunch of nonsense words.
Looking holistically at the incentives we in the federal government can create for local and state governments to actually engage in planning in a holistic manner that includes prioritizing affordable housing for working people.
Then let me ask you a business that matters a lot to this town.
Yeah.
U.S. Steel.
Yes.
Right? When you think Pennsylvania, when you think Pittsburgh, you got the Liberty Bell in Philly, and you got U.S. Steel in Pittsburgh.
That's right.
A Japanese company wants to buy them. You are opposed to this idea. Many people are. But if the deal doesn't go through, they have said people could lose jobs, they could close mills, they could leave the state of Pennsylvania. I mean, that is like moving the Liberty Bell to Newark. So which is more important?
It's most important that we maintain America's ability to have American manufacturing of steel by American workers for a number of reasons, which includes, again, back to the point of growing our economy and how I think about the economy overall, investing in new industries. There is not a new industry that I can imagine.
Don't know if I've ever heard of things you did as prosecutor. Really makes me hesitant.
That is not.
What about it? What the I don't know. I think there's two bad things as a prosecutor she did, but like I don't think those are. I don't know. I don't think they're really that disqualifying compared to anything Donald Trump has done.
Going to require steel as a manufacturing of steel as a fundamental part of what it accomplishes, and having American workers in an American company manufacturing that steel for those new industries is going to be critically important, not only in terms of our economy, but also in the context of national security. Most people now realize if we didn't before the pandemic and the strain on supply chains and an over-reliance on foreign manufacturing, that we have to be intentional about U.S.-based manufacturing. And of the products that we have to prioritize, steel is one of them. And that's always going to be my priority.
Steelworkers matter in this country. Unions matter.
Yes.
In 2016, Donald Trump...
I mean, hiding evidence and it's... my understanding is that 2 police officers didn't provide evidence, and I think they were actually later charged for it, if I remember correctly. But I don't think she herself hid the evidence, right? That was my understanding, at least. I think there are police officers that did hide the evidence. But I didn't think she... I didn't think she herself hid it. I don't remember, though.
Connected with unions. He saw them. There was an emotional connection. But what he didn't do was deliver policy. In the last 4 years, we have seen huge wins in this country for unions, but not all unions have gotten behind you. I want to understand, when the Teamsters decided not to endorse you, what was their reasoning? What are they looking for?
Well, let me go back to our just previous conversation. I'm very proud to have the endorsement of steelworkers and almost every other major union in America because...
Proven she knew and withheld it. I think it was to protect her record. Can you like link something on that? My understanding is that she didn't. I thought she herself? I think it was proven the officers that withheld it knew and withheld it. I didn't know she herself knew and withheld it.
I stand by workers, and I stand by the...
I missed a question even.
Teamsters decided not to endorse you. What was their reasoning? What are they looking for?
Well, let me go back to our just previous conversation. I'm very proud to have the endorsement of steelworkers and almost every other major union in America because I stand by workers and I stand by the importance of being able to join a union and to understand the benefit and the value of unions. And I understand the importance of investing in new industries and working actively with the private sector to grow our economy.
But I'm asking because there's this idea we want something more from her. What is it?
Well, here's the thing, that back to your point about previous election cycles. Donald Trump made a whole lot of promises that he did not meet, and one would argue broke. Look at Lordstown. He said he was going to...
Don't sell your homes.
Yeah, don't sell your homes. And what happened? It shut down. Outsourcing under Donald Trump. His policies that are about putting, tens to hundreds of % tariffs.
John Deere.
Yes. Yes. So part of the challenge, and I don't disagree that it's a challenge, got to earn the vote of everybody, is reminding people of fact. Regardless of what somebody says in a small rally somewhere. And I think that's really important. And that's part of what I'm doing in this campaign is to remind people, just like here in Pittsburgh, of the reality of who has stood with union labor, who stands for American manufacturing, who stands for American jobs.
Can I ask you about tariffs? Because you just mentioned it. It's not just with one company. Donald Trump's sort of big idea.
I mean, she could have actually answered the question there. I don't actually know really why Teamsters didn't endorse anyone. I don't know the actual reason behind it, but
Is this broad-based tariffs across the board? You and many others have said that would be
can't send links. Really? You should be able to. I don't know.
not only disastrous,
Go to join the Discord and send it there, or go to Twitch
but
chat,
it
or
would
go
be
to
a direct
YouTube chat,
tax on the American consumer.
It would be a sales tax on the American
or just tell me something in
people.
Google.
The independent economists have already measured this by the sales tax of doing a 20% tariffs on all imports that he has described would be
Tax
a
the Bill of
20%
Rights.
sales tax, in essence, on basic necessities for the average American worker, average American
Exclamation
family,
point, Discord in the
totaling
chat.
almost $4,000 a year. That is no small matter. Here in Pittsburgh, when I'm talking to a group of folks who work here, who live here, and when they hear it might be $4,000 more a year for them, look, people can't afford that.
But tariffs aren't unique to President Trump. President Biden has tariffs in place. He's actually looking to potentially implement more. Where do you come out on? Is there a good tariff, a bad tariff?
Well, part of it is you don't just throw around the idea of just tariffs across the board, and that's part of the problem with Donald Trump.
All right,
frankly,
okay.
And I say this in all sincerity, he's just not very serious about how he thinks about some of these issues. And one must be
True.
serious and have a plan, and a real plan that's not just about some talking point ending in an exclamation at a political rally, but actually putting the thought into what will be the return on the investment, what will be the economic
Yeah, I see.
impact on everyday people. And when you look at my plans, you will see what those benefits will be. $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. You know what that means? Then you're creating the ability of that working person to build intergenerational wealth. Doing the work of a $6,000 child tax credit.
Your rule page, man. What's wrong with my rules page? What's the issue?
Doing the work of a $50,000 tax deduction for first-time small businesses, startups, because right
That's
now
a real plan.
It's a real plan because right now
Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream, Beepo Reno
And again, it's
24.
about
I'm assuming new day, new account for
pay
you,
attention
huh?
to the detail and being serious about it. I'm serious about my enthusiasm and my for small businesses and my belief in what they will do as part of America's economic engine.
On Friday, sorry.
No,
On-
so looking at the fact that right now the tax deduction is $5,000, nobody in this year of our
I feel like at first her answer is pretty good to this, actually.
for 2024 can start a small business with $5,000. Very few can. So extending
Saying, oh, Donald Trump isn't very serious about how he, you don't just throw around tariffs and everything. Donald Trump just isn't serious about how he thinks about these things. I feel like that was an
$50,000
actual
tax deduction for startups.
good
to
answer.
generate the innovation and the ambition of the ideas that are present and among us, but need the fuel to be able to actually achieve the goal.
His
Okay,
plan
that
is
was
not
kind of
serious
weird,
when you lay
though,
it out
but-
like that. But a serious problem over the last few years has been inflation. Luckily, it's cooling, but prices are still high.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You've said you want to take this on by going after those who engage in price gouging.
Yeah.
But as somebody who supports free markets, who's a capitalist, how do you go after price gouging
I will after this.
without implementing price controls? Because once we get in this zone, people start to get worried and they say, I don't know what she stands for.
So, just to be very frank, I am never going to apologize for going after companies and corporations that take advantage of the desperation of the American people. And as Attorney General, I saw this happen. In the midst of an emergency, whether it be an extreme weather event or even the pandemic, we saw it, where those few companies, not the majority, not most, but those few companies that would take advantage of the desperation of people and
Another
jack up
dodge.
prices. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm going to go after them.
I mean,
Yes,
well,
I'm going to go after them. And that is part of a much
it kind of is, but also like her, I don't think she ever really meant to call for strict price control. She like, it's just kind of got misinterpreted by a lot of people. But.
more comprehensive plan on what we can do to bring down the cost of living, including housing, including the everyday needs of the American people.
On Friday, you are going to the border. Immigration is complicated. One of the issues is an economic.
Unanimally unbiased, both are giving you what you want to hear. Price gouging will hurt small businesses. To be honest, the only thing price gouging will hurt small businesses. The only thing will be open to big stores like Walmart and Giant Eagle. I'm pretty sure really all Kamala Harris wanted to do. I think she basically backed down on the price control thing. There's a, I think it was, oh, you know what I bet it was in? Okay, God fuck damn it. What do you mean? She said price controls. Yeah, it kind of got misinterpreted here. Duh, 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 duh. Why is it called free market when everything's so expensive? She clarified. Oh, this is what it was. She clarified it when it's not like a bill that she. It's not a price control bill. So you just didn't like antitrust. After all, the truth and produce your hair is a non-effect proposed price control. Grocery is kind of vaguely antitrust enforcement, which is good. There's some silliness in the speech, but the comments and price are more toned down in her campaign fact sheet sent to reporters. A generic call to increase antitrust enforcement, which is fine. I support it. I think she sent out like a press release saying it's not in support of a bill. It's not in support of a bill that Elizabeth Warren proposed in 2022. That was like an anti-price gouging act, which was during COVID. I think it's really just for antitrust stuff. I don't think it's for like strict price controls. But. Spider. Don't look behind you. I can see behind me in my OBS window. Look at the article I sent. I know. Yes, I'm aware of it.
One. And no one is eating cats and dogs in Springfield, Ohio, and I'm glad not to be talking about that. But there are people there that are stressed, that feel that they're at capacity. Communities around the country that have.
I didn't know she was going to the border.
Many
30 cases got dismissed, and this isn't even what I was thinking about earlier. Then we will read it. Yes,
said,
I'm aware.
We're at capacity, and many feel like the government has said to them, "Well, adapt, sit down, be quiet. This is how it is." What would a Harris administration do for those communities who've taken in many, many legal immigrants but are at capacity?
Well, first of all, we do have a broken immigration system, and it needs to be fixed.
I mean, if they were at capacity, then immigrants really wouldn't be moving there, right? They're moving there for the job opportunities. Like, the reason they're all moving to, like, Springfield is because Springfield has the, like, whatever meat packing plant, and all the immigrants go there for the unskilled, low-paying work. Which they're the only people willing to do, really.
Back months ago, some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress came together with others, proposed a border security bill.
Donald Trump shot it down.
That would have put 1,500 new border agents on the border to help those hardworking border agents who are there right now.
No, they moved there because is Springfield a sanctuary city even? The reason why a lot of immigrants are moving to places like Springfield is for the jobs there. I don't think it's because they're sanctuary cities.
Now, working around the clock. Would have put more money into stemming the flow of fentanyl, which is
I work at a
killing
chicken factory.
Americans around our country and devastating communities.
Statistically, immigrants are way, way more likely to be willing to work at at a lot of labor-intensive, low-paying, unskilled labor jobs, right? Like, this is just true.
Would have put more resources into our ability to prosecute transnational criminal organizations, which in my career I've prosecuted. Donald Trump got word of the bill, realized it was going to fix a problem he wanted to run on, and told them to kill the bill. Don't put it up for a vote. He killed. Nothing
unskilled about it. You don't need a college degree or anything to know how to pack meat.
The bill that would have actually been a solution because he wants to run.
That's what I mean by unskilled. I don't mean it's not hard or anything. I just mean you're unskilled if you lose a finger. I just mean it's what economists consider unskilled labor, where you don't need much formal education. Relatively little or no training experience for a satisfactory performance.
Problem. And that's part of what needs to be addressed. And my pledge is that when elected president, if the American people will have me, I will bring that bill back and I will sign it into law. And we need a comprehensive plan that includes what we need to do to fortify not only our border, but deal with the fact that we also need to create pathways for people to earn citizenship.
And I want to just ask.
I'm pretty sure there's a link I have saved in here, which just shows, like, like the reason a lot of heartland Midwestern small towns are doing poorly is because more and more native-born children are going to colleges in bigger cities because they can get higher paying jobs there, and they don't stay home and work in the fucking factory where they get paid $7 an hour. Immigrants are the ones without college degrees that don't have enough money to get a college degree that are willing to actually work in those factories.
Ask you about a little job and a big job. Okay. The first one, just a fact check.
Shouldn't we fix that problem? How do you fix that problem without hurting the people who are better off when they get those better jobs? What do you mean? Immigration is the way you fix that problem. Like what? Like
because your opponent
there is
almost
no little
every
job.
day. Okay,
there's no such thing as a little job.
Okay, fair. Because your opponent almost every day seems to be talking about this. So I just want to ask you yes or no. At any point in your life, have you served 2 all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions, on a sesame seed bun, working out at McDonald's? Yes or no? That's it.
I have.
Okay. Now the other job.
But it was not a small job. Like I did the fries. I mean, yes,
okay, for a small period of time. But then let me
I
ask
did
about
the
a big
fries.
job.
But to your point, if you don't mind, before you get to the big job, there's a part of the reason I even talk about having worked at McDonald's is because there are people who work at McDonald's in our country who are trying to raise a family. I worked there as a student. I was a kid who worked there trying to raise families and pay rent on that. And I think part of the difference between me and my opponent includes our perspective.
Stop sending factories over where it's cheap to tax the fuck out of the company. Well, you realize, first of all, allowing immigrants here will mean less factories are shipped overseas, because like right now, if I'm a company, either I open my town, or either my factory's at like a small in a small town where it is right now, like there's meatpacking plants which rely on cheap labor here, or if there's no cheap labor here because everyone keeps going to colleges and getting rich fancy finance degrees, then my factory goes overseas. So if you don't want factories going overseas, having immigrants available for the labor supply is actually going to, not have factories shipped overseas. B, shipping factories overseas is based, because globalization is based and helps everybody.
On the need.
We're cheap, or tax the fuck out of companies that do, so they will bring it. You're talking about tariffs, which are horrible. They're horrible. They increase prices for everybody. They decrease consumer surplus for everybody. Like, what's up, Hope? Welcome back. She did work at McDonald's. Yeah, I don't know why anyone really thinks otherwise. I don't know. I don't think there's any evidence that she didn't. The only evidence she didn't is she didn't include it on her professional resume like 10 years later. Like, oh, really? I wonder why.
Of the American people. And what our responsibility then is to meet those needs.
Then to the big job.
Can we call on Discord in a
You have
bit?
laid out policy in great detail.
Yeah.
But the economy is an unpredictable beast. And you are running for a job that takes extraordinary instinct and guts.
Yeah.
What's the last time you had to make a gut decision? This here is very prescribed, very controlled.
Yeah. Probably the biggest gut decision I've made most recently is to choose my running mate. Yeah. There were lots of good, incredible candidates. And ultimately,
Roy Cooper robbed. Roy
came
Cooper
down to a gut decision.
robbed.
I know I'm
was
out of time,
stolen.
and I just
She lies
wanna ask you a
constantly. What
question.
did she lie about here?
from my gut.
Okay.
Because today we're talking about we're talking about the economy.
Yeah.
And people don't think often about reproductive rights being an economic issue, but it is. A woman's ability to plan her future, her education, her life. Today, and in the
Donald
last
lies
few days,
more. Yeah, Donald lies
Donald
way
Trump
more.
keeps talking about it.
Donald Trump is talking about the immigrants eating cats and
in
dogs.
overturning Roe v. Wade, he helped women.
Also, wait, did someone like host me or something? Because I have 12 concurrent viewers on Shorts, and that makes me think that someone might have hosted me, and they might have hosted the Shorts,
He protected women.
the
He says
short
they're
stream
miserable
instead
today.
of
They're
the
poorer today. They're more vulnerable today.
the horizontal
He said
stream.
He will be the protector of women if elected. Can you respond to that?
So Donald Trump is also the person who said women should be punished for exercising a decision that they rightly should be able to make about their own body and their future. So I think we would all agree that as a result of that
When did she lie about Willie Brown?
perspective that he has about
I don't
women,
think she's ever denied being in a relationship with Willie Brown.
he also then chose 3 members of the United States Supreme Court who did as he intended, undid the protections of Roe v. Wade, and now, in state after state, you see laws being passed that do punish women.
I don't know what Shapiro would
Laws
have done.
that-
She's lying now?
I mean, most recently, a
I
heartbreaking
actually don't know
story
what she's talking about now. I've been talking to chat.
resulted in a young woman dying, a mother of a 6-year-old. heart-wrenching stories. And that's
She
for
said
the
they
listener,
didn't
much
sleep
less
together. I don't think she's ever denied being in a relationship with Willie Brown. If you can link something on that, then.
So, look, I think the thing about Donald Trump is that, I don't think the women of America need him to say he's going to protect them. The women of America need him to trust them.
Can we trust you?
Yes. Yes. I am not perfect, but I will tell you, I'm always going to put the needs of the people first.
Madam Vice President, thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. Crazy. I feel like she probably could have had better answers prepared for some of those. God, I wish voter epistemology was better so she could drill down on the central bank stuff that Donald Trump wants to do, but people don't know what the fuck that is or what it means. So, shouldn't I get to? Okay. Apparently this proved that she knew. Oh, this isn't even the case I'm thinking of. Does this even mention? Oh, yeah, this doesn't mention the thing. She has no central bank policy? Yes, good. Yes, the president shouldn't. Yes, the president should not have that. That's the whole issue. That is the entire issue. The entire issue is that Trump wants to end the monetary independence of the Federal Reserve, and that is a bad thing. It's a good thing that Kamala Harris doesn't have one. That's a good. That is what I want. That is what I want. She has no policy. That's not true at all. Period. I think she has. I think she has more policy than Donald Trump at this point. I don't know. Like mentioning, like all Trump has said is tariffs, and Trump has said tariffs, and Trump has said drill, baby, drill. Why do you keep? This is the article you sent me. I was just talking to chat while you were gone, but. What are they? For example, the $6,000 child tax credit, building 3 million new homes, giving families down payment assistance. Like her entire issues page is on our website, dude. What is Trump? Trump has said drill, baby, drill, and Trump has said tariffs. How will this happen? The same way all laws happen? You get them passed through Congress? Like... Oh, codifying Roe v. Wade, too. Although that requires a bigger Senate majority, which who knows if we're actually getting, but... Watching Valorant was a mistake. I better get back to watching you based. Whenever someone's answer to what they lie about is everything is always mean they don't know anything. True. Gonna say true. You don't know what you're talking about? Okay. What did you say about the misconduct? I was peeing? I didn't read this article yet, but I it's not what I'm thinking of. So because usually what I think is the prosecution of Jamal Truelove, who turned out to be innocent, and I think they came out that the prosecution gave one of the witnesses like $6,000 in a witness protection home assistance or whatever the fuck. They set her up in a home where she could live by herself. But even this one, I haven't read it yet. I've been yelling at people. Trump's policies are not policies. It's about true. But I don't even think Trump has policies. I keep getting so sidetracked by everyone. This is it. Do you want to see Trump's answer? This is Trump's answer on child care policy. Okay. Okay. Listen to this. Please listen to this.
President
Please.
Trump, you talked about how the increase
I put Subway Surfer so you listen to it.
Gas and rent is hurting families, but the real cost that's breaking families' backs and preventing women from participating in the workforce is childcare. Childcare is now more expensive than rent for working families and is costing the economy more than $122 billion a year, making it one of the most urgent economic issues that is facing our country. In fact, the cost of childcare is outpacing the cost of inflation, with the majority of American families of young children spending more than 20% of their income on childcare. One thing that Democrats and Republicans have in common is that both parties talk a lot about what they're going to do.
Let's see what his answer is.
But neither party has delivered meaningful change. If you win in November, can you commit to prioritizing legislation to make childcare affordable? And what specific piece of legislation will you advance?
Well, I would do that, and we're sitting down. I was somebody, we had Senator Marco Rubio, and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful on that issue. It's a very important issue. But I think when you talk about the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, that, because look, childcare is childcare. There's something, you have to have it. In this country, you have to have it.
So true, buddy.
But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers that I'm talking about by
the kind of numbers he's talking about.
Levels that they're
tariffs.
not used to, but they'll get used to it very
See how everything goes back to tariffs? Now he just mentioned tariffs again.
quickly. And it's not going to stop them from doing business with us, but they'll have a very substantial tax when they send product into our country. Those numbers are so much bigger than any numbers that we're talking about, including childcare, that it's going to take care. We're going to have, I look forward to having no deficits within a fairly short period of time, coupled with the reductions that I told you about on waste and fraud and all of the other things that are going on in our country, because I have to stay with childcare. I want to stay with childcare, but those numbers are small relative to the kind of economic numbers that I'm talking about, including growth, but growth also headed up by
including growth.
What
Remember
the
that
plan
one.
Is that I just told you about. We're going to
That
be getting
really good plan.
trillions of dollars, and as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kind of numbers we'll be taking in. We're going to make this into an incredible country that can afford to take care of its people, and then we'll worry about the rest of the world. Let's help other people.
And now he says America first.
This is about America first. It's about make America great again.
Great answer there, Donald.
Because right now we're failing.
So, yeah, I think Kamala Harris actually has quite a bit of policy compared to that. Yeah, all the stuff in housing, they're reducing the red tape around housing. I don't know, how is this 6K going to happen? You give a tax the same way think about the earned income, not the earned income tax credit. Think about the way the first child tax credit was passed. It was passed as part of the Inflation Reduction Act legislation. You make a tax plan, you make a budget plan, and that includes the expanded $6,000 child tax credit. The same way like the first one, the same way Trump would have to do a lot of his legislation. Tariffs can, in theory, be done unilaterally by the executive. Trump's main policy proposals are tariffs, which is a comically dumb thing to do, but not enough people are attacking him on that. How is he pulling well the economy? I don't know. Well, actually, I think Kamala Harris has done a decent job of attacking him on tariffs. I don't think there is a good way to attack him on a central bank thing, because people don't know what the fuck the central bank is or does. But I could tell you were going to vote for Kamala Harris even before you open your mouth. Pretty easy guess. Through the amount of extra money we're going to bring in through the increase the rate of those making over 400K a year. Oh, that's true. She does also want to increase the tax on the 400K per year, but I don't know exactly what it means, how it's going to be done. Shocker shall the state mandated abortions. True. Okay. When is this written? 2020, 2010. San Francisco District Attorney Kamala Harris office violated defendants' rights by hiding damning information about a police drug lab technician who was indifferent to demands that it account for its failings. A judge declared Thursday. Superior Court Judge Annie Christine Masul stopped short of granting a request by more than 40 drug defendants that their case be dismissed because of prosecutorial misconduct, saying that decisions must be left up to the judges hearing their cases. Order $7.4 billion spent on 8 EV charging stations. Oh, true. Wait. What do you mean or? Oh, do you mean like the 42-bit? Hey, we did get a lot of money for people with broadband. Listen, I live in North Carolina. We got a lot of people broadband internet here, or not broadband internet. I think we got in North Carolina we got a lot of fiber optic internet. And not one household has internet? I don't believe that at all. Could you link something on the not one household has internet? I'm pretty sure, even within North Carolina, because we got fiber optic internet infrastructure act NC. I'm pretty sure we actually got people internet here. ADD stream. They don't. I mean, you can link something on it. It's possible they just don't have it yet. 300,000 by the end of 2026. I'm pretty sure we got some in North Carolina. I don't know for sure, but look it up. That's what I'm doing, motherfucker. How many households connected to internet infrastructure act NC? More than 90,000 households to lose affordable internet if federal funding is not renewed. The program launched on December 30th, 2021 provides low-income households with a discount of up to $30 per month in internet service. This funding was probably renewed, though, right? That's probably renewed as part of the Infrastructure Act, probably. Or the American Rescue Plan, one of them. They can't put the rest of the money together? What? Because they spent too much in the first place. I don't know. What are you talking about for internet or? Access to internet in NC shows progress, but gaps remain. Rural infrastructure, household affordability creates distinct obstacles to access internet in North Carolina. North Carolina, for access to high-speed internet at home, tend to face health, employment, education outcomes, worse than those of access. Digital divide was exacerbated. Progress is being made. In July, the state announced an additional $112 million for the competing access broadband programs connecting, oh, look, $25,000 households across 19 counties. I think this was a state program, though. I don't know. How many new households connected to internet after Infrastructure Act and American Rescue Plan? State-funded central bank and Wi-Fi returned to messenger birds. It'll start. Yeah, true. Well, that's what Hezbollah has to do now, right? 8.5 million. It aims to address the digital divide. 8.5 million. Well, I don't have the exact number of new households connected after the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. The American Rescue Plan can provide relevant information. Can you link something with the numbers? As a report, 19 million Americans were enrolled in the Affordable Connectivity Program, potentially indicating improved internet access for these households. Emergency Broadband Benefit Program to a longer term... Wait, Affordable Connectivity Program. Send out a Freedom of Information request. I think it costs money to do that. But it said 19 million people are enrolled in the program. Was it this? And North Carolina DT was awarded more than 10 million for its projects. The plan contributed more than 8.5 million using funds for the American Rescue Act. Yeah, see, look, right here. Boom. Boom. 25,000, motherfucker. Get owned. Awarded when this. What do you mean? 25,000 people got access because of it. I mentioned earlier. Connecting 25,000 households and businesses across 19 counties. Nope. What do you mean, nope? This is worldwide? I'm talking about what? What do you mean? There was a nationwide program. North Carolina got awarded some money from it. The money awarded to North Carolina end up being used to competing access program connecting 25,000 households. 25,000 households were connected in North Carolina. 42 billion for worldwide internet. I don't know what you're talking about now then. This? And no one has broadband. I just look 25,000 broadband, 25,900 whatever the fuck connected to broadband. I don't know. I don't know why no one has it. 19 states received allocations, including North Carolina. No. I don't know what you're saying no to at this point. North Carolina, more than 900,000 households received assistance. I don't know what he's saying no to. Money is different than service. This says 25,000 people got service and an additional 900,000 received essentially subsidies to reduce their internet, the cost of their internet. Roy Cooper dedicated 1.1 billion states American Rights United funding to expanding broadband access. State still has 407 million left to this purpose. Broadband denial is worse than that. I don't know what we're saying no to at this point. Okay, stop short again. Requires but a scathing ruling. The judge concluded that prosecutors had failed to fulfill their constitutional duty to tell defense attorneys about problems surrounding Deborah Medin, now retired technician at the harder cocaine skimping scandal that led police to shut down drug analysis section of the crime lab. Prosecutors, unable to vouch for the reliability of Madden's work, have dismissed more than 600 drug cases since the scandal became public in February. Madden testified at the trials before leaving the lab in December. Under 1963 Supreme Court ruling, district attorneys are obligated to hand over to the defense information about prosecuting witnesses that could be a challenge to their credibility. Oh, well, this is not useful. Can they just link to the ruling? Oh my god. Domestic violence case. Madden was convicted of misdemeanor domestic violence 2008, which should have been reported to defense lawyers. Last fall, Harris's lead drug prosecutor complained about Madden's unreliability and Mohammed Jabbat's information that was also wrongly kept in the defense. Police have admitted that they erred in not telling prosecutors about Madden's conviction, and Harris's office has acknowledged that it relied on police to volunteer such information without checking her criminal record. Okay. Basila wrote to the Hot Drug prosecutor Sharon Wu's November 19th memo about Madden showed prosecutors at the highest level of the district attorney's office knew that Madden was not a dependable witness at trial and that there were serious concerns regarding the crime lab. Wu wrote that the crime lab officials believed Madden was unhappy in her job, was intentionally sabotaging drug analysis unit. Really? What the fuck? None of that, however, was conveyed to defense attorneys in which Madden analyzed drug evidence. I don't think she can fathom a Biden and Harris actually did a lot of good for the American people. Yeah, I don't think so. Failure by Harris's office to produce information actually in the possession regarding Madden in the crime lab is a violation of defendant's constitutional rights, Monsieur wrote. She said Harris had the duty to implement some type of procedure to secure and produce information relevant to Madden's criminal history, but Monsieur had repeated her request that prosecutors explain why they did not have such procedures were met with a level of indifference. Sue refused the defendant's blanket motion to dismiss all their cases, saying each must be convicted individually. Harris was not available for comment, but her spokesperson seized the judge's refusal to dismiss the charges as a victory and downplayed the criticism. Bottom line, she said in the statement, as were whether the judges would drop all the cases at once. She didn't, not one case. She noted the law requires prosecutors to turn over information that they may not even have. In order to do that, we might need to write policies and a real partnership with the police to make sure we have all the information needed. That's why we're instituting reforms to make sure it doesn't happen again. Sue isn't a prosecutor. Get busy on disclosing witnesses' past. Your office needs to comply, she told her in court. You're responsible for figuring out how to do it. The public defender, Jeff, whoever the fuck, whose office represents many of the defendants involved in today's ruling, said Messo's findings would prove ample ammunition. When individual cases go before judges, the ruling really hits the ball out of park by setting forth multiple failures by which district attorney failed to disclose that. Okay, so it didn't disclose that there was a drug lab employee who was apparently internally sabotaging the drug analysis unit, and also she had been convicted of domestic violence before. This is the lab tech incident? Yeah. I hadn't really heard about it before. Do you know something about it, Golden Stinky? Why did I move this page to trash? Oh wait, no. I meant to move this one to trash. This one shouldn't be in trash. Something that we're having a few errors ago for tech lab. A lab tech? Oh. Yeah, it ended up being failures at multiple levels. Common errors rectified by dismissing at least 1,000 of those cases that could have been affected instead of having them investigated. Okay. Can you link something else on that as well then? I forgot it switches sides. Kamala Harris Lab Tech Drug Lab Tech. Yeah, hold on. I read an article like months ago. Thanks, Golden Stinky. I want to find the actual ruling. Link to the ruling. Link to the fucking ruling. Please just link to the ruling. $50. Thank you, Reddit. Apologize for instance who's never made aware of it. Could check out the information she was never directly sent to her. Sent to like maybe her assistant. During Wednesday's night Democratic presidential debate, former Vice President Joe Biden, Hawaii Congressman Tulsi Gabbard, Biden alluded to the crime lab scandal and involved with attorneys and whistleblower. 1,000 drug cases are dismissed. Gabbard claims Harris blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man. Biden's claimed that 1,000 drug cases had to be dismissed when Harris' DA is accurate, although Harris has denied knowing that about the problems with the crime lab that triggered those dismissals until the issue became public. Gabbard is correct that Harris did pursue all evidence in the case she referenced, but the innocence of her inmate in question has yet to be determined. Longtime San Francisco public defender Jeff Adachi criticized Harris. Harris is handling the crime law situation back in 2010 and during a January interview with the Sacramento Bee. San Francisco drug lab was shut down after a leading technician who testified on behalf of prosecutors in drug cases found out systematically mishandled drug samples seized from suspects, even consuming some herself. What San Francisco Police Department was responsible for running the lab, not Harris. Not Harris's attorney. A court ruled in 2010. Please link to the ruling. Please link. No, my God. I have to press and hold to prove I'm not a bot. Could a bot not do this? Link to the ruling. Oh my God. Please fucking link to the ruling. Violated defendant's constitutional right, but not disclosing what they knew about tainted drug evidence. The judge wrote in her decision that prosecutors at the highest level of the attorneys knew about matter was not a dependable witness. And the Wall Street Journal. Jeff passed away since then, but I think they were either friends or went to school together. And the Wall Street Journal reported Harris ignored staff recommendation back in 2005, urging her office to establish the defendant's rights policy. Known as the Brady Doctrine, which would have mandated her staff to disclose such information to defendants. Harris has denied being aware of the drug lab issue at the time and noted her office implemented Brady policy after the drug lab scandal came to her attention. She's missed 1,000 cases as a result. Oops. Person running the drug lab. Had a criminal history. And was systematically tampering. Is that the Washington Post? This is the Sacramento Bee. Evidence. Prosecution did not tell this to the defense as is required. I didn't think anyone's blaming me for the lab tech thing, are they? Apparently. Why does it not keep the hyperlink? Look up crime like scandal rock Kamala Harris by the Washington Post. Okay. This. What's her girl's name? Deborah Madden. I do think she's responding for Kevin Cooper. What? I mentioned the Kevin Cooper case down here before. I haven't heard. Is this another rabbit hole that I have to go down now? Obviously, someone falls well because they were supposed to be some kind of routine in place for situations. Yeah, the Brady rule. People had recommended this rule, or a Brady policy, or whatever the fuck. And she didn't do it. Can you, what's the, I'm gonna have to run down this whole rabbit hole now. Governor Gavin Newsom ordered new DNA testing in 1983 on the murder case of Kevin Cooper. Came within hours of execution in 2004 after being charged with the murders of an adult couple of 2 children. Harris opposed the testing when she was State Attorney General. She since said as she supports DNA testing and encouraged Newsom to approve Cooper's request. She did not offer specifics for why she did not approve testing during tenure. In response to the comment, Harris's campaign pointed to a past sentiment with a senator called New York Times columnist last year, telling him, "I feel awful about this. The testing was not yet complete. Whether Gabbard's claim testing would have exonerated him remains an open question. Was he actually executed? Harris defended her criminal justice record on Wednesday night. As Attorney General of California, I did the work of significantly reforming the criminal justice system of a state of 4 million people, which became a national model of the work that needs to be done, and I'm proud of that work." Also, yeah, I found that's the right one. Okay. He's waiting on DNA testing still? How? Because they say technically, you technically used all his appeals, and why hasn't he been executed yet? If he has used all his appeals, why wouldn't he already have been executed? I mean, I just don't know. Because it said it was within hours of execution. So what happened to that? Started looking more into it. But they won't give him DNA testing? That seems dumb, but okay. I think the Innocence Project is looking into it. Okay. Wasn't there just there was that guy in North Carolina who just got executed as well that people think might have been innocent. Isaac was telling me about it earlier. This guy. I mean, he's already been executed at this point, but... Sorry, I thought this was in North Carolina. Guy in Texas, too. This guy was just executed. Missouri executes this guy despite a questionable evidence over evidence. Have to bid for Supreme Court. After the Supreme Court denies final bid for delay. I saw people talking about it on Twitter as well. How do I find this ruling? Find the ruling from that person regarding District Attorney's Cavaliers. Query appears to be based on outdated information. It's not aligned with the most recent. I don't think it's. Check the statuses. It might be a link to the case. What do you mean the statuses? I try. All the hyperlinks are links to nonsense. They're just like links to their own. Back in the day, we did this by hand. It was crazy. I tried searching for the quote because it quotes the ruling here, but it just comes up with this article. Here's the quote. I don't know. I'll find it. Let me talk to this guy for a second. What's up? Hello?
Oh, shit. Hang on. Hold on.
You're good.
Give me a sec here. Oh, fuck. Caught me by surprise. Caught me with my pants down, brother.
Based.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, let me turn off my music. Okay, let me turn on my... Okay. There we go. Right? Hang on. Oh, there it is. There I am.
Oh shit, you got a whole setup.
I got a hole. I do have a hole. I have many holes, but
wow.
Thank you. Alright, what's the discussion? What are we talking about here? What's going on over there?
Hold on, how do I pop this shit out? Okay, there we go. Okay, I guess do you have like a link to the actual court ruling? I've been trying to find the court ruling, and I cannot seem to find it. I just have links to articles talking about it. I'm sure
I can look it up, but it's I doubt it's gonna be like straightforward thing since it's like 30 cases. They're all probably gonna be individual court ruling things, you know.
Well, but I think there was one court ruling that found that her office had violated multiple defendants' rights. It was the court ruling over the lab tech thing where they said you can't be fucking doing this shit.
Did you look through all of the article? Was it not in there somewhere?
Well, it quotes the ruling. I'm just trying to find the actual ruling because what this says is Harris's office violated the defendant's rights. It doesn't say Harris herself knew, and I'm assuming the ruling would go into whether Harris knew or not. Now, she has since denied knowing. She could very well just be covering her ass there, which is why I want to see the...
Yeah. That's like one thing I'm like a little iffy about. Man, I thought at the bottom they would have like references where they got all their shit, but
Yeah, you would think, but I don't know why news articles don't fucking do that anymore. But
I know, dude. It's fucking trash, dude. Like, come on, give me the shit, give me the evidence. All right,
they have hyperlinks here, and like I click them, and I'm like expecting to be linked to the ruling, but instead it just goes to like their own website with like a search for superior court, and it's like, why the hell would I ever even want to do that?
I could look it up later at some point. I came here to have a discussion about because I don't want a bunch of dead air. Dead air is bad.
Well, I was just curious if you had like a thing of that, because I mean,
I didn't have the source. I didn't have like the original source, but yeah, I guess everyone just pulls up the news articles nowadays.
Yeah,
nobody goes like to the source of it.
Well, I just don't know. Either she, I'm just saying it's possible that she, from what I've read, that she didn't know, because she did, basically, there was a memo written in 2005 saying, hey, we should implement something called the Brady Doctrine, which would have prevented this from happening. And she ignored it. She didn't implement it. But then after the scandal broke and became public, then she did implement that rule and dismissed, like you said, like a thousand cases because of it. So,
yeah,
I guess that there's two ways of looking at that. Obviously, either she didn't know, she didn't think it would be a problem, or she did know, and then once it became public that it was a problem, then she only then retroactively did she implement the rule.
Yeah. Honestly, like, if she did know, dude, that's a terrifying thing, though. Like, being in jail for like nothing, for like being an innocent man in jail, dude. That sounds horrifying. Like, I wouldn't know. I've only been to jail for shit I've done. But like, I could only imagine like the horror. You get like, honestly, like the court system, it really fucks up your life. Like, we need some changes to that shit for sure.
I feel like I feel like Kamala Harris would probably be by now more in favor of criminal justice reform than Trump would be. I think Trump did sign the First Step Act or whatever, but which I think had some prison reform things in it. But like Biden also, for example, pardoned a lot of marijuana offenses. Like,
oh yeah, no, like that's definitely a good thing, dude. Like, I feel like for non-violent, like especially marijuana offenders, like, honestly, if they're all like non-violent, any drug offenses, like, let them out, dude. Let them loose.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like, all that shit seems like a waste of. Well, first off and foremost, it seems like a bad thing to do to someone. Like, I don't know. Unless they're like really fucked up, like those people with their like. Have you seen the videos of like the people with like their bones and shit exposed, or like their skull like exposed because they like inject the drugs into the, like their like under their skin? Yeah. Like, I don't know, those guys, get them help. Like, don't fucking give them consent. Grab them off the street, throw them in like a rehab or something, and get them help. But like, if you're just a dude that like got some ecstasy or like got some like weed or some shit, like, yeah, you shouldn't be fucking. You shouldn't get fucked in the ass.
We did see for the first time. We did see a little bit of a drop in overdose deaths recently. Actually, I think we saw like a 10,000 drop in the number of like monthly overdose deaths, which is good. We don't really know what caused it, but
yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's like enough people that like bought the drugs. The fentanyl finally got them,
a theory actually is like there's only a certain number of people that will do drugs, and like so many of those people have already died that at this point it's just going to go down because it's like a virus that's like run out of people to spread to.
Yeah, it's like the Kingsman 2 kind of shit going on, you know? We're all like the drug addict. Have you seen that one? Kingsman 2? Have you seen Kingsman 1?
Nope.
Those are pretty good, like, spy movies, you know? Like modern day, like James Bond kind of thing.
Okay.
But, like, the plot of the second one was they produce, like, a drug. It's, like, super addictive. No, there's, like, this drug kingpin lady. She takes over a bunch of, like, the drug trade. And she puts, like, poison in like, all the drugs. And, like, then, like, the people start... It's literally, like, the fentanyl crisis. Honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, it's literally what's going on with the fentanyl crisis. Like, you know, they put a poison in there and, like, slowly the drug addicts are, like, dying off, dude. Dude, this is the fucking fentanyl crisis. Holy shit. But, yeah, it's like that shit, you know?
Yeah.
And at some point, you're going to run out of fucking junkies crazy enough to go for that shit, which is... sad thing, dude. Like, there's always a chance for redemption. Always. No matter how low you are, dude, you could always come back from that. But
true. So real. Preach to my 4 viewers.
Hello. Hello, few viewers. Hey, don't do drugs. If you do them, make sure there's no fentanyl in it at least, dude. No,
yeah, they sell fentanyl testing kits by now, so.
Yeah, I bet. Oh, all right. Okay. I don't want to get distracted, but like I wanted to talk to you about like the border shit going on and immigration and shit. But like when you bring that up, that like reminded me, there's I didn't know this, but they're still selling like boosters and shit for like the COVID virus and shit. But it's no longer like free. Now it's like $400 or some shit to get a booster. I don't know. I think that's crazy. Yeah.
Who's even getting a booster anymore at this point?
I don't know, dude, but apparently people are, and like, man,
so true, Gorps.
It seems like they're coming out with like a new booster, like the flu, you know, it's like seasonal, and if it's $400,
well, I imagine
crazy.
We were probably subsidizing it during the beginning.
Yeah,
COVID, and then
it was
by now
free.
we moved on.
It was all free shit, and now it's $400 for that shit. But no, I want to talk to you, I wanted to come on here to talk to you about the like economic issues that come with like immigration, like illegal immigration, and with the job market and stuff. Because like I've had some experience with that. I have had my like paycheck cut, and like they were hiring more and more like illegal people, and they did like. They were willing to do like a lower and lower pay cut or like paycheck, whatever, you know, so they were willing to take more pay cuts for it. But like, you know, like for like people that live in the country, the taxes are insane. And that's one thing I'm really adamant about. I'm saying like we should cut like a fucking 9/10 of the taxes that we get paid. Because it's insane. You can get a paycheck that is taxed. You could then send that money over to a friend or something. Like, say they were struggling. That shit gets taxed. Then they'll spend their money on what they need. And that shit gets taxed. Like, we get taxed through every step of the way. And it really adds up. You know, like, day to day, we're spending, like, thousands of dollars. Like a month just getting taxed. Like my paycheck, dude, they take $300 every paycheck I get, and I need that money, man. And so when you like bring in these like illegal immigrants and shit, not immigrants, immigration's good. I am an immigrant. I get like I loved immigration. I feel like it should be smoother. It should be a smoother process. But then again, we get into the issue of like overburdening the system because like we get so many people trying to come in. But that's something we need to figure out. But like with illegal immigrants and shit coming in, like they do take the jobs for a lot less. And if you're like you're an employer, even if you're a small business, especially small businesses are getting railed by the government, dude. They get it bad. So like you're gonna have to make cuts. You're gonna have to make cuts wherever you can, and in the labor market, the cheaper you could get it, the better. And it's gonna keep getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, and that's like an issue people don't look at. It's like you got to look like 30, 40, 50 years in the future, you know? Like it's just going to keep going lower and lower at like the low, you know, the essential work which we need. And I don't know. It's just the big thing is I think it's all just driven by the fact that Americans aren't happy with the living just the livelihood that we have. Like nobody's happy. We can't afford houses. You can't afford to raise kids or anything. So people aren't happy with that shit. So it's kind of like demoralizes people where they don't want to go into the job market for sure. But if you're going to keep bringing these people in like that, I feel like they're bringing them in to subsidize the Social Security that Americans aren't paying for because they're not working. Because you can't, like, I feel like a lot of people don't want to work for...
I mean, the prime age employment is at an all-time high. There are a lot of boomers that retired early during COVID, but prime age employment, which is people aged 25 to 54, that rate is at like 80.9%. That's at an all-time high right now. And unemployment is pretty low. It's at 4.2%.
I mean, how much has the population boomed though, you know? Like, is it high by ratio of what it used to be?
Yeah, it's a ratio. It's 80.9% of the population. So.
All right. Yeah. Well, that's pretty good. Yeah, I don't know that.
I feel like I can agree with you a little bit on some of the taxation stuff. I don't like our tax system in a lot of ways. I think we should probably be. I don't think we should be taxing the same income 7 times. I think we should probably switch to a more streamlined tax.
That's another thing that Kamala was talking about. I know she proposed a bill, or she was like the breaking vote to start taxing people. Tie-breaking vote on the tips one. You probably know about that one. You probably.
Yeah. So she started. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind taxing tips. I think the no taxing tips is kind of a dumb policy. It's a policy that both candidates support because they want to win Nevada, where a bunch of tipped workers live. I don't really have an issue with going after people's tips if they're being under collected. Yeah.
I don't know. Like I mean, that's where you get into the unskilled worker shit, you know, like people are like doing their best to like make the money, and once you start taxing tips and like the tips start not being enough, then you know like they're gonna just replace them with more people that are willing to work for less, which you know who that's gonna be, and that's gonna be an issue because even for them, like a lot of the people a lot of the people I know that are like illegals and stuff, that have been here for years, they are still talking about like it's getting worse and harder for them because like everything like the comfort of living just keeps going down and down and down, you know what I mean? Like
sure. I mean, I'm gonna disagree with you a little bit there. So I mean, the first thing is I don't necessarily think immigrants reduce wages by that much for most people. It seems like most of the empirical data supports that really the only people who do suffer small decreases in their wage are like high school dropouts and like teenagers, you know, the other unskilled people. It seems like a lot of Americans just aren't really willing to do some of these unskilled jobs anymore. There's a bunch of low paying jobs like in Springfield, where people just don't want to live there and they don't want to work in those factories anymore. They go to university towns and they go to New York and Los Angeles and in Texas and they work in tech jobs. I think if we want those communities not to completely die out, then immigration is a good way to fix that because a lot of immigrants are the ones willing to work for in those jobs. Immigrants are, you know, obviously they're a positive labor supply shock, so they might have a small effect decreasing wages there, but they're also like they're a positive demand shock, right? Like they're their labor supply, it can enable business expansion, so new businesses are able to be created because their labor supply enables that. And then B, they have their own consumer demand. They also buy products. Like they're not necessarily doing anything that like a newborn child wouldn't. That newborn, native-born child is also going to decrease wages by some percent, but also they have their own consumer demand that's going to increase wages for other people by some percent. So usually those two things basically cancel out.
Yeah. I gotta ask. You keep saying like immigration. Are you talking like legal immigration or just immigration as a whole, like including like illegal and all that?
I would say. Okay, how are we defining illegal immigration? Are we counting like asylum seekers in that?
No, just like if you went through the process to be an asylum seeker, that's different. If you're here like on a temporary visa or some shit for asylum, that's a lot different than just hopping the border kind of shit, you know?
Well, I think like the big issue right now is technically people are going through the asylum process. It's just really easy to go through that process. Like you can go up to the border. I think you do have to come through a port entry at this point because I think Biden issued his new executive order on that. But I think a big issue is like you can claim asylum and as long as you have, I think you're screened for like some low amount of like credible fear or whatever, and it's really easy to get in through the asylum process. So people are making like fraudulent asylum claims. Obviously, many of those people could have claimed asylum in Mexico or Guatemala or somewhere else, but they know they can go to the U.S. and get a better job. So
yeah, the whole border is pretty fucked. Like, have you heard about the kids with the wristbands and shit?
The kids with their wristband. I heard that story about like the 300,000 missing kids or whatever. I don't know what do you mean by the wristbands, but
all right, I'll kind of give you the gist of the stuff I remember. Apparently, like kids are coming through with colored wristbands, and it's like they're all color coded. Like it's not given to them by the border or anything like that. They're coming with the wristbands. And a lot of them have like numbers on them that are like numbers to sex traffickers and shit. And like the Border Patrol and like the FBI and shit, they've like said, no, we know where these numbers lead to, but like with the policy, they just have to let them through. And like there's different colors for it, for like where they have to go, and it's basically like human trafficking that's not being done anything about it because like of the lax border security that we have. Like, have you heard about that?
I haven't heard about the wristbands before. No.
I don't know. Are you pulling that up or?
Yeah, I was reading a thing on it. Like I don't know, like I think this is obviously an issue, like, but a lot of it's like an issue of our asylum system, which like another issue before I know they were having. So like drug cartels would literally people would pay drug cartels to have them like drop them off at one place on the border, and then the Border Patrol would have to process all of their asylum claims, and then the drug cartels could go through a now unsecure part of the border because Border Patrol's processing the asylum claims and sneak in through there. But like all
Damn, I didn't even know about that. That's smart, but holy shit, dude.
Like all of this is like I think an argument for basically changing our asylum laws, and I have not seen anything from Trump suggesting he wants to do that. The only thing I've seen from Trump is saying that he will completely shut down the border and build a wall. I don't think there's any real policy proposals there. He's the one that shot down the immigration bill in the Senate. That was by no means perfect, but it would have at least done something.
No, I mean, like, with the... All right, you touched on a few things there. Let me start with the last thing you said. With the immigration thing, the immigration policy, whatever, I think we should get rid of omnibus bills completely, because so many times people will like have the front pages be all good shit, you know, like gotta secure the borders, we gotta stop like child trafficking and shit, but then like in the back pages they'd always like put some shit like, oh, give us a raise, you know, give us a fucking $100,000 plus year a raise, you know, kind of shit like that, you know. Like, we should get rid of the omnibus bills, because come on, these politicians aren't doing much either way, you know. Like,
I mean,
make them do their fucking job, but
I don't know. I mean, this was a bipartisan bill, right? So it had, it had trade-offs in both sides, right? Like, there were negotiations. What do you mean?
Yeah. Okay. Like, it might be a bipartisan bill, but like, have that be two separate bills. Then, you know, like, you can't sneak your agenda through with a shield of, we'll secure the border if you give us this, you know, like,
but there would have been,
but
if you split it into two bills, like, neither of those bills would have passed, right? Like, the point is, this is a deal, so they'll actually both get passed. Like,
no, I feel like that's more like holding the other side hostage, and it shouldn't work that way. It should be like, we have one bill right here, this is what it does, do you agree or not? And if they don't, whatever. You know, but you can't do like, this is what you guys want, give us this kind of thing. Like, I don't know. It seems kind of shady, you know.
Like, I mean, I don't know how we would ever solve that. Like, we're a democracy. Like, we
have
we
a
elect
discussion.
people.
Yeah,
but like, if Congress is split, then like, how you ever gonna get? You're not ever gonna get legislation passed by just debating it. Like, I would want there to be like some deal there, so legislation can actually get passed.
No, you got to convince people onto your side. You know, that's the way you have to do it.
But that, we only have elections for Congress, every like 2 years? Like, if Congress is split 50-50, do we just not get to pass almost any legislation until 2 years, where hopefully we get a bigger majority in one party and they can pass legislation? Or,
I mean, if the people really are mad about that, like, if their representatives or Congress or senators aren't representing them, they could always recall them, you know. There's always a recall. Like, if people are thinking like, oh shit, you know, why didn't this guy vote yes on at least stopping the human trafficking that's going on the border? Like, this these argument, like, these this shit should be cut into pieces, and so that people could see what exactly people are voting on. And if the people don't like exactly what their senator or state senator or representative or whatever the fuck is voting on, they could just recall them. You got recalled whenever you want. I mean, you don't have to wait 2 years.
We can recall them, but like, even that process takes time. I'm saying, like, if we have a situation,
it does. Yeah. But then, like, you know, you throw in an omnibus and then nobody votes on it, and now what? Nothing has happened for 1 or 2 years ever since that shit got proposed.
But I mean, I don't know. It seems like we've passed a decent amount of bipartisan legislation. A lot of the bills Biden passed were bipartisan, right? So, like, it seems like these negotiations to pass bills can work sometimes, at least, even if it might have some trade-offs that either side doesn't particularly like.
I mean, yeah, but then doesn't that what's the word?
Incentivize?
Get people incentivize. Thank you. Doesn't that just incentivize people to cause issues, so then they can use that issue to get what they want? Be like if you didn't want the house on fire and I set the house on fire, be like, I'll put out the fire, but you got to give me $1,000, you know, or like, you gotta make the bathroom exclusively for me, you know.
Yeah, you just described what Republicans do every single time that we lead up to the debt ceiling. They hold us hostage.
I'm telling you, dude, it's a uniparty, dude. They're both fucking shit, dude. They just say what they want you to hear, you know. They say what you want to hear. Both of them, they're both just trash, dude. I despise politicians, dude. They suck so bad, man.
I mean, politicians can be bad. That's fine, but I think there's very clear differences in the policy agenda between these two people, and I feel like Kamala Harris is just like almost all better.
I heard a lot of people saying that like Kamala doesn't have any like policy positions. I don't know if that's true or not. Like, I just hear that kind of off the cuff.
I don't think it's true. I mean, I like obviously when she started out, she didn't really have a I mean, she didn't have a policy page on a website. It didn't seem like she was willing to answer too many questions on policy. But like, number one, Trump's policies are tariffs and drill baby drill. That's like all he's said for the past for his entire campaigin. I like his answer on the child care thing. Like, what would you do to bring down the cost of child care? Ivanka Trump, Marco Rubio. Like,
I listened to that one. He fucking rambles. He fucking rambles. But what I think he was trying to say was that he's gonna try to bring like the working class people up in their pay and shit, so like it wouldn't be expensive just because they could afford it. I think that's what he was saying, but I don't know, man. I don't think he was ready for that question, dude. He rambled on that one, dude.
Yeah, all he said is
like,
as much as it's talked about being expensive, it's not in compared to the numbers I'm talking about, including growth. Yeah. So whatever, I don't really know.
Do you know what numbers he was talking about? Because
no, I think he's just rambling out of his ass. I don't think he has any actual plan. I think he just thinks that tariffs will somehow solve everything.
Yeah. I don't like. I gotta say, for Trump, I really do like his I'm sorry, I'm not a smart guy, but like the the like I don't like the policies and shit he has for like the rest of the world. What would you call that? Like
foreign policy.
Foreign policy. Thank you very much, dude. You helped me out a lot. I do like his foreign policies because I do feel like America is kind of turned into the warmonger kind of fucking war state. You know that a lot of the president, or at least one of them, was like warning about, because it's definitely seems like a lot of the economic growth and shit comes from like when we have wars, because like one of the few things that we do produce in America is weapons, and I don't like that. Like, I don't think our economy should be based off like killing people and death, and that's kind of what I feel like he's coming from with the tariffs and shit. Like, he wants to tariff the fuck out of like foreign goods. That way there'll be more of an incentive to bring
Golden Snakey, you should link me stuff
bring
about the
production
Doha
back
agreement.
into the United States.
Yeah, I think Trump did a terrible job of that historically, and Biden actually did do a good job at bringing manufacturing back into the United States. Like what Biden did through the Chips and Science Act and the Inflation Reduction Act is he actually like invested in American companies and like gave them subsidies to build plants here. And for like I think $52 billion in subsidies, he ended up getting like $800 billion worth of private investment in chips manufacturing, which is the exact sector that we need it to be in. Versus Trump just did a more blanket tariff on steel and aluminum.
No. I don't think he could deny the fact that the opportunity zones were a good thing. The opportunity zones.
Well, I'm not talking about the opportunity zones right now. I think I haven't read a ton about them, but I think the opportunity zones were probably good. But wasn't that for like underprivileged communities? Like,
yeah, no, it was for underprivileged businesses and shit. They gave them a bunch of tax breaks and shit like that, so that they could grow their own businesses at home domestically. And dude, anything like that, I'm telling you, dude, tax cuts, that's my thing. And like I don't know about any of the shit Biden did. All I know is when Trump was in office, I got a bigger paycheck just from the tax cuts, and I'm all for that, man. Like,
I mean, are you looking at just taxes, or are you looking at taxes and transfers together? It wouldn't surprise me if just looking at taxes themselves, a lot of people got bigger paychecks under Trump or whatever, because he did cut taxes, which, by the way, we're still on that tax code. But like a lot of what Biden did is like focused on like transfers,
No.
like giving.
No. What do I mean? We're still on the tax code. No, Biden first day, he reversed those policies when he was signing all that shit, reversing everything Trump did. He reversed that tax fucking code, and I know because my fucking paycheck shrank. For sure, my paycheck shrank.
What did he repeal specifically? We're still under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which was Trump's legislation that he passed for tax cuts. I don't. There were some reforms we made, like with the American Rescue Plan and Inflation Reduction Act, but most of that had to do with transfers. Like I said, like giving the expanded child tax credit. Like,
you keep saying the Inflation Reduction. What was in that? What did he do with the Inflation Reduction Act? Because I'm not very familiar with that one.
So some of the big things is, one, I think it included $400 billion in like clean energy investment. I think secondly, it included, I think it was the it was either the earned income tax credit or the expanded child tax credit was in that one. I think it was the expanded child tax credit was in that one. It gave like $1,500 to American families with children. It capped insulin prices at $35 per person per month, I think.
Wasn't that one of the Trump policies, that the insulin cap? Didn't he cap that shit off?
Trump had a voluntary program for only Class D Medicare recipients. The Biden policy was not voluntary, and it was for all people on Medicare, not just Class D Medicare recipients. And Trump's policy was temporary. I think it was just Medicare, but Kamala Harris did say that she wants to cap out-of-pocket expenses for everyone, not just seniors.
Didn't the Trump policy, didn't that include Medicare?
The Trump policy for capping insulin costs was a voluntary program for only Class D Medicare recipients, not all Medicare and Medicaid recipients.
All right, what's Class D? Because I'm pretty sure that shit did include Medicare. Because I'm pretty sure.
Well, Class D
would.
Is
it would involve
a subset of Medicare. It's not everyone on Medicare. It's only Class D people on Medicare. It's like I forget exactly what people at coverage, but I don't know. Medicare Parts A, B, C, and D. I gotta read the thing. But I remember it was a voluntary program that like didn't include everyone, is what I remember. And also, the Inflation Reduction Act gave Medicare the ability to negotiate all drug prices, so they can't be fucking scammed on drug prices. Medicare's prescription drug benefit Part D is the part of Medicare that provides outpatient coverage. Part D is provided only through private insurance companies that have contracts with the federal government. It is never provided by directly by the government.
Medicare, like Medicare, right? Contracted with the government. That's got to be Medicare, right?
Well, yeah, it's provided to private insurance companies that have contracts with the federal government, which is, I'm assuming, private.
Medicare. Yeah, that would be Medicare.
But not.
They're contracted with the government, though.
But not all of Medicare. Is what I'm saying. Hold on, I'm sure they're Trump. Because this is just Medicare Part D. Medicare also has a ton of other parts. When it says Part D is provided only through private insurance companies, I'm assuming what that means is the government is contracting private insurance companies to provide benefits to people. Is what it means.
If there's parts to the Medicare, are some of them private then, or?
Well, I think this is what I think the government is. I think what this means is the government is contracting. Contracting private companies to essentially play part of the role that Medicare usually plays. Trump created a $35 per month cap on insulin for some people in Medicare through a voluntary program that prescription drug plans could choose to participate in, but it did not sign a law to secure the future of the program. Biden and Harris did get a statute passed, and the law created a permanent $35 per month Medicare insulin policy that went far beyond Trump's. The law ensured that all 3.4 million plus insulin users in Medicare, not just some of them, got $35 per month insulin. It also did so through a mandatory cap that not only covers people on Trump's voluntary, that covers more people than Trump's voluntary cap, but also applies to a greater number of insulin products than Trump's did. So.
All right. Okay, I'm just a little confused about it. I guess I don't really know much about the Medicare whole thing to get into it because I didn't even know there was like layers to it. I thought it was all like one thing. But
Well, I think I misinterpreted a little. There's different parts in Medicare which I guess cover different things. So Medicare Part D covers
isn't it
prescription
all
drugs.
free though? Like, do you have to pay for some of them or something?
I think it's I mean, I'm pretty sure Medicare patients still have like copays, and they still. I think some of them still have premiums. I think the premiums are subsidized, but I think they still have them. Some of them at least. I think if you're poor enough, you probably don't pay any. But if you have some level of income, you probably pay.
All right. So did that change? How did that change with the Biden stuff then?
Well, he reduced. Well, the Inflation Reduction Act.
He had like another. Did he do D and C or?
Well, he did all in Medicare. He capped insulin prices, and also on the premium thing, they must have premiums because I remember actually the Inflation Reduction Act included subsidies, or no, I think it included subsidies to people who bought health insurance through ACA marketplaces to reduce premiums for like 20 million people or something.
What's AC again? Sorry, I'm not expert on it. What is ACA?
That's the Obamacare.
American Care Act?
Affordable Care Act.
Right.
Yeah, some Medicare recipients do pay premiums, but for most of them, the government pays a substantial portion.
All right, so does that mean if you're on ACA with the Biden shit, it's all free? Or
it's not all free, it's just cheaper. It's just the government pays some of it.
And Trump's, you only pay if you're like really poor, or
well, Trump didn't do anything on healthcare premiums as far as I know. All he tried to do was try to repeal Obamacare and failed. But
I just mean with the insulin cap.
The insulin. Yeah, Biden did it for everyone. Trump only did it for some people, and Trump did it temporarily through a voluntary thing, and Biden did it permanently through a non-voluntary thing.
Everyone, like, what do you mean with everyone? Like
everyone on Medicare. I think it's Medicare and Medicaid.
Like everyone on the ACA?
No, just everyone on Medicare. ACA just regulates.
I thought
regulates healthcare companies.
I thought that was all the same stuff then.
I'm pretty sure ACA is a little bit before my time. I'm pretty sure all that ACA did or Obamacare did, A, it had some like regulations on what private healthcare companies can do, and B, there's the ACA marketplace is like a government shop for insurance. I don't know exactly how it works, but you can buy insurance through an ACA marketplace, and there's some cooperation between private insurance companies and the government to lower premiums for people who can't afford higher premiums.
I thought ACA was Medicare. I thought the Obamacare was Medicare.
No, I think Medicare's been around for way longer than that. Yeah, Medicare was established all the way back in 1965.
Oh, fucking word, dude. God damn. All right, so Trump lowered it for only a bit of him? And
only some people temporarily on a voluntary cap, yeah.
Temporarily? Well, for how long?
That's a good question. Okay, well, it says he did not sign a statute, a law to secure the future of the program. So I don't know exactly what that means. I'm assuming he probably did it through executive action. I'm assuming what that means is he probably did it through executive action, which could, in theory, just be repealed with the next legislation or next president.
So with Biden, Biden killed it, and then he brought his own thing.
Well, I don't know if Biden killed it or not, but Biden did a more extensive.
If he brought up his own thing, then wait, what else could Biden do then? Because he can't just make laws.
He can't make laws, but he worked with Congress to pass the Inflation Reduction Act. I think that was authored by his campaign. And then, but yeah, like Kamala Harris was the tie-breaking vote in it. He worked with Congress, and his team worked with Congress to get it passed. Who wrote Inflation Reduction Act?
Did Trump try to get it passed through Congress? Do you know if they killed it or not in Congress?
The Inflation Reduction Act would not have been during Trump's term, no.
Yeah, no, not the Inflation Reduction Act. The insulin stuff.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
You don't think he brought it to Congress?
I doubt it. And if it did, it would probably be attached to border wall funding or something the Democrats were super opposed to.
That's what I'm saying we gotta get rid of the omnibus bill, dude. We gotta get rid of it because see, like even there, like if Trump did do that and he hooked it onto like border security shit, then like shouldn't they be both separate? You know.
Well, I mean, I don't like in a democracy. I would expect people to try to come to the table and negotiate, and make concessions for what they want to get passed. I don't really know a better way to do that, but
I mean, bring it issue to issue though. You know, instead of like omnibusing it with like what you said, like if he did attach border security to that shit, like they should be two separate things and. Like, there's some shit we could all agree on, but it just won't get passed because people keep attaching shit that they can get agreed on to with it. And
well, I think a lot of times the reason like we attach things though is to get bills passed. Like if a lot of Republicans didn't want to pass Ukraine aid, they didn't want to give money to Ukraine. So the reason we said, okay, well maybe we'll give you border reform if you give aid to Ukraine. It was part of a deal.
It should be separate then. Like
Ukraine aid's never going to get passed without negotiations for border reform. Well, actually, it was passed eventually once the Republican Party got their shit together. But
then it shouldn't get passed. Like this is a democracy, and if half the people don't want to pass it, then it shouldn't get passed. You know, but like that doesn't mean that like fucking insulin caps shouldn't get passed just because like now it's getting attached to Ukraine. You know, like we should get at least shit we need done, and we gotta have a discussion about like shit like Ukraine later.
But I mean, these are on a time scale. We kind of need to address Ukraine now. We kind of need to address the border now.
I mean,
we can't wait for either new elections in Congress or for people to be recalled or for debate to somehow get settled.
How many years has it been since Ukraine? You know, I feel like
2 years.
It would be,
I think.
Yeah. Like in those 2 years, I'm sure people would have got recalled if the people they were representing didn't like what they had to say about it. They would have been recalled by now, and now we're still in the standstill. You know, like.
But we wouldn't have been in a standstill if it wasn't for Trump, who told people not to pass the bill on Truth Social and I think he called senators to not get it passed as well. Like,
yeah, I don't think you could lay that on him, dude. Because even before him, we've had problems with like the omnibus bill where, like the other party, whatever you want it to be, they try to pass something with an omnibus, and then the other one's like. No, you know, we won't vote on this, you know, like we don't want this, like the main thing you're saying is a good thing, but we don't want the other thing, you know. Like it just causes more division on something simple.
You might not want the other thing, but the issue is the other side wants that thing.
Yeah.
So you take two things the other side doesn't want, and you'd like negotiate.
Again, dude, that's what I'm saying. It's like a scummy thing, like the analogy I brought up earlier with the burning house. You know, like give me the upstairs bathroom, or I'm gonna let the house burn. You know, like kind of shit. It's like you want the house to be put out, but if you don't vote on giving me the bathroom, you know, you might do it out of spite, be like, you know, fuck you, dude, like I'm gonna let the house burn because I don't want to give you the upstairs bathroom like over this, you know. Like,
yeah, you should look up literally every single time the U.S. has run up against the debt ceiling. That is exactly what Republicans do. They say cut spending, or we are literally going to let the U.S. default, even though the U.S. defaulting is probably unconstitutional. But
dude, currency can we have a discussion about the currency in this country? Because it is so fucked up, dude. It is. We have a private entity issuing us debt on the money that they print for us. And nowadays, it's not even printing. Nowadays, it's just fucking, they're typing numbers for us on a computer, and we're getting issued debt on a private company. That is
what do you mean private company? Do you mean the Federal Reserve, or do you mean private
Federal
banks?
Reserve. No, Federal Reserve. They're a private fucking company issuing us debt on the money that we borrow from them to use as our currency, which, how does that even make sense? Like,
well, what do you mean issuing us debt? They can buy U.S. debt. The Treasury is the one that issues the debt, and then the Fed can indirectly buy it, right? But
they loan us money. They loan us the bills on interest.
Oh, so that's what you mean. Sure. Okay.
Yeah. They're like, how are we gonna pay them back anything at all if we're constantly in debt, and the only way to pay off the debt is to borrow more from them to pay off the debt, you know? If I borrow $100 and you're the only one that has $100, and now I have $100, but you're like, next year is gonna be 120, you got to pay me back. I only have $100. How am I gonna pay you back 120 without like getting a 20 from you? But then you're like, that 20 has $5 on interest, you know? Like,
well, when you say our debt, do you mean the government debt, or do you mean private debt, or do you mean like?
It's all the same. It's all debt to the fucking like the debt starts,
is also just money, right?
The debt starts with the Federal Reserve, and then the debt gets passed on to us, the taxpayers, that we got to pay back to the government. That somehow they're gonna pay back more money than they borrowed to the Federal Reserve. That doesn't make sense, dude. That's like what I was saying. Like, if I gave you $100 and I said you got to pay me back 120, but I'm the only one that has dollars, how are you gonna pay me back 120 if you borrowed $100? You can't. You got to borrow more. Like, the whole fucking system doesn't make sense. Dude, have you seen the interview with like the head economics dude, whatever, in the White House? And they asked him to like explain the economics of the United States, and he was like, yeah, and then like the Federal Reserve, they like print the money. Like, he was confused about it. I don't think he understood.
Maybe.
it.
Are you talking about the interview the one person did with Stephanie Pelton?
I don't know who Stephanie is, but no, if you know what I'm talking about when I say that, that's the guy. Yeah, dude,
I
like,
might know what you're talking about.
You know,
I might know
you know, that shit was fucking wild, dude. That shit was wild.
Well,
and
I think the thing I'm thinking of, I don't know if we're thinking of the same thing, is basically when the girl asked like the head of the, I think it was a former head of the Fed or something, like, why are we borrowing from the Federal Reserve when the Federal Reserve can just print money?
No,
I don't know.
That is a good question. What did he have to say about that?
Well, he gave a bad answer. I forget exactly what he said. He gave like a stumbly, like, dumb answer. The real answer is they would cause inflation. There's no reason we can't. There's no reason we can't actually do that. If we wanted to, we could just print money to pay for everything. We don't actually have to pay taxes or anything.
We can't, because it's not us printing the money. It's a private company.
The U.S. government, if they wanted to, could abolish the Fed, and then
they could, and they should. They should abolish the Fed, because why are we borrowing money from a private entity in the first place? Like, the government, like,
well, what's the alternative?
The government prints their own money. The states print their own money.
But we probably don't want monetary policy in control of politicians, right? Because then they could literally just say, hey, we're going to print money and give it to everybody if you elect us, right? Like, that's politicians usually have a pro-inflationary bias is the argument.
Don't they already do that? And if they did do that, like...
Well, they don't already do that because they can't directly print money.
I'm saying, no, like, people were offered money to vote in the last election.
Who was offered money to vote in the last election? I don't think that's
Yeah,
legal.
did you not see that, dude?
What,
It
are you
is.
just gonna say what? Because Biden canceled student loan debt or something? Or
Let me see this.
I don't know if the federal government can give people money to vote in federal elections.
No.
Thanks for the
wasn't
sub,
federal.
Catherine and Bradford. Welcome to the stream.
Really.
But also, like most of our money is debt, right? Like debt creates money.
I know.
Money is debt. Like
I know that's
thanks
not
for the
a
sub, Kai.
sustaining.
Only one of these people.
That shit doesn't sustain shit, dude.
I mean, it seems like we've been sustaining on our fractional reserve system since when was the Fed created?
I don't know. You think it's still doing
Thanks
pretty
for
good
the,
today, though?
Josie, thanks for the stuff, Josie.
Like I get we're off the petrodollar, like America's literally holding guns to other countries, forcing them to use the petrodollar, but that shit's not sustaining, dude. The BRICS fucking nations coming together to form their own currency, that shit's gonna fuck us, dude. Like what is it, like China, Russia,
yeah, China, Russia, South Africa, I think India or something.
Yep. Yeah, South Africa.
I don't know. Seems
India.
like
India too, huh, dude? Those guys
Seems like- I
make our
think-
shit, dude. Dude, those guys make our shit. If they swap to bricks, we're gonna have to be buying bricks dollars to buy our shit from them. Like,
I mean,
and I feel like it's all a part of the plan, because like then the cycle's just gonna restart. Like we're right here. We're rolling, and this is bricks. And it's just rolling. They're gonna come up with a new name for this, a new name. And it's just gonna keep going and over again, because it's literally sustained off nothing, dude. Like it's trash, dude. Like it's fallen, dude. And I don't know. If BRICS takes off, what are we gonna do? If China's not trading in U.S. currency anymore, the dollar is just collapsing, dude. Because all of our shit comes from China, dude.
First of all, if you want to bring back U.S. manufacturing, okay, BRICS is probably actually a good thing. The U.S. being the world reserve currency, basically it appreciates our dollar in foreign reserve markets because everyone needs U.S. dollars. It means there's a lot of demand for U.S. dollars.
Yeah. That also means that we have to keep other countries using the U.S. dollar, which is kind of shit, Like,
well, I think a lot of countries want to use the U.S. dollar because we're the most stable country.
Because it's strong right now, dude. But the only reason it is strong is because we who is the one dude that they accused of using chemical weapons on his own people? I think it was like in Iraq. Was it him?
Yeah, Saddam Hussein in Iraq. Yep.
Yeah, he wanted to get off. I don't want to be on Saddam Hussein's side, dude. Give me someone else. Give me a Cuban guy or some shit. Now, anytime, one of these countries want to get off the U.S. dollar, come on, CIA, dude, they fucking coup them. They coup the shit out of him, because we need other countries. That's why our shit's so strong. Is because other countries do use it out of force.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, what I'm saying is,
I'll give you another example. There's this guy, South African dude. It's probably why South Africa is joining the BRICS nations and shit. But this guy, he wanted to get off the U.S. dollar and shit, because the U.S. dollar wasn't supporting their country enough. People get tired of being America's bitch, and well, you could probably guess what happened to him. Any nation that tries to get off the petrodollar, they get the leader gets killed.
I don't know if we do that. Maybe we did in a code war. I don't know if we do that anymore. Didn't Saudi Arabia agree to start selling oil in euros now too?
They do it, dude. They do it. Shit has not changed. I know people want to think that, but the shit just does not change. People just stay on the same old.
Why would Saudi Arabia? I thought Saudi Arabia also started selling their oil in euros or something as well, but maybe not. But
yeah, well, anyways, the whole point of it, since we're on the petrodollar, dude, once that shit collapses, like what are we gonna do if like our money is backed by the gun that we're holding against other nations' heads? If they find out the gun's not loaded and they walk away, like what do we have, you know? So it is really, it's really a bad thing, because like for us, we're gonna take the brunt force of it, but I feel like the people that are like the head honchos, like the rich of the rich of the rich kind of people, they could jump ship whenever they want, you know. Like a lot of these people are already fucking swapping their US for like euros and shit. So like the US dollar's not gonna stay up for long unless we like actually back it by something instead of like debt, you know.
Well, I mean, again, the first thing I'm going to mention is having the U.S. dollar be strong isn't always a good thing. I think even Trump wants to depreciate the dollar because that helps brings American manufacturing back. The U.S. dollar being strong really means the U.S. dollar is expensive for other currencies to buy. That means other currencies have a hard time buying our exports. So the U.S. dollar going down in value is going to help American exports because it makes our exports cheaper relative to other countries, which increases our GDP as well because exports are included in GDP. But like, I think a lot of the fears about this are probably over exaggerated. I don't like China's been in a recession since COVID.
Nah,
like
I don't think it is, dude. I don't think it is because how much money do we make off exports, and what are those exports? You know, I feel like a lot of our exports are just like cultural shit. You know, nothing we make is like exported from America. Like, what are people buying that's exported from America like entirely?
I don't know. I mean, we're definitely a service economy for the most part by now. Yeah. So like a lot of our exports are whatever financial shit. I mean, it's true we don't manufacture a lot of things anymore, but that's because we
that's a problem. And if the US dollar like just fucking keeps going down and shit, why would they trade with us? What would they trade with us for? You know, we don't have anything. We don't have any exports. Our shit's dead, dude. And that's why I feel like bringing this shit back is gonna be really important. Like, yeah, we have like fruits and shit, you know, that you could buy, but other countries make those fruits too, you know. Like, if it gets too much, they're just gonna go to the other people, buy their shit from them.
Yeah, well, apparently a biggest export is oil.
The main reason these other countries are buying our shit is because we give them money to buy our shit with our own money, you know? Like, if I give you $1 million and was like, yo, I got a bunch of oil, dude, you know, give me $1,000 for it, you'd be like, all right. That's the whole thing with like us giving away all this money for like foreign aid and shit. It's like, no, it's not for foreign aid. Like, these countries, they'll just take that money and they'll use it to buy shit from us. It's I don't know. Have you ever seen that do you watch Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
No.
All right. It's a really good show. It's funny as hell, dude. You should watch it. It's stupid as hell. But there's like an episode where they make their own currency and they go out to like the homeless, like there's a bunch of homeless people in front of their, like these guys own a bar and shit. And, you know, one day there's a bunch of homeless people around and they're like, how do we capitalize off this shit? So they print their own money, like Dave and Buster's kind of shit, and they go around giving away their money to people, you know, and they give away a bunch of these shamrock bucks or whatever the fuck to these people, and they come into and like they're like, oh, you can only spend it here, you know, and they get all these people coming in, and they're spending their own, like, the money they printed at this place, which is us. Which is America. Like, I don't think that was like the fucking plot of it, but
yeah,
like, it's just a good analogy. So they're like spending the money that they printed at their own bar, and they keep getting these people back and back, you know. Like, that's kind of how it works, you know. We give money to other countries, and these other countries spend their money on us, and it keeps our economy going, but it can't last forever. Because it's literally, we're giving them money, and they're spending it here for nothing. It's nothing to them. Because, like, we're like, here, have free gas. You just got to give us the paper back, you know.
I mean, I'm sure we could maybe find some examples of that, but like we
need like a complete alteration of like our economic system, because this shit does not work, and it pisses me off, dude. Because like, man, with inflation and like taxes and shit, like the taxes keep the inflation down because they got to pull money out of the system because they're giving it all away to like other places.
Is he secretly an MMT or what?
It's just insane, dude.
I mean, you're not entirely wrong. Taxes can bring inflation down if they reduce aggregate demand, but like, inflation, first of all, is already back down. We're back down to about 2% inflation right now. We just cut rates.
Now you got to look it up, dude. They changed the metrics of how they calculate inflation.
Just when in 1983?
No, like in like 2021 or some shit. No. When did they, hang on. They changed it not that long ago. When inflation, like after, like during COVID shit, they changed the metrics of how you calculate inflation.
I mean, depending on what metric you use to calculate inflation, it changes all the time. Like the CPI has to track.
It's been the same for years and years and years. And then when inflation started getting really bad, they changed it so it go back down. I'm telling you, dude, the real inflation numbers, it's fucking wild, dude.
I mean, I'm aware that they changed how it was calculated in 1983, and people talk about that a lot. I'm aware of shadow stats, fake stats on inflation, but I'm inclined to, for the most part, trust the Bureau of Labor Statistics. I think they had a good reason to change it in 1983. I'm not aware of any big changes that they made in 2020 or 2021. If you can link something on that, then maybe we can look at that. But
all right, let me look it up, dude, because I'm telling you, man, inflation is, if you calculate it how they used to, it's a lot worse than what it is now, how they calculate it. Like, it makes sense, though. We've been spending money like a motherfucker. Like, even Trump, dude, he spent money like a bitch, dude. And now we're spending even more money. Like, obviously, inflation is going to go up with that. Like, the more money is out in circulation, the more inflation is going to go up. And the more they're going to have to raise their taxes to decrease that inflation. But at some point, the system's going to have to collapse. And they're going to have to go into a recession just to reset it.
Oh, we've avoided recession so far, unlike most European countries. But
doesn't mean it's not coming. That's
one. When you say print money, I think that can be a little misleading, because a lot of times what people are talking about is QE, quantitative easing, which can be printing money, and also sometimes isn't printing money. The reason why QE looks like printing money is basically just because what we count as money. QE increases bank reserves, and decreases the amount of assets held by private firms, and we count bank reserves as money, but we don't count their assets as money. But it doesn't necessarily increase total aggregate demand. Now, what can happen if the government is spending money at the same time QE is happening, the Federal Reserve can end up basically financing the purchases of government bonds, which that can have the effect of printing money. But otherwise, which is like what happened during COVID. But otherwise, like I sound like examples of what can happen in the little chat on the side. You can see, banks have cash reserves, and they have money, and they have like the financial like assets they hold. And when we do QE, basically what the Federal Reserve is doing is they're buying parts of the financial crust from the banks And now the Federal Reserve has those assets. It has them on their balance sheet, and the banks have the money, but it's not necessarily printing money all the time, but sometimes it can be. And secondly, like, there are reasons to print money. There can be positive trade-offs to printing money usually. Have you ever heard like of the term paradox of thrift?
Oh, what's that?
So the idea is basically an increase in individual savings will actually lead to a decrease in total savings throughout the economy, and a decrease in total output, which can like keep us in a recession. So you can imagine, you know, if I start saving more money because we're in a recession, or I think we're going to be in a recession soon, that means my spending is falling, which necessarily means someone else's income is falling, which means now they're spending less money, which means someone else's income is falling. And what this can end up doing is decreasing consumption, and that decreases everyone's income, which in turn decreases total savings and total output. So usually we want to print money so we stabilize what's called effective demand, so people keep spending their money. That's usually why we want to print money. And then there's also probably positive effects on employment. Usually aggregate demand shocks are going to move inflation and unemployment in opposite directions. So if the government gives people a huge stimulus bill, it might increase inflation, but also we're going to decrease unemployment.
All right. Yeah, I just sent you the thing on the general chat, and I'll be right back. I got to take a piss real quick.
Okay.
But BRB, take a look at that.
It says from 2023, which is after the inflation spike. US CPI calculation methodology would change from January 2023 onward. Not only will global investors, stock market more closely be aligned with the consumer price index, but also be looking for the inflation numbers, which will reflect the new methodology for the first time. We'll release the United States inflation numbers on a method used to calculate CPI exchange release. One marked the beginning with new transitional yearly weights. Addition, but the release is, so yeah, it just changed the weights. In addition, with the release of the new data, new vehicles will have been a methodological change for the first time. That estimates most recent cyclical trend and short-term fluctuations. I don't really know what that means. Starting with the February 2023 publication of CPI data for January 2023, the BLS will annually revise the CPI weights based on a single calendar year data utilizing consumer expenditure data from 2021. This differs from the prior method, which updates weights using 2 years worth of expenditures data for 2 years. Okay. So do you know roughly how CPI is calculated?
Now or back then?
Back then and now. I mean, like,
no to both. Then.
Yeah. So basically, what the CPI does is it tracks a fixed basket of consumer goods. So they look at a bunch of goods that people regularly buy, like chicken, like fucking furniture, like used cars and new cars. They track all these things. And now, you know, the price of homes and the price of, you know, basic goods like milk matter more to people than the price of ice cream or other goods like that. So what they do is they assign each of these weights. So they say, we're going to weight like housing 30%. So, you know, the price of housing going up 1% is reflected more in inflation numbers than the price of ice cream going up 1%. This methodology, which they changed in 2023, which was after the big spike in inflation. The big spike was in 2021 and 2022. This is after that big spike. What they changed was just how often the weights were calculated. So they try to change these weights based on, you know, how much consumers are buying the thing. So if people start buying less chicken, then they start weighting chicken less because they don't want to weight something super heavily if people aren't buying it anymore. What they did is this just changes how often the weights are adjusted. So now the weights are adjusted every year based on a single year of data versus updating them every 2 years based on data from the previous 2 years. So they just update the weights more frequently now.
That still doesn't moot my point of they changed the calculations for inflation.
Well, they changed it but they change it, yes, but they just they changed it to actually this is probably more accurate. They are changing the weights more often. First of all, they only changed this in 2023. after the big spike. So the big spike in inflation we saw in 2021 and 2022 would still be accurate. And then the fall that we saw in 2023 would still be accurate. But
and the last one we saw, well, 2021 and 2023 were rising. And then
I
like
believe
now
it
it's like going down.
began to fall late 2022. Fred CPI. I believe it spiked in like June 2022 or something. At a graph, percent change year over year. It reached its highest in June 2022. Predicted it, always knew it. And then it began to fall since then. And yeah, it reached 3% in June 2023. They changed it, they said, in January. So we would have still seen like a 2 point or 3 point fall before they changed the methodology even. I don't know why we would expect it not to continue to go down anyway. But we also have different metrics of inflation, which all show, like CPI isn't the only way to measure inflation. So you can use PCE or you can use the harmonized index, both of which also show a lot of disinflation at the same time.
All right. CPI was the one that changed. And I'm sure the other systems changed along with it. But how can we like have a like accurate read of shit if they just keep changing it? You know, like I get the whole thing with the weights and shit like that, but shouldn't that like factor into the issue? You know, like what, since nobody's buying houses anymore, like that's gonna lower the inflation? Like that doesn't make sense. Like,
Unless they're gonna decrease the weight of housing, because yeah. Although I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure they still have housing. I don't know if they have ever adjusted the housing weight down. I'm pretty sure they still have it at 36%. Or it's like 22%. I think it's higher in PCE, but I mean, yeah, the reason, yeah, oh no, shelter's at 32%, food is at 13.99%, energy's at 7.54%. I don't know how often they adjust the housing prices, but like we do this to try to more accurately measure inflation. Like previously, like I said, we were only adjusting the weights every 2 years. It's probably a better measure of inflation to adjust it every 1 year. Usually.
All right, you say it was every 2 years, but the last time they changed it was in 1980 something, right? So why didn't they change it every 2 years?
Well, the article you sent me says that previously they used to revise weights based on 2 years of data every 2 years, but now they revise weights based on 1 year data every year. The thing I was referring to with 1983 was the last time they majorly changed the methodology for CPI. Yeah. I just like the demand for housing probably doesn't change that much, so I don't know when the last time they changed the housing weight was, but I doubt that they changed the housing weight significantly that often. And again, there are other measures of inflation that we can look at too that show even lower measures of inflation. Yeah. Usually CPI shows the highest measure.
Yeah, I don't know. We got to look at like one of them and figure out the change of it. But now I'm telling you, like with the changes and shit, like it's not just in the weights of it. Like that's just gonna affect how you calculate it. Like they changed how you calculate inflation for sure.
Yeah, but to be more like, there are probably legitimate reasons to change how we calculate inflation, right? They're just changing how often the weights are adjusted. They're not changing it in any significant way that would make inflation seem like artificially low.
I don't know. Like if think of it like in a national security standpoint. Wouldn't the government want to keep the the real inflation numbers down?
Well,
like they would have good reason to keep the real numbers down.
Not
because
so the Bureau of Labor Statistics is the people who measure it.
Yeah.
They probably want to give an accurate measure to the Federal Reserve because the Federal Reserve is looking at these numbers to make their interest rate decisions. And there would be really negative effects if the Federal Reserve was getting bad data. Like, if inflation was artificially low and the Federal Reserve saw that and then decided to cut rates, inflation would then be pushed higher, which would, it'd be a spiral because it'd make it even harder and harder to hide every single time. And also, the economy would be fucked. Like, I don't see any good evidence that anyone is influencing the Bureau of Labor Statistics to calculate inflation in an artificially low way. Yeah.
You know. God damn, dude.
I'm banned on Twitter for 3 days because I spam liked my own shit. Dude, I saw a video of someone spam liking and it adding likes over time, and I was like, there's no fucking way this shit works. And I just spam liked my own post and it works. What are you looking at right now? What are you trying
to? I got a little something. You got to go down to. You got to scroll down a bit here to the controversy over CPI and then the changes in methodology. My big concern with that one is how can you accurately calculate shit if you keep changing it? You know.
Well, usually they want to change it. First of all, I don't think they changed it significantly that often, but you probably want to update the weights as often as possible to accurately reflect what consumers are buying. Like, that's why we change it. What were the changes here? Describe CPI, cost of living, blah, blah, blah. This just says factors adding to the controversy, but it doesn't go into what they changed. Change in methodology. Over the years, methodology has undergone various metrics. According to the BLS, changes remove biases that overstated the inflation rate. The new methodology takes into account changes in quality goods and the effects of substitution. Substitution to changes to consumers. So yeah, this is adjusting the weights to account for substitution bias. The results tend to be a lower CPI. Critics view the methodological changes as a switch from a COGI to a COLI. It's a purposeful manipulation that allows the government to report a lower CPI. I don't know what is COGI. Oh. Cost of living index versus a cost of goods index. When did they make these changes even? They made these changes in... They don't tell me. Why would they tell me? Yeah, it would not be a very big change. I mean, the reason they started doing this, I don't know when they started doing this, was because CPI suffers from substitution bias. And it doesn't account for quality improvements in goods and services. That's the they tried to make it a more accurate measure of inflation again, but this is a I don't know when they started doing this, and I don't imagine the effect would be that big anyway. But
so wouldn't it be indicative of all these changes be indicative of the inflation constantly going up and them trying to lower it by changing it. Because if you had it on like a base level from the start, it'll be much higher now. So like, doesn't it seem like they're constantly changing the metrics of like the way they calculate the shit just to improve their numbers?
Not at all. I don't know. Just because they changed the methodology slightly, which is, yeah. I can't imagine this would have a big effect.
How can you have an accurate read of anything if you keep changing the methodology?
Because you're changing it to make it more accurate.
Is it making it more accurate though?
Yeah, I don't know how much you know about the different measures of inflation, but like CPI often suffers from what's called substitution bias, and whereas PCE doesn't, but PCE has other drawbacks. So I think what they started doing is they tried to better account for substitution bias, because with CPI, there's concern that if you're tracking a fixed basket of goods, only the goods in this basket, if something else comes along that is not in the fixed basket of goods, you don't track inflation for that. And there's a substitution effect, which can overestimate inflation. But do you know when they made these changes? I don't even know when this says updated December 2nd, 2023. So
2023 probably.
But we already started seeing disinflation after June 2022.
Dude, I mean, if you just look at the charts going back 10, 20, 30 years, they're just constantly going higher. Like, I don't know what they added to the basket to account for that, but ever since then it's been going higher, and then out of nowhere it just drops. Like, what did they add into the basket? What weights did they change to make it drop so much?
Well, I think the price of things probably just stopped rising as much.
Have they though? Because everything
Do you think prices are still rising at 9% per year?
I think everything here is higher. At least here, everything here is higher than it was a year, 2 years, 3 years ago.
Sure, that makes sense, but that doesn't mean that prices are still rising at 9% per year. Do you know what the difference between like cumulative inflation and just inflation is?
Explain that to me.
So inflation is just the rate at which prices are increasing. So when inflation goes down, it just means the rate at which the prices are increasing goes down. It doesn't mean the prices themselves go down. Cumulative inflation is all the price increases over time, essentially. So cumulatively,
Isn't that
obviously.
Isn't that the same thing though? Okay,
if the price of something is $1 and inflation is at 9%, it'll go up to $1.09. If inflation then falls to 2%, it'll go up. It'll be $1. Whatever 2% of 109 is on top of that. But that 9% inflation is still there. It's still added to the product. It's just been another 2% on top of that rather than another 9% on top of that. Cumulative inflation is all the price increases. So you would say there's been a 11% increase in the cumulative inflation there.
What is it, like 5 years versus yearly or something?
Usually we measure inflation.
Cumulative would be like 5 years.
Well, cumulative you can do any time span. Usually inflation is measured like year over year, but I mean you can do month over month too. There can be month over month inflation. How much it increased in a certain month.
Cumulatively, inflation has been rising since
cumulatively inflation, yes, has been rising since all of forever, essentially. Yes.
Wouldn't that be indicative that inflation has been rising? I mean,
no,
it might
because
go down.
Inflation is the rate at which the prices are increasing. The rate at which they're increasing has fallen.
I get that. Yeah, I get that, but it's still rising.
Cumulative inflation has risen. Yes, it has not gone down. We probably don't want it to go down.
Yeah, but inflation itself, it's still not at zero.
We probably don't want inflation to be at zero.
Why not?
One, because the Fed doesn't want to have rates high enough to keep inflation at zero, which restricts growth and will probably put us into a recession.
Who's
and two,
growth?
because the economy's growth.
Is it restrict? How would that? If we had
when interest rates are high, it's more expensive to take out loans, and banks don't lend as much, which decreases investment and consumer spending.
Yeah. So if the Fed isn't giving us money, the inflation goes down. If the Fed isn't printing money, the inflation goes down. But if they do print money, the inflation goes up.
That's not what I'm. Yes, but that's not what I'm really talking about right now. Do you know the Fed sets interest rates, right? The federal funds rate, and so the idea is
the private entity sets rates on the money that they're lending out to us.
Kinda. It sets the fund. So it sets a few different rates. It sets
that is what it is, dude.
Well, it sets the federal funds rate, which is the rate at which banks can lend to each other on an overnight lending basis, and that ends up having effects on the interest rate everywhere,
of their own
basically.
Money.
Of the bank, of the bank's money. The Fed also has what's called
the Federal Reserve's money.
The federal funds rate.
Reserve money.
The federal funds rate is not about the Federal Reserve's money. The discount rate is about the Federal Reserve's money.
All the money, all U.S. dollars are federal money, dude.
Okay, yes, but that not all money is on the Federal Reserve's balance sheet. That's what I'm. The federal funds rate is the rate at which private banks, not the Federal Reserve, can lend to each other.
Are you talking like euros or some shit? Because
I'm saying the money in my bank account is not included on the Federal Reserve's balance sheets. Obviously, the Federal Reserve could have printed that money, or maybe a private bank printed that money. But
it was at some point when they lent it out to your bank.
You know, the private sector also creates money, right? First of all, not the Fed isn't the only one that controls the money supply. The private banks also create money when they give out loans.
Who else? Well, they got to ask permission from the Federal Reserve
to give out loans.
To give out money, yeah, because the Fed owns the money.
The Fed doesn't. They doesn't own the money.
Who else can create money?
Private banks can create money when they give out loans.
How did they do that? How does a private bank create money?
Okay, there's two different theories, both of which allow them to create money.
Theories?
Yes, because economists don't agree. Okay, there's the fractional reserve theory, which in this case would mean they...
Shouldn't there just be like this is how they do it? Why is there theories?
Because economists can't agree on anything. Okay, so... either...
What's there to agree on, though? Like, the money comes from somewhere.
Yeah, we don't know.
Did the banks keep it secret?
Well, there actually wasn't any studies on it until 2014. The study that came out in 2014, I don't know. No one wanted to measure it until then. Apparently, the study that came out in 2014, basically sided with the idea that banks can create even more money than other people thought. So there's two different theories that would allow private banks to make money.
How did they create it?
Okay, so either if you buy into the fractional reserve theory, basically it states that banks only have to keep a fraction of their reserves. When they give out loans, they only have to keep a fraction in reserve. Right? So basically, when they grant a loan, if the reserve ratio is 10%, 90% of the money that they loan out is new money.
Where's the new money come from?
It's created out of thin air. If they have $10 in deposits, they can loan out. The reserve ratio is 10%, then they can loan out like $100 and $90.
Who's authorizing that? Who's giving them permission to create that money? Because as far as I know, you can't just print your own money unless you're the Fed.
Well, banks can.
Unless you're the Fed, you just can't. Because the Fed has a monopoly over all the money. There's no way a bank.
So the Federal Reserve sets the reserve ratio, which determines how many reserves banks have to keep, which has an indirect on the money supply.
Yeah,
but private banks, when they give out loans, create new money.
So it's the Fed. The Fed's creating the money then. The Fed.
Well, it's not the private bank is the one that's creating the money. They just set the reserve ratio, which, depending on who you ask, because economists disagree about this too, it determines how much money private banks can create. But so
it's the
Federal Reserve.
it's the Fed giving them the permission then.
Well, we as a society give Congress and
I think that's
Fed.
an issue. I think that's a problem.
Well, I don't know how you would fix it.
We should figure something out, because the Fed's literally giving permission to banks to fucking make their own shit, man. Like,
well,
that's what you're saying.
This is how money creation works. Also, again, depending on who you ask, a lot of economists believe in credit creation theory, which states that banks don't actually need deposits at all to give out loans, which is even crazier. They can just create as much money.
That's an issue. That's just gonna keep fucking adding to the inflation.
But this is how banks have always worked.
Printing money for nothing, then you can't make something out of nothing.
Well, like everything is trade-offs, yeah. But like we discussed this earlier, don't you think that quote unquote printing money probably has a trade-off of decreasing unemployment?
No.
Really?
I think if the dollars was worth more than what it is, you'd see a rise in employment. Because right now people are working and you buy less with your dollar. The dollar's dying. So if you keep buying less with your money, like, why not fucking just take the money from like welfare or unemployment or some shit? Because
we're gonna run down this one example, and then I need to go back to the interest rate thing.
Yeah, because if inflation keeps rising and shit, and the base pay doesn't increase, like what is it? The cost of living right now is like $35, and like minimum wage is like 20 or some shit. Like, it's not gonna be worth fucking working your ass off to get the same amount of money that like the government will just give you, you know. So I feel
I want to run down this example really quick. Okay, so if the you would say that like a lot of the government spending during COVID probably increased inflation, right? Because we literally gave people stimulus checks, sure.
Oh,
do you think that also increased their demand?
No, a lot of people put their money in their bank and just kept it.
Even with that, you're correct. We have graphs showing this. Excess savings increased a lot during COVID. One, they spent it later. That's actually part of the reason why inflation didn't go up much during Trump's term, was because a lot of people took that money and saved it. And then during Biden's term, when the economy reopened, they started spending that money, and excess savings decreased quite a bit. But one, there's a substitution effect there. Basically, if I have more money in total, I may use this money to pay down my debt, but that means the other money I have can now go towards buying anime pillow woman. I was trying to think of a grotesque example, and that's the most grotesque thing I could think of.
Anime waifu pillow, dude.
Yeah, anime waifu pillows, exactly.
Yeah, get some furry suits and shit, dude.
Yeah, so we can imagine this is probably on net going to increase demand for fursuits, right?
Where's the fursuits being made, though? That's another issue, though. Because even if we do have more money, where's all that money going to, you know?
Well, the money's going to the fursuit companies, which then can afford to hire more workers, right? And it can afford to expand its business because there's more demand, so it has to adjust to that.
And it's not here. It's not here. We don't produce shit. We don't produce furry suits. I've checked. No, I'm just kidding. But
we did see unemployment go down, though. We saw unemployment reach like a bottom of like 3.5%, and then it slowly has climbed back up to 4.2% because interest rates are high.
That shit would have been an alley-oop if during COVID we gave out the stimulus checks and then brought a lot of the manufacturing back to the United States. That shit would have been a slam fucking dunk, dude. That would have been an alley-oop slam dunk. But that didn't happen. Like, we got our fucking stimmies, and once everything recovered, well, during the lockdowns and shit, a lot of the shit went down to like Amazon and stuff. When it opened up, it went to Walmart and, you know, like cheap places like that. And where did they get their shit from? Yeah, it's not from here, that's for sure. Like, the money, it left the system, and I don't know, if we brought back manufacturing here during COVID times, like when the economy reopened, that shit would have fucking been booming.
Okay, well,
but then again,
and then we gotta get back. Okay, kind of three things. We got to get back to the interest, because I want to talk about why the Fed sets interest rates where it does and why 2% inflation is probably a good thing. Okay, so one, we kind of did do that. Like, I sent 3 graphs. You can see manufacturing employment increase, manufacturing spending, your factory construction increase because of the Chips and Science Act. A lot of money got spent in at-home American manufacturing, specifically for
chips.
Specifically for chips and stuff.
That's Navita, dude. Yeah, I know that, dude. I made bank off that for sure, but that's not gonna be enough to sustain the like entire system. Like, you need more than just like Silicon Valley to hold up America and like Hollywood with their culture fucking exports to sustain America and Americans. Like,
I mean, we'll talk about it in a second, but like, yeah, but like U.S. growth has been really, really strong post-COVID. Stronger than like almost any other country. It's strongest of the G7, strongest of like of any country that did it besides like Ghana, which discovered a big oil field and they're able to just grow off of that. If you can pull up an example of a country that had stronger growth than us, go ahead. Like, that's not that of a developed country, I should say, but
hang on. God, I hate. I wish I had my own Jamie or some shit that would be like, pull this up.
Yeah, I mean, like, real GDP is higher than pre-COVID projections, so it's you know. I have so many graphs I can send of how much.
I mean, I'm not gonna deny that those sectors definitely grew, but I don't attribute that to like being out of inflation or out of COVID with the stimulus and shit. I attribute shit. I attribute that to like
Science Act.
Yeah. I attribute that shit to the rise in fucking AI, dude. Like. That's where the boost came from. It was the rise of AIs, not that like we came out of fucking COVID.
Well, I'm not saying the boost was necessarily because of COVID. I'm just saying we did bring back American manufacturing, at least in these industries, while COVID was going on, like you said you want to do. We did do that. That is something that Biden did do.
Yeah,
most of it wasn't because of the COVID stimulus, although some of it probably was just because a lot of people spent their stimulus checks on tech products because we were all locked inside. It's real. I saw a graph today of like the job openings in the tech industry, and like there's a big spike around 2022, and it goes right back down after the lockdowns all ended. So some of it probably was because of COVID stuff, but the point I was trying to prove there was, one, that we did see a lot of growth in American manufacturing. Secondly, American growth, like just GDP and GDP per capita. GDP per capita might be a bit lower, but has been really, really strong compared to other developed countries.
Okay, yeah. Another point I fucking completely glossed over was that how low did America go, and what's the baseline of growth here? Because if you're saying from COVID we grew a bunch, yeah, it's because everything got unlocked. You know, everything stopped being locked down. But back to the other point, Sweden, they locked down for a bit, but then they unlocked, as did Pakistan and Bangladesh, and they experienced a steady growth. They didn't. I mean, Sweden got a little dip in the beginning, but then once they unlocked everything, they started growing. So, like, I think what you're attributing to like this growth to is the fact that we went like this straight down, and then like now we're growing back to like the point where we were since
we recovered, since we reached pre-COVID GDP. First of all, we dipped the least. Like, I sent a graph of all the G7 countries so you can see we dipped much the least, and then we grew, we rebounded fastest, and then since we reached our pre-COVID GDP, we've still been growing fastest. Again, real GDP is higher now than we projected it would be pre-COVID. Before we knew COVID would be an issue, we projected GDP would be at 100 trillion or whatever. It's way more than that, but 100 trillion. And right now we're at 101 trillion. Like, we beat pre-COVID projections. We're balling when it comes to real GDP. I think real GDP per capita, we do fare a little bit worse. I think we're still number one out of the developed countries.
Yeah, it says the GDP growth rose 2.5% compared to 2022.
For Sweden, I'm pretty sure we're more than that.
No. I'm saying in America. In America.
Okay.
It's Sweden. I don't know, dude. Let's see Sweden.
I know we can check. Sweden, real GDP, 6% in 2021, and then it's been like it was negative 0.2% in 2023. It was 0.22% so far in 2024. It was 2.66 in 20. So, U.S. real GDP. I think that's almost all lower.
Sweden was 2.6. We were at 2.5. So they got us by 1%.
Hold on. Link me the thing.
Shit. Hang on. Hang on. I'm on the fucking. I got the fucking AI shit, dude.
Okay.
Got the fucking AI shit.
I'm trying to find. Okay, I got it. Okay. So,
all right, you got it.
In 2021, Sweden beat us by a little bit. In 2022, Sweden beat us by a little bit too. In 2023, though, we beat Sweden by a whole lot. Sweden had negative 0.2% growth, and we had 2.53%. In 2024, Sweden has so far had 0.22%, and we had 2.73%. So I think our cumulative growth is higher than Sweden post-COVID. I know our cumulative growth is higher than the EU post-COVID. The point I was just trying to point out here is initially the two things I wanted to prove was that there's probably a trade-off between spending this money and causing some amount of inflation, but also having all this growth and also having unemployment be super low. So we saw unemployment be super low. Unemployment is still pretty low. It's at 4.2%.
Yeah.
And we had all this growth that other countries didn't necessarily have.
Yeah, I won't disagree with you where spending does grow our economy, but the issue I have with that is the reasons for why it grows our economy. Because, we're not spending the money on us. A lot of the COVID fund and shit that went out to other countries.
Okay.
And
so this is the second point that we're going to address, and then I got to get back to the interest rate thing. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
It's a petrodollar shit.
You say this money goes out of the system or whatever.
Yeah.
If what do you mean? You mean we buy imports from China? Obviously we have a huge trade deficit with China, or what do you mean?
No. I'm talking about the petrodollar method of ensuring our dollar stays afloat, kind of stuff. Getting other countries to use our money.
But how does that make U.S. money go out of the system? Is what I'm asking.
What do you mean out of the system?
Well, you said this money is helping us grow by going out of the system or whatever.
No, I'm saying that we send it to other countries for them to spend it, which strengthens our dollar.
Okay.
So which keeps our dollar afloat, basically. And
I mean, I'm talking about the stimulus checks and things. That money might go to other countries when people buy goods from other countries, but that's it really.
No, I'm talking about the government just sending the money over to other countries.
How much do you think we spend on foreign aid? We spend less than 1% of GDP on foreign aid.
Brother, it's more than 1%, dude.
No, it's not. It's less than 1% of our federal budget, which means it's way less than 1% of GDP. There's no shot. This was in 2019, $39.2 billion for the fiscal year 2019, which is less than 1% of the federal budget. And considering our federal budget is less than our GDP, is way less than 1% of GDP. Although obviously that probably increased with Ukraine.
Hang on, hang on. In 2020, we spent 3.9 just on Afghanistan, 3.3 Israel, Jordan 2.5. I don't think that's right, dude.
Of our
Way
federal
more.
budget or of GDP or in billions of dollars? That might be
billions.
true. In billions of dollars, that might be true, but like $2
Yeah,
billion is
what'd
way
you
less
say?
than 1% of GDP. Like,
No, it says we spent 3.9 just on Afghanistan alone.
what, $3.9 billion?
Yeah.
That's not in terms of the federal budget and our GDP. That's nothing. That's way less than 1%. 3.9
Yeah,
billion.
no,
We
yeah.
shit that. Like,
Yeah, would you? Oh wait, hang on. That's millions. 3.9 million. Total 25.6 billion.
total for the whole year, or total for the entire time we were in Afghanistan?
No. Total for all foreign aid in 2020 was 25.6. So.
Okay, I guarantee you that's less than 1% of the federal budget.
I'm gonna look up 2023 since
Federal budget 2020. The federal deficit. This is just a deficit, not the budget. The budget was 7 trillion. I don't think 25 billion is nothing like that.
fucking trillion, dude. Holy shit. Yo, dude. This shit's a problem, man. We can't be spending that much, dude. Holy 7 trillion, dude. What the fuck? That's insane. Dude.
Yeah. In 2022, it looks like we did 60 billion in total, adjusted for inflation. So I don't know what dollars these are in, what year dollars these are in. I'm guessing $22.
Holy shit, dude. We spend way more than I thought we did. What the fuck?
Yeah, but like even I think you actually mentioned this like earlier in the beginning of the conversation. Like this money that we're quote unquote giving to foreign countries or whatever, a lot of it stays within the U.S. because it's given to military contractors, right? Like when we give money to Ukraine, we really give them old equipment, and then we buy new equipment from Lockheed Martin, which supports Lockheed Martin jobs.
That's another issue though. The military industrial complex. I don't like that, dude. I don't like that. Like we're making money just off like wars and shit, and like the way to keep making money is by creating more wars. Like that's an issue. Like I don't want that.
I can understand our issue with that. We can get to that later. But when this money is supposedly going out of our system, one, a lot of it still stays within the U.S., and two, it's a very small percentage of our budget.
I
it's
get
like
that. No, but
it's a drop in the bucket. And then also we probably get returns on investment. Like when we give money to Israel, we get military intelligence that benefits us. So sometimes it's probably going to be a positive ROI on that.
Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not arguing that. Like there's definitely positives out of it. That's why they fucking keep doing it. But I think in net total, it's more of a negative. You know, like relying on the petrodollar to support the country is. It's not a good thing, man. Like, if we're backed by nothing but, like, other countries using our shit, and now that we got, like, BRICS and shit, dude, if, like, again, to bring it back to BRICS with China, dude, if China stops using US dollars, and if they, what was it, Saudi Arabia, that like, buys most of our shit to sell us back fucking oil and shit with US dollars, if they swap, dude, like, we're pretty much fucked.
Okay. We can get back to that. We set aside the interest rate conversation earlier. I want to get to the interest rate and the 2% inflation.
I mean, the interest rate conversation basically came from us having a conversation about the Fed.
Well, the Fed sets 3 different interest rates, okay? It sets the federal funds rate. The federal funds rate is the rate at which 2 different private banks can lend to each other on an overnight basis. So they set that, and that has downstream effects on all the other interest rates that private banks use, because they can't lend to each other for cheap, then you can't get a loan for very cheap. Secondly, they set the interest on reserves. This is by law the same rate as the federal funds rate. So the interest on reserves is the interest that banks get for keeping deposits at the Fed. So the Federal Reserve says, hey, if you don't lend your money out and you keep it at the Federal Reserve, we will give you 6% interest on it. So That's another way that if they raise the interest rate, then there's going to be less lending because banks are keeping their money at the Fed instead of lending out. They also set the discount rate. The discount rate is the rate at which the banks can get money from the Federal Reserve. It's the rate at which they can take loans out from the Federal Reserve. Again, if they raise that high, it's going to have downstream effects on all the other interest rates. The idea behind this is that raising rates is going to decrease aggregate demand. It's going to decrease lending. It's going to decrease investment. It's going to decrease all these things, which in turn, the benefit of that is you're going to decrease inflation. The downside of that is you're going to decrease growth. So it's hard to know exactly where the interest rate should be. So part of the reason the Fed targets 2% inflation is because that gives them a little wiggle room that if they raise rates too much, they're not necessarily going to put the economy into a recession because they don't have to keep inflation at 0%. They can keep it at 2%.
Right. So basically the Fed is just altering the interest rate screen, whatever the screen of interest rates.
Thanks for the follow, Dolphin Zero. Sorry, I'm talking to chat.
Yeah, I know.
We should target nominal GDP.
Screen, whatever screen they have that's showing the interest rate, it's in their interest to definitely what's the word I'm thinking for? Change it, alter it, manipulate it.
Yeah.
There's definitely an interest for them to manipulate it. And
well, that's their whole job is to manipulate interest rates to achieve 2% inflation and maximize employment. That's their dual mandate.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying, dude, earlier. They're manipulating the interest rates, just what it is. They're changing it and shit. They're changing the calculations and shit because it's in their interest to keep it low. So they're doing whatever they need to.
Always in their interest to keep it low. It's at 5 point whatever percent right now. Or I think it's probably at 4 because they cut it by 50 basis points. Probably at 4 point.
Well, yeah, they're trying to keep it around 2 or whatever you said.
Well, they try to keep inflation at 2%. The way they decrease inflation is by raising interest rates. And again, raising interest rates is probably going to decrease growth. So having 2% inflation, the first thing it does that's good is it allows for more growth essentially. Because interest rates don't have to be so high to keep inflation at 0% that it restricts growth.
Right. Man, honestly, dude, I feel like this shit's just way too fucking complicated. It's a lot more complicated than it should be.
Well, I'll mention the second thing, which is that usually it kind of goes along with the paradox of thrifting I mentioned earlier. We want to get people an incentive to spend money. If there's 0% inflation or if there's negative inflation.
Yeah, no, I get all that. I'm just saying the whole system itself, I feel like it's I don't know, if you're trying to bang a chick or I don't know, a dude or something, you get them a little confused. Where they don't really know what's going on. I mean, all right, that's a bad example, but if you're trying to sell some guy a car or some shit, you make it too confusing for them to understand, and you kind of make them believe what you want them to believe, and then once they believe that, then you could once they believe what you're saying is good, then you could sell them the shit car, and that's really what I think the whole monetary system that we're on is a shit car that's running out of gas or the fucking transmission's about to go. It definitely is.
Well, okay. I do eventually have to get through the other stuff I have to do today. What do you think would a better monetary system be?
I don't know. The best thing I could think, and it's not going to be a good one, is going to be going back on a gold standard or something, but I know that's not going to be a good one. I don't know. We just need money backed by something rather than debt, and rather than violence, because that is what our currency is currently backed by. It's violence towards other nations and shit. Because once they stop using our monetary system, what are we backed by? Nothing. So we need a backing on our monetary system, and I don't know if I don't know, maybe if it's backed by like into like I don't know, fucking research or some shit, you know, like do some Bitcoin kind of shit with that, you know, like Bitcoin's backed by like solving equations, you know, like that's more feasible than like being backed by gold, but we need a backing on our currency that we don't have. Like we're just I don't know, we're just throwing paper in the wind, and it's kind of disappearing, so we got to keep throwing more paper in the wind so that there's paper in the wind, you know. But I don't know, if we had like a fucking wall or some shit that we could blow the paper on, then we got a ton of paper. But yeah, I don't know, basically we just need a backing for our currency is my point. But
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll give you the last word, but I do have to milk my YouTube React content at some point, bro. So I appreciate the conversation. I mean, if you want to chat more later, we definitely can.
All right. Yeah. I gotta go too, dude. It's fucking late as shit. I gotta be up in a few hours.
Yeah.
Definitely went a little longer than I was expecting.
In the future, like you can leave at any time, okay? Like, don't feel pressured to stay or anything if you don't want to ever. But
I was invested in the conversation for sure.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'll hit you up at some time if you're stream or something. I'll check your shit and see what else we could talk about. But yeah, definitely gotta head out.
Okay, thank you.
All right, yeah, you have a good one, brother.
You too, brother. Wild. How do I turn off camera? Stop virtual cam. Developing. Although Madison County Clerk and the voting system not allow a ballot with the same barcode to be submitted, my office proved that there are no barcodes in the ballot. Here's a picture of absentee ballots. No barcode. Where's Madison County? The Madison Clerk's office. Because no barcodes in a ballot, you turn up, which would have discovered over simple Google search is being done. A manual requirement is just elected officials. Assisting everything of himself by voting is not able to Democratic governor Supreme Court to objectively save his life. Based Micah Irfan moment. All right, I gotta. What were we doing? We read about the Eric Adams stuff a little bit. I wonder if his indictment's been unsealed or anything. We read about some of the Kamala Harris stuff, which we should be good on now. Then I had a conversation, which means I need to react to the Lonerbox debate, and then I need to edit that, upload it to YouTube, and then tomorrow I don't know if I'll stream because my grandma's coming over. So I'll have time to maybe work on a show. Okay, I'm planning my whole well, I don't know how Eric Adams has not been. When are they going to unseal the indictment? Can he be mayor from prison? The indictment was made public. Mr. Adams had never become the first New York City mayor to face federal charge while in office. The indictment promised to reverberate across the nation's largest city and beyond, plunging Mr. Adams' embattled administration into chaos just months before he's set to face a hotly contested mayoral primary. Oh, well. I think he might be a little fucked there. Damn. Okay, well, we read
thousands. This is
fuck. Okay, wait, no, I have to click this one. To go, why is Discord there now? Wait, no, why did it do that now? Hold on, this one has to go. I have to click there and then there. There we go. Hold on, Golden Snakey's sending me shit on Afghanistan. More. I thought oh, it's probably in Orange Man Bad. Orange Man Bad, Orange Man Bad. Where did Orange Man Bad go? Is it? No, it's in public, that's right. Here, really, we should make a slash page Afghanistan. If Lonerbox was a porn star, his name would be Bonerbox. That is true, Shang Gang Gang. Then this goes in here. And then open the links that he gave me. 1 hour long. CEAS Monk, 500 views. And I will just paste these here for later reading. Islamic Empire of Afghanistan, which is not recognized as a state, as a state, and it's known as the Taliban, will not allow any which members, individual groups, including the Al Qaeda, for the soil of Afghanistan, to threaten the security of the United States and its allies. Not recognized as a state, threatening security of the United States and prevent them from recruiting, training, fundraising for the training agreement. Didn't they? I think they literally broke all of these except for not killing any U.S. soldiers. Not provide visa, travel permit, other legal documents to those who pose threats to the Afghanistan. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure. All right. Okay, hold on. I gotta fix my hair, get ready for the YouTube React intro. Fuck, kind of looks worse now. We need to do something about the bowl cut, man. What if I keep it like this? I need to go on r/male hair advice. But I feel like if I try to tuck this part behind my headphones, it looks, oh man, it looks dumb too. It's fucked. Anyway. All right. We read those two different things on the pager attacks in Afghanistan, not Afghanistan, in Lebanon. And there's been a lot of controversy over whether or not they were indiscriminate or disproportionate or booby traps or in some way or another broke IHL. So it'll be interesting to see what Lonerbox and this other guy have to say on it.
You wanted to talk to me.
Okay. I feel like when I usually have these conversations, sometimes there's a bit of a dissonance because there are some foundational things that they don't agree on, and then that kind of like is maybe the reason you don't really get kind of like people talking past each other. So I guess just to start from a very early base, do you think Israel has like any right to target Hezbollah militants?
I don't believe in a right to target anybody. I don't even think that's like ascribed.
Oh, okay,
anywhere.
fire.
I think there's legitimate and illegitimate targets, and there's legitimate and illegitimate military objectives. I don't know what can confer the right to kill.
I mean, Article 51, I think, pretty clearly describes that states have a right to attack people who are threatening them or whatever. And then I don't think Article 51 applies here because it's not a international armed conflict. It's a non-international armed conflict, and Hezbollah is not a state actor. But I'm pretty sure you still have a right
people as
to attack them. I'm pretty sure.
Guarantee.
I don't know where exactly that's defined, though.
Right
Well, legitimate. It would be yeah. As in legitimately, can they target Hezbollah fighters? As in, like, if I go and murder a Chinese soldier, I probably don't have any legitimate reason to do that. But if China wages war on my country and I'm a soldier, then I probably can. That's what I mean by right.
Gotcha, but that's not really what a right is. It's kind of just,
okay.
How war works.
Okay, I don't want to get into a moral philosophy argument. So, would legitimately
it's your phrasing.
Would legitimate? It's your interpretation of my phrasing. You jumped to legitimate, so it seems like you understand what I mean by right.
Well, that's not what I mean by right.
Okay.
So I won't say that.
Do you think Hezbollah militants are legitimate targets for Israel?
It depends. Legitimately, like what is killing any specific Hezbollah person going to achieve?
They can't threaten Israel anymore?
Do you think it would achieve anything then, or no? That's what I'm asking you.
It's not really up to me. They have to prove it that it was going to do something.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
I would normally just use the word.
Have you never heard that, or is your awareness of war just like
you don't even have to prove that in this case, actually, because I'm pretty sure it's basically accepted that Hezbollah's military wing counts as an organized armed group because again, they're not state actors. They're an organized armed group. They have a political wing, but they also have a military wing. If you're a member of that military wing, you're liable for status-based targeting based solely on your membership of the military wing. Like you can be killed in your sleep, in your home. It doesn't matter. Status based.
Like two people dress up in different colors and they just like slaughter each other until the history writes that one side won. Is that like your kind of like complexity of understanding these things?
Yeah, well, I never read the 200-page document that you sent me with no elaboration, but
yeah, I know. It's
I guess
counterinsurgency operations.
So my understanding is that Hezbollah have been attacking Israel since October 8th. They have said since their inception that their goal is to destroy Israel and liberate all of historic Palestine from the river to the sea and turn it into an Islamic state that they share a border with. They will never accept a Hezbollah, Lebanon-Israel border. It's only a Lebanon-Palestine border. And I think if Hezbollah have been firing that many attacks indiscriminately into Israel, then it is legitimate for them to try and stop that or to try and deter it or to attack and
so that's
incapacity the people.
Destroy their military capacity so they can't do it anymore.
Because Hezbollah's communication.
Well, their communications are all destroyed, and a lot of their militants are dead. Their ability to wage war is lessened.
Now they went from modern technology back to pagers because they were so paranoid about all the interceptions that were happening, and now their means of communication are even less. And what seems to be the case, based on what they're doing now, is that it's disrupted their communication, so it's easier to target their installations, which is what they're doing now. So.
Says who? Just the Israelis that they're convinced of this? So this is going to permanently like end Hezbollah being able to I
don't think it needs to permanently end Hezbollah.
Does he think every single attack needs to permanently end the enemy's ability to wage war on you for it to be a legitimate attack?
I think it just needs to make it more difficult for them to attack Israel.
Well, why?
It needs to give them a military advantage, and Israel's got a military advantage right now because Hezbollah are in shambles. Yeah, they've lost like.
Really, what do you mean by?
I mean, like, he's trying to ascribe to like a proportionality principle where like if like an attack can be illegitimate if the damage caused to civilians is in excess to direct and concrete military gain. So you can't kill 200 civilians just to kill one low-level Hezbollah operative that doesn't have any actual major effect on the war. But it's just a like retarded line of argument that he's going down.
It's a terror cell, right? So what do you mean by shambles? Like they're kind of they're all over the place. You killed a few people. You eliminated their communications for now until
You
they
injured a bunch of
rebuilt
people.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you also injured a shitload of civilians in Lebanon, right? You know
Like
what happened to
3.
civilians during wartime?
I don't know what the proportion of injured civilians is to militants yet. We don't have that data.
I know, and you probably won't be able to get it because Israel did the attack, and they don't discriminate for targets. They can't tell you who they killed because they don't.
You wouldn't get the data from Israel. You would get the data from the Lebanese health authorities.
Well, yeah, you'd have to get.
That's
the
why we know.
health authorities
How do you think we know?
because
How do you think we
Israel
know
doesn't know who
who
the fuck they're attacking. Of course, that's psychotic that you even said that.
It seems to be they know who they're attacking.
Israel has no idea.
It seems like, I don't know when they recorded this, so I don't know if the data was available then. I think 32 militants died and 2 civilians died so far, it seems like. And also it came out that there's Israeli reporting, whether or not you want to believe the fucking Times of Israel reporting, it's up to fucking you. But it seems like Israel had the approximate location and knowledge of who was carrying the pagers and was able to choose which ones to detonate based on the probability of them being a militant. So
Idea who they killed. We gotta wait.
Why not?
Lebanon
How do they not know who they attacked?
Well, then if they did, then they can tell us.
They can know who they attacked in terms of like where the explosions took place.
How? How do they know that?
Because they are the ones who trapped the pagers.
Yeah, selling the
pagers.
pagers.
On them?
I don't know if they had GPS, but they knew that they were. Is it just a coincidence? Is it just a coincidence?
Literally, you're fucking smoked right here. Were people
There's nothing more convincing than someone who talks about how much they're winning the day when they can't even make a coherent point. You interrupted me. That's why I'm just matching your energy.
Oh boy. Okay.
You DM'd me.
Yeah, but now you're interrupting me, so you're setting the tone.
You're not doing me a favor.
I don't think I'm doing you a favor.
I know you're not. How can you?
I'm doing myself a disservice because you're not making any points.
Who blew up the bomb? How can you tell who blew up the bomb and where it blew up? How can you tell?
I'm not saying anything about where. Do you want me to start from the beginning?
You need to know where. You need to know where to know who's going to get injured by it.
I think it did come out that they had knowledge of approximately where they were.
We have videos, at least 2, of someone getting
their... Of how many pagers? Of how many pagers?
What was like? Well, can you finish that sentence for me, please?
But again, they also only sold the pagers to the military wing Hezbollah. Actually, I don't know for sure if they only sold it to the military wing Hezbollah, but I'm pretty sure they only blew up the pagers that were in the military wing, at least.
It doesn't matter. You have 2 videos.
Oh, so you don't care what I have to say? What's the point of me talking to you then?
You asked me to talk to you.
The reason I brought up the video was because
you don't know what you're talking about. That's the other fucking point.
Okay, so I'll
just talk about ancillary.
Okay, so the reason I brought up the video is because we have videos, at least 2 of them, of pagers going off, and there's literally someone standing right next to the person carrying the pager, within a foot of them, and they just step back and walk away. Which means they probably knew that these explosions would be small enough that they wouldn't be likely to cause damage to people next to them.
How do you know that? How do you know that the person wasn't injured?
Because they just back off and run away. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, people run away from explosions and die later all the time. I'll tell you this right now. When I was in Iraq, I saw a guy get fucking shot in the liver, and he lived for like 8 hours. He just walked around and bled to death inside.
So the video of the cashier who's standing next to me blows up.
You can't diagnose a fucking injury on a grainy television video, and you only have 2, so you've only accounted for 2 fucking bombs that have gone off. But now you're just going to give Israel the... Oh no, I'm pretty sure that they had this all figured out. They just put bombs out in the middle of nowhere and started popping them off.
How big do you think these pagers are?
That's not how explosions work, Lonerbox. Where do you get this information? Why do you think you are able to fucking comment on this? What is your background?
These are like small. These are munitions like way smaller than any fucking airstrike would be. I literally don't know if this is like, if explosions this small are an attack that you can't support. Then I hate to. What attack would you support? This is like as small as you can get. Like small explosives planted on the person's body versus like an airstrike would be a much larger explosive that has to actually hit the person and probably the entire building around them. Like. Even small diameter bombs are going to be small diameter bombs. I don't know how big of an explosion they create compared to the pagers, but I imagine it's smaller. I imagine it's bigger. The pagers are smaller.
To know that a pager.
So talk about explosives. Yes, you have to have some
small diameter bombs, 250-pound class weapon.
Grounding in the things that you're talking about in order to make assessments of them. This is how knowledge works.
Okay, why were 37 of the 40 deaths claimed by Hezbollah?
I don't give a
fuck. Oh, 37 and 40.
That seems like a pretty reasonable level of discernment, doesn't it? It seems like they knew that those pagers were going to hurt people that were... What, do you think they just randomly picked people?
Hezbollah's like, oh, hey, you actually did kill some of our guys, but not all of them. Not all of them were Hezbollah guys. That's a good success to you. By your own definition, that means that one of the pagers was on a civilian and killed them.
Do you think there's
even your own definition of how the fucking...
Do you think there's a way to...
You have to admit that literally means that
I'll just keep talking over you then. Okay, so do you think...
Can an attack not kill any civilians?
Okay, but collateral damage is a concept. Okay, I'm sure you understand that.
Collateral damage is only a concept when you think that the bomb's going to be bigger than a single individual. So you're saying...
No, that is not the case. What are you talking about?
That's not true at all. Collateral damage even applies to damage to civilian objects. Like, it can literally apply to the fucking shops that they're in. How much damage is it going to do to the fucking buildings that they're in? Like,
it would be collateral damage. I'm saying that's lower than the military advantage.
The amount of explosives that they're using is only going to harm one person. That would be if one person gets hit by the thing. That's fine.
I said that it was a reasonable assumption. It's a reasonable assumption. collateral damage will be low, and we know that because the number of
yeah, I was gonna say it's pretty reasonable to think that the collateral damage is gonna be a lot lower than almost any other military strike.
Who were not Hezbollah was much lower than the number of people who died who were civilians. 37 to 40.
Also, deaths is not casualties. You're not even accounting for the injuries. Well, how many injuries were there?
Do you not think the deaths are a reasonable proxy for? Do you not think the deaths are a reasonable proxy?
How many injuries were there, Lonerbox? We're talking about collateral. How many injuries were there? It was like 2,400 in the article that I read last.
Yeah, do you know?
A lot of those are Hezbollah militants, though.
Do you know the proportion of injuries?
It's a fucking bomb, Lonerbox. When it goes off,
really? People were injured by a bomb. That's been crazy. I'm matching your energy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
do you know what proportion of them are militants? What proportion of them are militants?
No one knows because it's an indiscriminate terrorist attack.
No one knows because the health authorities didn't report on it yet.
Because the people who were aiming the bombs.
Because it's an indiscriminate terror attack, really?
Where they fucking went, Lonerbox.
Indiscriminate, and it killed 37 militants and 3 civilians.
Well, yes, they did. They knew that the pagers were on Hezbollah persons.
And now they're waiting for the hospitals there to tell them how many civilians were killed or injured.
Do you
don't even know?
Do you think in every strike you need to know exactly the number of people who are going to get hit, like down to the exact person? Do you need to know that?
Yes.
No, you don't.
Yes.
You can.
How does he think war? How does he think? Does he? Well, literally, what strike would not be a war crime for any nation? For any nation? What?
It's a reasonable.
Where do you get that from? Where do you get it from?
Reasonable,
Why are you saying that?
reasonable assumption.
You were just bumbling your fucking way through the Geneva Conventions, you fucking moron. You don't know how explosives work. You don't know how the fucking military
reasonable
operates.
assumption.
Why do you have the confidence?
Why is he so upset?
To say this, you idiot. Why are you this confident?
Because it's
Go to the
reasonable.
I don't even care. Nothing you say is valid in a military context.
Because it's reasonable expectation is the standard.
Why is it reasonable? Why is it reasonable? Says who? Says you?
No, that's the legal standard for proportionality. You have to have a reasonable expectation.
From who? From where? You were just reading the Geneva Convention the first time on the thing you're talking about. How the fuck would you know?
That wasn't the Geneva Convention. That's additional protocol 2. That's not the Geneva
Convention.
No. So you don't know what you're talking about. That's okay.
Hold on.
Is there any way for Israel to target Hezbollah fires without civilians getting in the way since Hezbollah blends in with civilians? Do you think that's possible?
Yeah.
How?
You just can go and put a fucking bullet inside their head.
They should send special forces into Lebanon.
Wow, nice one, dude.
Go put a bullet inside their head. You can do anybody that.
So they should send boots in the ground into Lebanon. They should send troops into Lebanon. And that would be safer.
Troops into Lebanon and explosive pagers.
Because in the ground invasion, your death ratio is a lot worse than 40 to 37, you fucking retard.
What? Hold on, sorry, I was actually reading.
Also, you can, part of the direct and concrete military gain in proportionality is your own force protection. You're allowed to consider, if I send in boots in the ground, 10 soldiers are going to die. That's a direct and concrete military disadvantage for me. I get a direct and concrete military advantage if I don't send in ground troops and instead do an airstrike or a pager attack. That's going to save my troops. You're allowed to factor that into proportionality analysis. It's not even just about civilian deaths. I mean, as bad as it might sound, if an airstrike is going to kill none of your troops and 1 civilian, but a ground invasion would kill 15 of your troops and 0 civilians, you may very well still have the right to do that airstrike because you have a bigger direct concrete and military gain because you don't have to risk your own force. You're allowed to value force protection in proportionality analyses.
What did you say? Call me retard again, but what did you say? Why do you think that's not the...
Because in a ground invasion, the death ratio... Because in a ground invasion, the death ratio is much worse than 41 to 37. Yeah. Than 37 out of 41.
Yeah, if you do terrorism, that's kind of the point. If you do terrorism, you lose...
I don't know why you keep begging the question and calling it terrorism, but okay.
I'm not begging the question, I'm describing literally terrorism.
Really? They target what they were... Sorry, what's your definition of terrorism?
I'd have to fucking ask you a question for it to be begging the question. I'm accusing them of terrorism. It's terrorism.
That's not what begging the question... What do you think terrorism is?
Yeah, it wasn't begging the question.
What do you think terrorism is?
Terrorism is using terror.
Wow.
And, how is it begging the question? It's terrorism. You think the word terror?
Begging the question is circular reasoning. Now, try again. I'll actually stop and let you think.
If there's an ism at the end of it, then probably the fucking root word is going to go into the definition, you dipshit.
So elaborate.
You think phalangism might bring up the word phalange at some point?
So elaborate. What's terrorism?
Oh, this is so painful.
So you can say terrorism is use of terror.
Yeah, I would probably have to finish the definition before you fucking jump in and try to say it's circular logic.
You paused. I thought you were done.
No.
There's not that much space to talk in these conversations. I just have to jump in whenever there's a space.
No.
Go on then. Tell me terrorism.
Where the fuck? Goddamn. Terrorism is when you use coercive threats of terror or violence in order to affect the on-the-ground political situation of a certain area. You basically try to scare the populace into doing what you want through threats of violence, coercion, what have you. Anything that can make them afraid enough to go against their own best interests and do what you want them to do.
So, what if you target militants, but the fact that you've targeted militants yields collateral damage, and then the civilian population gets scared? Is that terrorism?
Yeah.
So basically, every military strike in urban warfare is terrorism.
How would you not do terrorism
okay, so
then?
you're just anti-war, then start with that. Don't pretend to have a reasonable position on this conflict. What the
I have a fucking... What do you mean anti-war? I'm a fucking combat veteran, dipshit. First off, anti-war is a good position to be in. I don't know if you understand that. You sound like a fucking moron when you come out with your pro-war. What does that mean? If you've never fought one, I don't know.
I am pro-war. True.
I mean, everyone's anti-war until your country's being attacked, right? That's kind of how things change a little bit.
You're still anti-war. You want to win. If you're pro-war, you want the war to continue.
Oh, okay. Some pro-war to yield, but then that would mean being anti-war makes you pro-war.
The issue with Israelis is that they want the fucking war to go on indefinitely.
You think Israel wants the war to go on with Hezbollah indefinitely? Why do you think that?
Yeah. Because they want to. First off, goddamn Netanyahu just wants to stay in power or whatever. Who gives a shit?
Well, he can do that with
also,
Gaza, but he doesn't need to do that with Hezbollah.
When you can start inching down other fucking chunks of a population, and constantly justify it as an act of self-defense, eventually you're going to successfully genocide that population. It's just,
are they trying to genocide Lebanon?
I don't know, probably. Who cares?
Based on what?
Oh, awesome. Awesome. That's the ultimate position to own, dude. Okay, glad he bites that bullet, man.
You just made that up. Israel has no interest in genociding. What, the genocide that... Are you kidding me?
Twice now, what, right? Didn't they just completely destroy
why did they
Lebanon's infrastructure in the 2000s?
It's kind of crazy that they invaded, but didn't...
They left Lebanon, and then Hezbollah responded by firing thousands of rockets over the space of 6 years. Why did Israel leave Lebanon if they want to genocide them and keep the war going forever? Why did they leave Lebanon in 2000? Why did the UN actually say, yeah, you've gone beyond the blue line?
More than likely because they're so fucking bad at fighting, they can't leave the Iron Dome or they get fucking wiped.
Okay, so they left, so that doesn't really answer my question. They left Lebanon in 2000. Does that mean they want to keep the war going?
They can't hold territory?
They left for strategic retreat.
Kind of, yeah. They occupied Lebanon for a number of years, and they did not genocide the population, which would
They left for strategic retreat. So why did they only hit back at Lebanon when Hezbollah hit them first after Israel left? You don't know anything about this conflict. I don't know why you're coming in puffing your fucking chest about this issue.
I don't care.
Yes, you do care because you just asserted that Israel's goal was to keep the war with Lebanon going forever, and they want to genocide the Lebanese. You're the one who said that. You don't know what you're talking about. You just made that up. You just guessed that out of fucking thin air.
Fake own. Shut the fuck up.
It's not a fake.
Does this have Lebanon in it? I'm curious. Lebanon War 2006 relative risk 103, so that's pretty discriminate.
You said that was wrong, and I called out. You're saying you don't care because you don't know anything about the history. You don't know anything about the conflict.
You have to rewind the clock 15 years.
Israel didn't even have the Iron Dome in 2000. Why did you bring that up?
Justify random fucking kids getting blown up by goddamn pager bombs yesterday.
Did Israel have the Iron Dome in 2000?
When does it have the first Lebanon War? I don't think it has the first Lebanon War. It's hard to fucking read.
I don't care. I don't give a.
Why did you mention that? For the Israeli pullout?
Lonerbox, you goddamn genocide excuser. What in the does this have to do with fucking pager bombs? Why are you fucking changing everything up so much?
Because
why are you
asserted.
So hard? Why are you working so hard to take the onus of responsibility off of people that are killing children?
Because you asserted. You asserted. Because you asserted that Israel is
God, oh my God. Why are you defending killing children? Why are you defending killing children? Why are you defending killing children? I love when Israel-Palestine debates turn into that every fucking time. So great, dude. So great, dude. Yeah, keep doing your intuition pump. Yeah, keep doing it. Just shows that you don't know how anything works, dude.
Because they want the war with Lebanon to go on forever because they want to genocide the Lebanese. That is a fucking brain dead thing to say.
No, I didn't.
So I called it out.
You asked me if that was possible, and I said I don't know. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't
you said I don't know what I give a fuck. You realize you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
You know what? Fuck, I don't care. I literally don't give a fuck.
What else don't you know?
That doesn't change. That doesn't change the fact. Doesn't change the fact that it's a war crime, does it? Because your motivation in causing a war crime.
I don't think it's determined as a war crime. There's a dispute over whether it's a war crime. You can read articles.
Geneva Convention. You know what the fuck?
I've read the sections of the Geneva Convention. I've read the Lieber Institute article on it today where they discuss the.
Stumbling over booby traps. How do you not know that?
Because there are definitions because in the booby traps definition of the additional protocol 2, which Israel signed up to, they do make exceptions for military objectives, and a military objective might include the kind of people.
What does it say in the fucking next segment? Read out the next
segment. And it probably wasn't even a booby trap because it's not. Booby traps have to do with people interacting with something, and in a way that causes it to explode. This wasn't the case with this. It was a remote detonated explosive. Like booby traps always have to do with interaction, an interaction between an individual and the device, in a way that they expect it to be safe, but it turns out it fucking blows your head off, right? But this wasn't that. If the pages were like detonating based on the ordinary use of them, like you press the fucking message button on the pager and it blows up, then maybe you could argue it's a booby trap, but.
Wait, I know where you are.
The either or part. Are you confusing the either or part? The warning part, yeah, the warning. Or you can do a warning, yeah? That's the next part.
No, there's a part literally in that subsection that says you cannot create a fucking booby trap device that you can pick up and take with you that looks harmless.
That's the previous section. What comes after that? That's the bit I just read to you.
Doesn't matter. That's a subset.
No, it's not a subset. It's the next paragraph.
There's nothing that comes up after that defeats that. So what the
yes, there is.
How does it kind of do
that's the entire discourse. I can send you legal scholars talking about it if you don't trust me on it. Do you want me to do that? We can read it together. That's what I like doing.
You read it the first time. I watched you just do it on stream. I don't want to bring it up. I can't find it.
I'm on it. I'll show you. Hang on. This is the kind of stream I like doing, by the way. I like just reading through things, okay? Because I don't think you even know my position on this. So
I don't care. I don't care what your position is.
You're reading the prohibited to use booby traps apparently harmless objects, but I think the bit after it, which does actually introduce nuance, is without prejudice, the provisions of Article 3, it is prohibited to use weapons which this article applies in any city, town, village, or other area containing similar concentration of civilians in which combat between ground forces is not taking place or does not appear to be imminent, unless either A, they are placed on or in the close vicinity of a military objective.
Yeah,
these were placed.
You're wrong about that, by the way.
These were placed in the close vicinity of a military objective, i.e., the soldiers who were attacking Israel.
How were they not?
In an armed conflict with Israel.
That's not a fucking military objective.
Yes, it is.
Personnel are different.
Soldiers.
Hang on, I'll find you.
What? Personnel aren't a military objective?
Really? Are you sure about that? Are you sure that there's no precedent for anyone describing combatants as military objectives?
I don't give a fuck.
Telling me I can't. Are you telling me
what
fake president?
Justified war crimes and
Fake precedent.
They got to shake it off.
I got this from the Red Cross.
Horseshit precedents that fucking mistake the fucking the rule of war.
So I can get this from the Red Cross website.
What on earth?
I know you're also reading this shit piecemeal, so I have to double and triple check it anyway. I don't trust anything you're actually saying.
That's why I said I can show you sources. That's why I actually got this from legal scholars. I got this from the Lieber Institute article.
Yeah, okay. Military objective means, in this, so far as objects are concerned, any object which by its nature, location, purpose, or use makes an effective contribution to military action and whose total or partial destruction, capture, or neutralization in the circumstances ruling at the time offers a definite military advantage. It doesn't say people.
And you're not... Okay, that's the Rule 8, right? Definition of military objectives. And I can show you case law where people say things like insurgents who continuously take part in the armed conflict, the example used here is the Taliban, are not civilians but legitimate military objectives. You know, there's a difference between just reading the letter of the law literally as a layperson versus precedent.
There we go.
Yes.
They are placed on or in the close vicinity of a military objective, or measures are taken to protect civilians from their effects. For example, the posting of warning sentries issues.
Yes, either or. Yes, either or.
But President of Article 3 is prohibited to use weapons. Also, this does not change anything about the previous prohibition because it's just a different subset. It's prohibited to use booby traps or other devices in the form of
oh my god
portable objects.
Unless
why would they add a part to say it's prohibited to use weapons, which this article applies, which would be booby traps because the article on booby traps, and then mention exemptions for military objectives.
Hold on. Actually, we're kind of fucked up on this. Do you know what a booby trap is?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is probably the regardless booby trap.
They work in a few ways. One can be that it's triggered just by like opening a door, as in like you don't trigger it remotely, or they can be remotely triggered. They list examples above.
I don't think remotely triggered works unless it's manually, unless they do like the manually in place thing. But it's probably not even a manually in placed. Like,
yeah, do you know what placed in this means? I mean,
they even say here kitchen utensils or appliances, except in military establishments, military locations, or military supply depots. So even they make exemptions there.
If it's not one of those things, it doesn't count, right?
That's
also,
where the military objectives come from.
The second one, you're missing it completely. It doesn't justify anything. It literally means you can't be able to pick up the fucking explosive device because it looks harmless and then take it somewhere else. That's the prohibition. You can have a booby trap near the guy, which means you can place it by him somewhere. You can even put it on him if it explodes on him, but he can't fucking be able to pick it up and take it somewhere. Do you know why? Can you say why that's bad?
No, tell me.
Because other people can too. Because anyone can pick it up, and then it can blow up somewhere the fuck else in a non-military area.
Yeah, it seems to be that there's
explosions out of uncontrolled areas.
And it seems to be that there was a reasonable expectation that a piece of equipment that is being used for military communications is not very likely to be en masse getting passed around the civilian population because there were Hezbollah.
And even in like apparently Israel even had knowledge as to where they were and were able to choose which ones were to detonate based on how likely they thought the person using them was a civilian or militant. So
it's a fucking pager. It's a fucking pager, not a fucking Perk 118.
Yeah, and look, everyone who was close enough to those pagers to die.
Who the fuck uses pagers anymore? Like
clearly they weren't because we're getting reports back that they weren't all militant. So you're full of shit.
I didn't say all. I said barring 3 people.
Over fucking backwards.
Barring 3 people. Barring 3 people. It's a I don't
3 people. That's 3 too many people.
So it's only a legitimate strike. It's only a legitimate strike if it's 100% killing militants.
Yeah, like literally.
So you think Israel should never actually attempt to fight Hezbollah ever because Hezbollah dresses up as civilians?
Dude, Israel's fucking dog shit. They're one of the worst militaries that's ever fucking existed.
True.
It's always like yes, okay.
They're bad at fighting Hezbollah. They've never stopped them before.
It's always option 2. Israel should just let Hezbollah fire rockets at them indefinitely and just hope for mercy one day. Right? That's what they should.
No, they should not try to stop.
They should not try to stop the people who are attacking them.
They should stop trying to ethnically cleanse Lebanon.
That second option is the only fucking option. You piece of shit.
I mean, in your case, it is. I mean, you came there all by yourself. You said it all by yourself. Diplomacy with Hezbollah. What diplomacy supposed to happen with Hezbollah? They ignored Security Council resolution after the war. There was attempted diplomacy. Hezbollah ignored it. You didn't know that. What diplomacy is Israel supposed to engage in with fucking Hezbollah? I want to hear that. You made that claim.
You had a 10-second cut. I didn't
put it out there.
It just ended with you yelling at me about Hezbollah again.
What diplomacy do you think Israel's supposed to engage with Hezbollah on? There was a Security Council resolution after the 2006 war that told Hezbollah to move their arms past the Litani and to allow the Lebanese government to consolidate control. They ignored it. They did not.
Thanks for the follow. Say no to hacking. Welcome to the stream.
Over territory like the Sheba Farms or anything, because they are literally a non-state group that is devoted to trying to destroy Israel. Diplomacy. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't know anything about this conflict. I don't know why you're doing this.
It's not diplomacy with them. It's diplomacy with somebody else. There's just other things to do. You can't end a fucking terrorist cell by indiscriminately attacking the terrorist cell.
New day. Oh, indiscriminately again. Got the mention of the word indiscriminately again. New day, new account for you, huh?
Tell us what they should do then. Give us a suggestion.
Literally stop killing civilians. Stop doing it.
I didn't consider that one. No, I bet no one in Israel's ever considered that one before. The Israeli mind is so I don't know what I can say without being banned on Twitch, actually. They've never considered that one before, I bet.
Do everything in your power to stop killing civilians.
Which also means don't even attempt to target Hezbollah, because Hezbollah hides in the civilian population.
You might as well be your biological
hide among civilians. You can actually just do whatever the fuck you want then, can't you?
Kind of, yeah. That's kind of the point of hiding among civilians, is that other people, normal human beings, don't fucking kill all of the civilians. We had to deal with this when I was in Iraq. You know what we did? We fucking aimed through scopes and shot the guys in the fucking head. They didn't hit anyone else.
The American army didn't hit other people in the Iraq War. What are you talking about?
I was not in the army. I was a Marine.
Okay. But obviously a lot of thank you for your service. Obviously a lot of
I don't.
Civilians died in
Those
the
are
Iraq
a bunch of made up words. Welcome to the stream, US.
Iraq was not bordering.
They died when we did indiscriminate attacks. That was a fucking mistake.
Why is Lonerbox talking to these people? No clue, dude.
Iraq was not. Obviously, Iraq was not bordering America and launching attacks.
It's for so I can get sweet YouTube reaction views out of it. Hell yeah.
Obviously empowered to destroy the country. So the stakes are slightly different. The stakes are slightly different, though.
They weren't for me. I was fucking there.
Oh damn. Uh-oh. Did you know that little kids died? I think the one little girl died, yeah. Germany should have won over to his little kids died. Dude, is my Wi-Fi shitting itself again? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Why? I show up.
Fucking there, dumb fuck.
Oh, we're good. We're good.
Me. They're literally outside my fucking fob shooting at me. Are you fucking stupid?
I'm talking about national conflict.
I don't give a fuck about national shit.
Oh, they were bordering the soldiers who went in there.
Okay. Civilians, you moron. You don't have a fucking point. Yeah, every time indiscriminate bombings happened in fucking Iraq, every time there was ancillary, additional death, excess death in the civilian population, we had more fucking insurgents every fucking year. And then the goddamn Sunni awakening happened. All of fucking Ramadi fucking flipped over, and then we stopped fucking killing kids, and the whole war chilled the fuck out. But Israel doesn't want to do that. Israel wants more land, so they want to fucking keep killing kids and continue doing conflicts, so they can fucking just push.
You just made another claim again. You're saying they want. You think what land in Lebanon does Israel want?
Who the fuck knows?
Why did you say that then? Stop saying things that you don't know are true.
Because I don't trust anything about the Israelis. I will accuse them of anything. I don't give a. They're untrustworthy.
I don't trust them. I will accuse them of anything. Based argument.
You know they do the husbah. All that fucking bullshit.
So you just admitted that you'll just make up. But you just admitted you'll make up whatever.
What's happening? They lie about the fucking income that comes in. They don't give a fuck.
You just admitted you'll make. So you just admitted you'll just make up whatever suits you.
I'm always going to assume people that will kill kids are going to do the worst possible thing that they can get away with, because that's usually.
Israel should be respected if every egregious crime possible.
We lost them.
They don't give a shit
but
about
they run the base
Hollywood
Hollywood
because they're doing the one thing that you should not do when you're trying to end a fucking insurgency. Kill kids. They just keep killing kids. Endless deaths.
Did you know they killed kids? Did you know?
Fucking supermarkets, and I got dipshits like you. So you think that they don't have the right to defend themselves? Like, they're not even defending themselves.
I mean,
fucking Israeli civilians are dying.
They're targeting
because the
people
IDF
who
is fucking incompetent as shit. More Israelis are gonna die because of this. Tons of them are gonna fucking die. It's gonna go away for 5 years, 6 years, and then all the kids whose dad's fucking balls exploded because their pager went off are gonna.
Does he know Hezbollah also killed kids with their rockets? Didn't one of their rockets fall on a playground and killed kids? Like,
can turn into goddamn terrorists and go and.
Yeah, you're literally making the same arguments that people could have made against like going into Germany in the Second World War.
Bad
now.
at it. Yeah, as a matter of fact, they're trash at it. That's why.
I mean, the problem.
Strike on a Golan Heights killed 12 youths. Could that spark? Yeah, like. I don't know if this was ever confirmed that it was. I think it was Hezbollah. 12 were killed and 20 others wounded.
The problem is that
the
you
Israelis
just.
cannot
The problem is.
a counterinsurgency
The problem
to
is
literally save their own lives, the lives of fucking Israelis.
Not
I don't think they're trying to. I don't think
Pedo.
they're trying to end Hezbollah. I think they're just trying to stop Hezbollah from firing rockets at them or to get their military capabilities reduced.
How are you gonna fucking do that by just randomly killing people in fucking supermarkets?
They didn't randomly kill people.
Randomly killing people.
Almost
60% of them happen to be fucking insurgents. How many insurgents?
Why not see interceptors misfire nonstop on Israeli communities?
That's the one I read earlier.
Look recently in a mall. I'm sure there have been cases of the Iron Dome misfiring. I'm pretty sure this one was not an Iron Dome misfire. I don't think the Iron Dome misfires that often. Not nearly as often as rockets strike Israel. If you can link something on it, then we can check it out. But
do we have that up there?
They didn't randomly kill people. Most of the people they killed were militants.
Yeah, it's a Slate article.
I don't even. You realize? Do you understand that you just?
They're not militants. That doesn't mean all the people they killed were militants. So they randomly killed people. You know that, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
A question made about the attack on Drewstown. Israel accused Hezbollah, militant group issued a rare denial. Right where the kids were before that, a misfire occurred in that area. Blink it.
That's not what random means.
That is.
That's not what random means.
Who else died? Who else died? Was it specific people, or was it literally any other random person?
That's not what random means.
That is fucking what random means, you idiot! Are you fucking serious? You're literally doing your fucking best to justify indiscriminate killing. When you stop discriminating and you have indiscriminate
Shape of the crater in direction of defense what's blown indicate the rocket came from the north. It's possible to say who is to blame. Hezbollah aimed at a military position. Mount Mervin may have overshot his target.
targets that you haven't discriminated
More considered out of a rocket artillery than
indiscriminate.
any of the type and size of the Fakwa. This is used by Hezbollah, right?
Targets were the
Those
people
are
who had
random-
the pagers, and the people who had the
random
pagers
fucking
were
people.
Hezbollah. Well, the targets.
Random. Obviously they weren't, because not all fucking Hezbollah people died. You keep saying that, but it's not true. It's literally a lie. You are lying to me and your
So,
audience.
wait, I'm sorry.
So
If
somebody
you-
else
if you
dies
target a
from
build-
the fucking pager that you say doesn't go further than one person, it either goes further than one person and
Oh
you're
my
a fucking
God.
liar, or it goes only to one person and civilians died, which means that it was indiscriminate. You fucking moron. That's
If civilians die, it's indiscriminate. Oh my God.
basic
a
logic.
37-40,
You're a
a 37 out of 40 ratio, and it's indiscriminate. That's really
it's a
interesting.
ratio.
Okay.
The other part of the ratio is random fucking people.
So
what?
if there's a
That's what
if there's a
random
if there's
So
a
I think
mil-
that's a firing from. Wait, if it was from behind, then it probably wasn't the Iron Dome. Then why is this deleted? The missile probably came from the north, right? If it was behind, well, I guess behind could mean. I would assume behind would mean from the south, but I guess I don't know. You might have been something else, but.
if there's a military objective that has like 7 soldiers and 1 civilian, and you hit it, is that an indiscriminate strike?
Yeah, if you didn't discriminate against that civilian, it's indiscriminate.
Okay, that's.
Should be like, just link something. If it's just like literally anything. I don't think we have enough information to know for sure, but like literally just link something. I'm not like.
Okay.
Discriminate.
That's
between
fine. If you want to own
and
that position,
combatants.
that's fine.
That's
okay.
what that fucking means.
That's.
Well, I think this ain't ticket yet, but. Hezbollah responsible either way? That's also kind of true. Like, if Hezbollah launches a missile and Israel tries to shoot it down and their shit misfires, I still kind of blame Hezbollah. That's still probably mostly Hezbollah's fault. They're not, like, directly responsible for the deaths of kids, but, like, they launched a missile and Israel's defense system failed to intercept it. Ended up killing civilians. Like, some of that responsibility, more of that responsibility is on what the fuck is on Hezbollah than it is Israel. Democratic challenge will always win because morally and intellectually defeating Republicans and more energy by 3-1 margin at least. Okay. Anyway,
That's what
If there's a
means, Lonerbox.
military objective that has like 7 soldiers and 1 civilian, and you hit it, is that an indiscriminate strike?
Yeah, if you didn't discriminate against that civilian, it's indiscriminate.
Okay, that's.
awesome, man.
Okay.
Discriminate.
That's
between
fine. If
civilians
you want to own
and
that position,
combatants.
that's fine.
That's
okay.
what that fucking means.
That's not what
That's
that means,
fucking
actually.
means. It's even better because this wasn't a mass.
You can literally. By the way, I think usually indiscriminate also kind of has to do with intent. Technically, it's possible for you to do an attack that it kills about like 50-50 civilians to militants and have it be discriminate, because you can do a proportionality analysis and say, even though we're killing like 50-50 here, the direct and concrete military gain can outweigh the damage to collateral, or the collateral damage here.
Mass bombing with a bunch of different people in it. It was pagers that they sent out And by your own fucking little Hasbara fucking brain trying to justify shit, you said it wouldn't go further than one person. We can assume that that's true.
I said it was reasonable to assume.
Individual random people were killed by the fucking pager Lonerbox, and you're not even addressing that.
I said
you're not even addressing that.
I did address it.
Those are random
I did address
people.
it. I did address it. What did I say?
If you don't know who it was, it's just some random person.
I addressed it. I said it was reasonable to assume that they wouldn't cause that much damage in a radius around the explosion.
And like, you keep saying like, oh, it's just a random person. Usually, some militaries, not Hamas, but do like proportionality analyses where they know roughly how many civilians they're going to kill and how many militants they're going to kill. Like if they killed a civilian, it's not like just that randomly happened. Usually a lot of times they know that they're going to kill that civilian. It's just that they have calculated that it's still a proportional attack. Usually they know roughly how many civilians are going to die.
Which seems to have been true because 37 out of 40 people
it randomly killed other independent civilians. That still justifies my point.
So it was a reasonable assumption to believe that this yielded low collateral damage, which it seems to have done. Yeah.
It also isn't really that reasonable of an assumption, because
why not? It was right. It yielded low collateral damage. Yeah. What are you talking about? It absolutely was a reasonable assumption.
But they killed civilians.
Wow.
And other people were injured.
That's intellectual brain.
Low collateral damage means like what is collateral? Do you know what collateral damage even is? If like thousands, this is Slate. Slate said they got this. Is Operation Temperature with about 5,000 pagers. So we have 5,000 pagers out here.
And 3 civilians died. That's kind of low collateral damage.
And then the Hezbollah walkie-talkies. At least 9 people were killed and 300 people were injured. We don't know exactly who the fuck was injured because your fucking side of things isn't paying enough goddamn attention to it. And let's see, they said about 2,800 people are said to be injured, but it's not known how many of those are Hezbollah or how serious is.
Are you still talking, or did you?
You're kind of fucking stuck here. So either it is not low collateral damage because 2,800 people at least are fucking injured and 2 kids are dead, or
we don't know how many of those are civilians. Oh my god!
Actually, it's close. So like literally, you're wrong either way.
That doesn't make any. That is the most nonsensical sentence I've ever heard in my
direction that you
want
to go. No, it's not. It's not. You just have to pretend it is because you're getting fucking owned right now. Like literally, what in the?
It's good that you keep reminding people that I'm getting owned because everyone will
oh no.
Otherwise, you need to do that whenever you remember to. Don't forget.
I will. Yeah. You're getting fucked right now.
It's funny you say that because you're getting fucked right now. It's funny because you even
anyone with like a very basic standing of how IHL works, or even with just like a reasonable, just like a brain that functions, will kind of know that he's not getting fucked. Anyone with a brain with at least 30 IQ that can follow the conversation, or 30's too low. He's probably like 30 IQ. We'll say like 90 IQ or something.
That you don't know or care what Israel's intentions are, so you'll just make them up. That's why you said they want more land in Lebanon.
No, seriously, no, literally. I fucking not only do I admit it, I'm triple downing on it. Triple down. I don't give a fuck what their intentions are. They're killing kids. I don't give a fuck. Do you care? What do they say that lets them kill kids, Lonerbox?
Are we really intentions don't matter at all? Really? He doesn't care what the intentions are? How are you so morally blind that you think intentions don't matter? What's
the minimum level for you to fucking watch a child die? Have you ever done that?
That's a real appeal to emotion.
I got to listen.
Right
No, seriously, check this out. Like this actually happened to me when I was in Iraq. The insurgents missed a mortar, and I listened to a woman scream over her dying child for like 4 hours.
Well, I guess no war should ever. Well, I guess no country should. Well, I guess no country should ever.
Just link it. Oh my God, link it, Malibu County. Holy shit!
So no country should.
I want you to imagine a child on a box, and I want to watch you. I want you to imagine watching it die.
Don't try to hold fucking dead Lebanese children in front. Hey, sorry.
How you get there.
Stop standing on fucking Arab grave to try and get a point out of me. Is this what you need to tell your audience that I'm getting owned right now? Oh, this guy's getting owned. By the way, think of the children.
This is the fucking hell I live in, baby. I know the fucking horrors of war. This is all.
I can tell you've processed it in the most healthy fucking way possible. Jesus Christ.
I have because I'm anti-war and I'm anti-killing kids. You wouldn't do that shit, and you fucking are. You're cool with it.
Yeah. So no.
Don't stand on the dead
basically,
Arabs. Bro, you're fucking trotting over them to justify Israeli war crimes and terrorism. You're fucking garbage, man.
Yeah, because Hezbollah
I was getting ready
never
to treat you nice about this
because they pay him.
Tell me,
just like they pay me.
The eyes of an imaginary child and tell me the minimum
an imaginary
military
child
that you can give to that kid and say like, hey kid, look, I'm gonna fucking put a bullet in you for an Israeli today. Just tell me what you need to get there.
You realize that I know you're not going to let me talk because it's just like...
I know, I'm anti-war. If the German Nazis invaded my country, I'm putting my family in death camps. I won't resist. I know.
Arguing that no country should ever fight another country, ever.
Yes,
they should never retaliate to anything, ever. No one should ever fight any war, ever, because some kids might die. That's the argument you're making here.
You should literally avoid conflict.
Ukraine shouldn't fight with Russia because some Russian kid...
At all costs?
Who knows?
Ukraine is fighting with Russia because Russia is invading Ukraine and they're trying to get them to go.
Yeah,
Ukraine didn't want to fight Russia at all. Ukraine wants the conflict to end and they want their fucking territory
now
back.
You need to produce...
But I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, if Ukraine keeps fighting, some Russian children are gonna die, right? Like, Ukraine is literally killing children. Ukraine could just end the war right now if they just surrender. What are you talking about, bro?
It's evidence that Israel wanted a war with Lebanon. Why did they leave in 2000?
I don't give a what their justifications
so now you don't care. Yeah, so now you understand.
The Ukrainians aren't even in Russia killing children. So what the was the point of
I don't know. They are in Russia. They're the Kursk Oblast. They probably have killed children.
Ukraine is in Russia right now. Ukraine is in Russia right now. Some Ukrainian strikes have killed civilians. We know that. The Kursk Bridge, and the Kursk Bridge, civilians died there, right? If one of them was a kid, should they have not done that strike?
You should have avoided killing the kid at all fucking possible costs.
But
at all costs?
You mean it's not possible to...
Did they actually look? You mean it's not... Did they do drone warfare as they do? Because the fucking entire border in Ukraine is covered in fucking drones. Accidents do happen, and you fucking have to live with them for the rest of your life.
So why is what Israel did not an accident?
You don't send,
why is what Israel did not an accident?
Pagers in there.
Why is what Israel did not an accident?
Ukraine didn't do a fucking terror attack. They attacked a legitimate
military target that was being used by civilians as well, like the Hezbollah soldiers who were legitimate military targets.
Well, who were doing
I have to listen to this guy. I'm joining the IDF.
You know full well that is not the way you discern whether or not someone is a legitimate target. You know full well that in non-international armed conflict, people like Hezbollah, their soldiers of Hezbollah would have a continuous combat function. It doesn't matter if they're in the market or not. They are still targets. If they're on civilians, what that does is it just means that there has collateral estimation.
Man. Fuck them kids.
Oh my fucking god. How can you just appeal to emotion so much? Oh my god.
Same with Ukraine and the Kursk Bridge. A kid might have died. They did it anyway. How would they have possibly known who was crossing the bridge at that particular point?
Bro, Jesus Christ.
I mean, you've already admitted that you think Israel is the one that started this war with Lebanon, so I don't even know. When you say Ukraine, Ukraine's allowed to fight because they're getting attacked, but Israel can't fight Lebanon even though they're getting attacked. Yeah, so
I think actually repeatedly.
So it's okay for Ukraine. It's okay for Ukraine to respond to an aggressor, but not Israel.
Are people like this good faith? I have no clue. I don't know. I don't know who Westside Tyler is, so I don't know. He could be bad faith, but I really don't know. He could just be morally blind. It's 13,000 subs. I have no clue. Sonya's audience has justified terrible talking points. Ethan roasts Hassan's worst orbiter. How is this guy is anti-Hassan? Dog walking Destiny's strongest room attendant over Israel terror attacks.
You have 5,000 bombs.
Why did this guy upload a... Why would he upload this?
Yeah, you know. Okay, that's fine.
The way that you actually can respond is the case because Ukraine didn't send a bunch of fucking pagers with bombs in it into a civilian area. Now, did they?
The Kursk Bridge attack. No, they just blew up civilians on a bridge. That's what they did.
Yeah, it's a bridge. It's a fucking bridge. It's a military target.
And these militants are military targets. These are the same people who are launching attacks on Israel.
That's fucking miserable. I'm pretty sure the people that did that are fucking going to be haunted.
It's interesting that you're talking about kids as well, because the same militants in Hezbollah who were targeted in these pager attacks were the same people, the same military that killed 12 kids in the Golan Heights.
12 kids in a playground.
Yeah, and they shouldn't have fucking done that. It's bad.
Really?
It's bad.
So almost as if they're... So why was the...
But Israel can't respond?
So why are you trying to justify what Israel does by letting them also do more terrorism that's already bad? So I have to pick between two fucking terrorists. You're just saying, like, yeah, Israel can do this because the other terrorists did another terrorist thing. We have terrorists versus terrorists. Tyler, when will you stop handicapping my country?
Oh, I mean... And I thought
terrorist activities.
I mean, I thought so. The bridge wasn't terrorism because it was collateral damage with a legitimate military target, but for some reason, it's not with Israel, even though the people they hit were legitimate military targets. I don't understand the dissonance here.
Well, because the people
they hit weren't legitimately. You're a fucking mouse in a maze.
No, they're not.
Hezbollah soldiers are not military legitimate targets.
You're literally making shit up.
Hezbollah soldiers are not legitimate targets. Why?
You're completely changing the way that the military operation even was undertaken.
Oh my God.
Sending pagers. Literally
to Hezbollah militants that were then remotely detonated based on whether Israel thought they were militant or not.
Harmless items into a civilian center and then having them randomly explode when you can't.
Oh, that's actually a good analogy. Yeah.
What the is going to happen? It's an indiscriminate terrorist attack, and you're justifying
the Cursed Bridge
attacking
is a civilian bridge.
Is attacking a fucking bridge.
The Cursed Bridge is a bridge that the Cursed Bridge is used by civilians as well.
Someone can actually make the decision about attacking the bridge because they can see the fucking bridge before they attack it.
Oh, so they targeted the civilians on the bridge then because they saw. So they mean they saw civilians on the bridge and hit it anyway? Is that what Ukraine did?
Probably. I guess if they did, then they did.
So they made it collateral
and made a direct attack. They did. That's collateral damage. That's
just as the Israelis seem to.
How is Israel not collateral damage?
What? Might change,
no, they have not.
They seem to correctly identify that most of the people who would die in these hits
were. Each a different attack. There's one bomb hits the fucking bridge. You have 5,000 bombs. 5,000 fucking bombs in Lebanon randomly exploding fucking anybody.
Randomly?
Somehow they knew that it would be a 37 to 40.
There's no difference between two completely different military tactics. One of which is completely standard and above the board and is disgraceful in its loss of human life. That's collateral. That fucking sucks. And another
5,000,
one which
2,000
doesn't take
pound
the loss
bombs,
of human life into account at all, other than to say we're going to have Lonerbox excuse this for people here later down the line because we are for certain going to randomly kill any fucking person that picks up one of these things. We have no fucking idea who it's going to be.
Okay. Do you think
the people who were on the bridge were on the bridge? They saw them.
Do you think
didn't see who had the fucking pagers?
Do you think they got lucky then?
Do
you think they got lucky? Do you think they just got lucky that 37 out of 40 people who died from those pagers were Hezbollah?
That's not luck.
If it was
three people that did. 3 people did. Also, what about the thousands that were injured? Thousands injured, Lonerbox. What about
them? Well, we don't know about how many.
Probably mostly Hezbollah militants.
Shit. Me, God damn it! I got to use the one number that's like 37 out of 40.
Well, we have to use the number that we know. Yes.
4,000.
I know. Yeah.
Or whatever the. 37 out of 2,400. That's a little harder of a fucking number, isn't it, Lonerbox?
Well, we have to use the ratio. No.
0.001% success rate is a little bit more difficult to fucking deal with.
We have to.
Jesus Christ! It's like infecting people and sending them into a village. Can we not infect people? They were a military target, and then they get everybody sick. You're just doing.
You just assume.
Apologia.
Well, why did you assume that most of the people injured were civilians? Why do you keep assuming that? You're guessing.
Because until you fucking discriminate that they're fucking enemy combatants, they are to be assumed civilian. You fucking monster.
Until you fucking discriminate that they're militants, they're assumed to be civilians?
You don't shoot someone unless you know who the f they are.
I'm a monster because I'm paid by Israel,
dog.
obviously.
Are you serious?
You don't shoot someone.
Why the f did you just...
Israel knew these pagers were given to Hezbollah's military wing.
Are you out of your...
And then apparently had knowledge and they could of approximately where they were and could choose which ones to detonate.
You just came out in support of war crimes, Lonerbox.
That's not even close to what I did.
Against them.
That
is the most disgusting thing I've ever fucking heard. Like, I'm actually ashamed of you as a human being. Oh, how do you know the 2,400 people? How do you know not all of them are civilians? Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, because I think Israel seems to have likely
fucking dropped the goddamn pagers off. Not know.
This wasn't. There was reports, I think it was from, I think Times of Israel reported first that they knew approximately where the pages were when they exploded them.
How do they not know?
Well, they
because
clearly knew.
Indiscriminate terror attack.
You know the IRGC guys who were interviewed.
Do you know how they know what happened on the Ukraine bridge?
Do you know that
aimed the bomb?
Do you know
they knew exactly who was going to die?
Do you know the IRGC guys literally said that these pages were for Hezbollah people, for soldiers? Yes, they said that.
Okay, then why are they killing so many?
I didn't even know about that.
Goddamn civilians and injuring them.
What do you mean killing so many goddamn civilians? 3 out of 40.
More than any one.
Oh,
3.
Okay, any. Okay.
If they're fucking so fucking accurate, why do I keep having to hear a fucking ratio gum up that you're so fucking proud of when I only killed just?
But any strikers are gonna kill civilians. That has to be bad faith. Are you kidding me?
You're confusing accurate with perfect. I don't know why you're doing that. You would never make this. You'd never hold this standard up for any other country. And you kind of admit it's because you have a special pet peeve with Israel for some reason. I don't know why, but okay.
Are you out of your fucking mind? I literally have held that standard.
No.
Stop treating
you didn't seem to hold it to Ukraine.
Unpowdered baby bitches that they fucking are.
What the fuck?
So you can do the theatrics and then get back to trying to tell me why it's different. You still haven't explained why the collateral estimates for Ukraine is different. For some reason, it's collateral when Ukraine does it, but when Israel doesn't, it doesn't make any sense. That's very confusing.
Because literally they're not using indiscriminate attacks. Dumb.
It wasn't indiscriminate.
It was indiscriminate. That's why you don't know who got hit, because they didn't discriminate. I keep saying that. You're a fucking idiot for not accepting it.
No, it's because the health authorities haven't said yet.
You can either discriminate and then you know what you're shooting at, or you can shoot wildly and then it's indiscriminate. When you just hand out pagers and then random fucking people that you didn't intend to died.
It's reasonable. It's reasonable expectation. That's the standard. It's not having a.
What do you mean reasonable expectation?
Is it okay? Is it reasonable?
Spray. You can just go to the market and fucking spray and pray when there's Hezbollah people there.
Is it,
and if
so,
you hit 3 of them and kill them,
a question for you.
and then
I got a question. I have a question for
400
you.
more, you're like, oh
shit,
this is a good day.
I have a question. I have a question for you. Is it reasonable to assume that communication devices for militants, for performing military action, are most likely going to be in the hands of militants at most times? Is that not a reasonable assumption?
Those are not military.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me. He's just going back to these aren't military things.
They were used by militants.
Communication devices.
Only the fucking military is using pagers. First of all, the majority of civilians don't use pagers, period, in Lebanon. Everyone has cell phones now. Second of all, these pagers were made by Israel to specifically be sold to Hezbollah.
They look like civilian communication devices that are being used by militants. The fucking cell phone I had when I was in the military was not my fucking Perk 118 I went on patrol with, you fucking idiot.
So I said
it doesn't look
communication
like a military
devices.
It looks like a civilian device.
Okay, so
are they actually?
Now you're literally disagreeing with like the Iranians themselves when they said that these communication devices were being used by militants. So I'll ask you again.
I literally, you fucking just made that up. I
reasonable?
said literally they're being used by militants.
Okay, yes.
They are not military communications devices.
Is it
they're
reasonable
civilian
then?
devices being used by militants.
That doesn't change my question.
If somebody uses my fucking XP pen to draw the goddamn Hamas flag, it does not make my XP pen tablet a fucking terrorist XP pen tablet.
I think it does, and I think we should drone strike him then.
Your question is, why the fuck are you so stoked about goddamn killing kids?
What did I ask you? What do you even? What question? Are you,
owned him. Right, make that a TikToker right now, bro. Owned him. Got him. Showed him, man.
Were you even listening to me? Shall I ask it again?
What is your question? Don't repeat it.
My question was, do you think it is not a reasonable expectation to think that a piece of communication equipment that was being used by militants to perform military actions
no, that wasn't your question.
Was most likely going to be in the hands of militants?
I didn't remember. You said military communication equipment.
Oh, I'm
sorry. Which was just trying to rephrase.
Apologize.
You're trying
profusely.
to rephrase the.
Okay.
You should, because there's actually a distinction. You know that, right? You ever seen a Humvee? Ever seen a Humvee, like an Up Armor Humvee, a military vehicle? Does it look like a fucking Honda Civic to you?
No, not really.
It looks different, right?
Okay, so now that you...
it doesn't look different than a Honda Civic? A fucking Humvee? They're not distinct?
No, not to these untrained
You ever seen like an
eyes.
F-18 Hornet? Does it look like a fucking commuter jet?
So I'm gonna ask
Fuck you. Say no to hacking.
You ever seen, like, have you ever seen like an M240
I don't know why you're so
machine
uncomfortable
gun?
with this question. I just realized
I'm not
why
uncomfortable with it at all.
I just realized why.
It intentionally to
Ask him what he thinks of the pager attack, and then tell me what he thinks.
Justify things. And you phrased it twice.
Was that device being used? So were those devices being used by militants or no? Yes, you agree they were. So is it not reasonable to assume?
No. Look, you had three rephrases. Play that back.
Is it reasonable to assume?
That's the third time you've rephrased the goddamn question.
Is it reasonable?
To try to walk back how fucking psychotic your first
Is it
one
reasonable
was.
to assume that those devices would be in the hands of militants most of the time?
No, because it's a civilian communications equipment.
Okay. Oh.
They weren't even. He keeps saying civilian equipment, but like this was set up. This was my understanding is that we believe this was an Israeli shell company that made these pagers specifically to sell them to Hezbollah.
Used by Hezbollah. That was ordered by Hezbollah. That was shipped. Okay, so you're okay.
You gave it to them.
You are making arguments. You are making arguments for. You were making arguments for Hezbollah that they didn't even make for themselves. They admitted that these communication devices were used by the military, that they were exclusively for the militants to use for their operations.
I want the source on that. Under the made pages killed the kids. I want the source on that because that's one thing I can't find a source on is were they only used for the military wing or were they also used for the political wing, which those people would not have the continuous combat function required to be a fucking liable for status-based targeting.
You just made an excuse for terrorists. You just made an excuse for. You just made an excuse. You just made an excuse. You just made an excuse for Hezbollah that they didn't make themselves. You just made an excuse for baby killers that they didn't even make themselves. That's what you did.
I think that they're trash too. I put Hezbollah.
But then why are you making excuses for them?
Hezbollah before I started shooting.
So you think it wasn't?
A few kids in for good
you think it wasn't?
I don't know where he got the source for that from.
Reasonable for Israel to believe that these devices were in the hands of Hezbollah.
No, because they can't follow the fucking goddamn. Maybe if you toss it to the guy and you see him, and then you fucking set it off. Yeah, okay, I can see him.
So
when the guy fucking leaves your sight, you're no longer guiding the munition. It could go fucking anywhere.
So you think they might have given these pagers to Hezbollah somehow and had the ability, had the level of information to get Hezbollah to get pagers from this particular company, from this straw company, but they didn't. But then what? Like Hezbollah gets the pagers and then a guy just like gives it as a fucking birthday present to his kids? What?
Sure. How do you know that it didn't happen? What if he
probably because most of the people who died were Hezbollah.
What if he just takes it out of his pocket and sets it down on the kitchen table, Lonerbox? What if he drops it?
Well, that would be.
What if he hands it to his friend? Hey man, can you check that for me real quick?
So I did.
Blop, 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 blop.
What fucking attack would not be indiscriminate by this definition?
People can pick it up because it doesn't look like military.
What if literally anything bad happens?
Somebody in the military using something does not mean it is immediately military technology.
That's why I said.
When I walked around on roads in uniform, it didn't turn it into a military.
That's why I said mostly. You weren't listening. That's why I said most of the time.
The mostly is pointless.
It's not reasonable to assume.
The other side of the mostly,
it's not pointless. That's how you make a collateral estimation.
Children with you.
That's how you make a collateral assessment.
Is like trying to get yourself past fucking 51% so that you can put a few more bullets in fucking children.
It wasn't 51% by the looks of it, but okay.
It doesn't necessarily have to be 50 or anything.
What, like
but
half of the Hezbollah fighters would be giving their pagers to other people. These are pagers that they're using for military operations. How often do you think a fucking militant in Lebanon is using their piece of equipment that they're using for military operations and just dishing it around the civilian population?
Where's your phone?
This is not a reasonable expectation.
Lonerbox, where's your phone? Where's your phone?
I'm not a militant.
But you're a human being, right?
How do we know that?
Where's your communication device you carry with? Is it in your pocket? Is it on your table? Has your wife ever picked it up? Your girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever you got?
No, it's a good thing I'm not militant.
Has anyone you know ever picked up your cell phone? Have you ever left it sitting somewhere? Like,
yeah,
my cell phone.
It's a good thing I'm not attacking another country while I do that.
It's a good thing also that it wasn't full of fucking explosives, and then if somebody touched it, it fucking blew up in their face, you idiot.
Yeah, good thing that it didn't explode if they touched it. Actually, was remotely detonated based on its location.
It's a good thing that if I ever attack
or when Israel not based on its location, when Israel had knowledge of its location.
Counterexample of that. What's the counterexample to the reality of leaving fucking explosives that look like everyday objects, putting 5,000 of them into a random country and not telling a fucking soul about it? I don't know. Hey, guys, we got like at least 27 of these guys. There's thousands injured, thousands fucking injured. Now, who gives a shit? Hey, everybody, well, hold on. Lonerbox said it was a good ratio, okay? Lonerbox said it was cool. Go fucking give that kid like a little one-armed kid.
You're just guessing for some reason. I don't know why you keep doing this. You're assuming
it's an indiscriminate attack.
It's
an indiscriminate attack, so you don't know. That's the point.
They attacked communication devices that were exclusively held by militants.
Look at him, he's bleeding to death. Boom. Got him. But if I just start like aiming a gun,
the communications device themselves are also a military objective. Like obviously, I'm pretty sure the intention was also to harm Hezbollah militants. But because otherwise they would have just made the pagers, the battery explode or something that wouldn't necessarily cause an actual explosion. It would just damage the pager. But like damaging the pagers is also a military objective. That also factors into the indiscriminate thing. And the indiscriminate attack is, I think there are three things. I remember two of them. It's either an attack that is not directed at a specific military target, or it's an attack like attack of such type that cannot be directed at a military target, because it's like cluster bombs can't really be directed at a military target because cluster bombs go fucking everywhere. I think there's a third thing as well, but I forget it. Clearly, these were directed at a military objective just by nature of being inside a military objective.
Gun into a fucking classroom and blah, 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 and then I hit like 1 or 2 people. I have to guess how many people I hit until I actually count the bodies, because I was indiscriminately attacking them. You understand that, right? We're going to keep going back to this again and again. You can try to take it off fucking ramp, talk about fucking 10, 15 years ago, talk about anything else. Oh, well, you don't care about the conflict? No, I don't give a I don't think there's anything that justifies you sending bomb pagers into a civilian area where kids can get to them. I think it's
I guess it's quite. I guess this is part of the whole like. You have to.
I think you're a fucking weird dude, Lonerbox.
I guess it's just interesting that like.
Creepy.
Well, I don't know why you just give yourself carte blanche to make stuff up. Then you're the one who said that Israel's doing this because they want more land.
Nobody knows, you fucking moron.
You're the one.
I can fucking war game it.
You're the one.
If you knew
you're
the counter,
one.
If you had actually paid attention, they had paid attention who got killed, I would know.
You're the one.
No, we specifically got these guys. I got it on camera.
You're the one who said that Israel is doing this.
Where the fucking camera goes down and hits the guy, even when it's collateral damage, that means we know who we killed.
But you're the one who said that.
We can say what happened. You don't know. You don't know, and you're just saying, "Oh, I'm gonna guess it's for the best."
Wait,
it's for the best.
So wait,
it's
hang
all
on,
good.
hang on.
If they had good intentions, so if any kids are dead, if anybody's dead in the market, if anybody died where no one knows because they had a fucking pager on them that they picked up, pickpocketed from a guy, found on the ground, got from their dad, got from their brother, who the knows how they have it? They're bleeding to death in a fucking alley right now because no one told anyone that there's going to be 5,000.
Oh my God! How many times can this guy appeal to emotion and just saying, "You're insane for defending killing children. You're insane for defending killing children. You're insane for defending."
For coming out ahead of
this. Okay, so if you take a long time to say not that much at all. So if they knew that it was going to be.
I accused you of being a weird guy who's cool.
So if they,
which you're going to continue defending right now. That's not a lot of nothing. That's me indicting you as a bad person.
Okay,
and as a malicious actor that is trying to justify genocide, slaughter of civilians, and wanton terrorist acts.
That's exactly what he's doing.
I'm telling you, you're a bad person, Lonerbox. I'm telling you, you're.
They want more land, right?
The longer this conversation goes on, the more disgusted I am by you. I don't give a fuck
and now he's trying to like morally grandstand on being disgusted by Lonerbox. Are you kidding me?
I've answered every question you
haven't answered any of them.
Really?
You fucking dodged them. You've rephrased them. You fucking skipped back. It's all fucking recorded.
Okay, so if they knew,
I'm fairly certain there's not a single question he did not answer.
You're a fucking waiting room. What's up, Big D?
So
maybe I'll talk to you about this sometime.
If they knew,
you're the mini boss, right?
If they knew that the ratio, they knew the keep telling your chat
how
that
many coins
you
pop
forgot.
out of you when I win this
tell
debate?
Tell the chat that I'm getting owned. They're gonna forget. You should tell. Hey, wait, hang on, Tyler's chat. I'm getting owned right now, just in case you forget.
Nobody knows.
Sorry, I was gonna ask you if they knew that it was going to be 37 out of 40. Would it be justified then if they knew?
It wasn't 37 out of 40, by the way. That's
for
made up.
Oh my fucking God! It's a hypothetical, dude.
Let's circle the whole.
Wait. Don't wait.
So we're doing it again. We're excusing the
if it was
oh my God! You're excusing the killing your children. You're excusing the killing your children.
If they knew,
give me the 2,000. Give me the 2,000. I want you to.
You should unironically, you should just bite the bullet on it and be like, yes, I am justifying the murder of children. Do you think or not murder, because murder means unjustified. I am justifying the killing of children. Do you think killing children can ever be justified? And then, depending on how they morally grandstand, they might be like, absolutely, you should never kill a children. Then you can do the switcheroo. So, if there were 100 Hamas operatives in a room, along with one child, and Israel knew that those Hamas operatives were planning an attack that would kill 500 Israeli children, can they do the strike?
Say it.
All right, let's say they.
2,400.
Okay,
say it.
That's not how any of that works.
Lonerbox, say 37 out of 2,400.
No, that's a false stat. That's not a true. You fucking idiot.
Ratio. Why is yours right?
That's not a true stat.
Why is yours right?
The Israelis said, I don't know if you know this, guys, but October 7th happened. They need to kill some kids. I'm good. I'm not going to mention any of these fucking injuries. I'm not going to say any of this shit. I fucking come out against every fucking dead child we talked about. Every fucking civilian casualty.
I'll just ask the question again when you're done.
True. Every dead child is equally bad, by the way.
America it was not justified in killing any civilians in Iraq, which I participated in. I live with the guilt of that. It's disgusting that we killed any fucking civilians at all in that war. It was horrible.
All right, let's say
the we still go through is bad.
Okay.
However, I got you here, some fucking uninvolved third party, trying to talk about me parading on fucking Arab kids' graves.
I'm just turning him down.
Parading on Arab kids' graves.
Turning him down. He'll wait till he's done. Is he still talking?
Damn.
Say they knew.
Oh, is he?
I'm just turning him down. He'll wait till he's done.
Dipshit.
I don't care. I've got my audience. What's the point of me just letting you ramble? Can I ask my question again? Yeah. Okay. Let's say that they knew. Let's say they knew it was going to be.
Let's see if he answers this time. Let's see if he engages. Let's see. Willie.
Hypothetical. I'm asking hypothetical. Would it be okay?
No.
Why not?
Well, first off, the entire operation is fundamentally flawed. So I'm not even going to give you that there would be a acceptable percentage.
Oh, okay. So
the entire
nothing they do gets acceptable.
Okay.
So nothing they do. Nothing. Okay. So you want Hezbollah to win. That's what you want. You want Hezbollah to just fire at Israel with impunity, even if they kill 12 kids in the Golan Heights. 12 Druze kids. Okay. That's what you want.
Oh, sneak. Oh.
Yeah. They'll have a much harder time of doing it now that their communications are and that they've lost potentially 1 or 2 thousand people.
They invaded once, right? They're still going. Israel has never successfully stopped terrorism.
So they just they defeated like several. So with Egypt, they got Egypt to make peace with them. They got Jordan to make peace with them. They got the Saudis to make peace with them. You just made something up again. Wait, has Egypt never?
Okay, now they're rambling super fast.
Egypt to make peace with them. You just made something up again. Wait, has Egypt never got a country to make peace with them through war? Egypt.
Who gives a
Jordan?
Egypt?
You said that they've never been able to stop terror or like stop an enemy. Yeah, they did with Egypt. They did with Jordan.
I said terror, not an enemy. Again, changing the goalpost.
Terror. Oh, so okay. Well, terror then. Okay.
Well, I don't. They already ran through this conversation. He defined like basically any military attack as a terrorist attack. I don't know what attack he wouldn't describe as a terrorist attack.
Use terror as an example. Where was Hezbollah firing more rockets at Israel before or after the 06 war?
Is Hezbollah still
before?
Around?
It was before the invasion.
No.
Oh, now you know they didn't annihilate Hezbollah.
Did they just have to carry out a terror attack to try to slow Hezbollah down again?
Well, they stopped it. They stopped the rockets for a good while.
Didn't really fucking stop the fucking terrorism, did it, Lonerbox? Did it stop it?
So generally, if you're a civilian in northern Israel,
did it achieve its military objective? No.
It did stop the rockets. It did. It stopped the rockets for years.
They're still coming. They're back. They're back, and more are gonna happen.
So you're not even able. So you're not even able to slow them down.
How many kids do you have to kill for 5 years of no rockets?
You realize if they well, the difference is that it's in the Golan
and kids do you have to kill?
Oh my God!
The difference is that kids in the Golan and Israel don't get rockets on them.
Give me like 5 years, no rockets.
Well, I guess the kids in northern Israel should just take the rockets then, right?
It doesn't stop it. The terrorism that they did in Lebanon.
Oh, okay, yeah, just tell the kids. Yeah, okay, well, you should just tell those Druze kids. Oh, sorry. Tell the kids then. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Oh, sorry, guys. I guess the rockets they can't slow that. We can only slow them down. So there's no point. Just keep having rockets going over your heads. Okay, why not? Tell the Druze kids that in the playground. 12 of them, by the way, are completely indiscriminate attack.
It didn't really stop because they got killed because Israel keeps doing Israel shit and the terrorism keeps continuing. And
then Israel keeps doing Israel shit.
Remember your 06 war that didn't work? And it failed to stop the terrorism.
So if you can't completely defeat the military, you just have to slow it down.
In 15 more years, 10 years, 20 years, whatever, those next set of kids that die because Israel's incompetent at stopping, slowing down insurgencies, ending terrorism because they can continuously.
Well, I mean, it's slowed them down. He already said that.
And murder children.
Who did they antagonize?
Relentlessly attack civilian centers. Then more Israeli kids are going to die, and then they're going to try. Oh God, how are we going to stop this? How are we going to stop this now?
Why do you keep saying they keep antagonizing? Israel left Lebanon, and then Hezbollah fired at them. Why do you keep on thinking about that timeline?
They're antagonizing like human
Israel
life in general in that area.
Oh, so they didn't actually antagonize Lebanon after 2000 when they left.
No one's making these points. I don't give a fuck.
You just said it. Stop. Why do you keep saying? Oh, I'll just say something. I'll just say something completely incorrect. Ascribe something. Get the history wrong. Oh yeah, sorry. Oh, I don't give a fuck. It's okay.
Well, let's get back to it.
I love it. You just get to be wrong and say you don't give a fuck. You just get to say you're wrong and don't give a fuck.
How does it?
You just keep saying we don't agree that it's indiscriminate.
It doesn't change anything. Never has.
We don't agree that it's indiscriminate.
We're still doing terror attacks. Still happening.
Oh, so as long as the war is ongoing still, then as long as they can't wipe out Hezbollah completely, Israel should just like do nothing.
Well, because remember I sent you the counterinsurgency manual. You should read it. It's impossible to kill the entirety of a fucking insurgency.
It's
literally impossible because it's an idea.
I don't think anyone said anything about destroying the entire movement of Hezbollah. I don't know why you're saying that.
You just said it.
How many times did he say that Israel is slowing Hezbollah down and not completely destroying it? Oh my God!
You said that because they can't destroy the insurgency, they shouldn't do anything to it. They shouldn't attack any infrastructure. They shouldn't attack any military. They shouldn't do anything.
Didn't say that.
What should they do then? Okay, what kind of military operations? What kind of military operations? What kind of military operations is Israel okay doing in Lebanon then?
Ones that don't indiscriminately target civilians.
Well, you just said what can they do? Hezbollah hides among civilians. Civilians will always get hurt in these operations.
Change their tactics, don't they? Because if they keep doing that and killing civilians, then Hezbollah's never going to go away, Lonerbox. It's basic counterinsurgency, dipshit.
So what do they want? Like, what technology do they have?
Let me blow your mind. What if Hezbollah?
What technology?
What Hezbollah wants them to kill civilians to swell their ranks.
What technology? Hezbollah has no problem swelling their ranks. Hezbollah is the biggest non-state military in the world. What are you talking about?
Israel keeps killing Muslims.
No, it's because they're supported by Iran. That's why
they're.
It's up to him. I don't mind.
Iran doesn't like it.
Can I ask you a question? What side, Tyler?
Sure. What's up, man?
Do you support what Israel doing in Gaza to get rid of Hamas completely? Because that is a way to get rid of terror attacks from Hamas completely. It is to completely eliminate Hamas. So if you
no, they're doing genocide in the Gaza Strip.
Structure.
Literally, tell me how. How do you find
Killing their
every single one of
leaders?
them and put a bullet in them?
Killing their leaders. What are like single
The leaders.
terrorists are going to do?
Another guy can get promoted, right? You know that works.
Okay, they can get promoted, but they're going to still eventually get to the point where that organization is not functional anymore.
When? When does it happen?
All the command structure.
Do we need to know when in order for it to
For
be the
example,
case?
Ismail Haniyeh, who did they replace Ismail Haniyeh with?
I don't give a shit. I don't know who that is.
They replaced it with Sinwar.
He was already a leader.
This horseshit doesn't.
It's okay, Seth. Don't worry. The room's too big. The room's too big. Okay, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Literally, how do you find all the people and kill them? How do you find them all and kill them? That's the answer.
Do you think
700 people that are in Hamas? How do you find all 700 of them and kill them so they can't recruit anyone else again? How do you do that?
On Telegram? I gotta open Telegram for this shit. I'm gonna have no clue whether this is. You realize I have no go-to PPG. What the hell? Good one, bro. There'd be no way, even if you send the video, there'd be no way for me to know whether or not it's actually the interceptor or not. I'm not Hassan. I am not qualified to know what a JDAM is. I would have to. There'd have to be like some expert analysis of it.
Say that it's an idea.
So just like that, if it's real.
I'm just leaving the room small. Okay, like you're too shouty to have more than 2 people in this room. You keep saying it's an idea. The thing with Hezbollah is that they're not just an insurgency. You understand that, right?
I don't care about that. What?
They're not just an insurgency. They are a de facto military. They govern parts of Lebanon. So
I have no possible way of knowing whether it's an intercept or not. Again, it's a fake. Like, you're just trolling. You're go to PPG. Like what? You're just trolling. But like,
for Israel, it's not that they need to. No one's saying that they need to wipe out Hezbollah completely. That's not what the argument is. I don't know why you're saying that.
That was the other guy I was talking about.
Because you're saying, like, unless you can wipe them out completely, then you shouldn't do anything. But well, wipe them out completely. That seems what Israel's trying to do in Gaza. That's the argument he's making. But it's okay. You're talking to me though. It's okay.
It's impossible to do.
Okay. I probably agree with that. It's impossible to kill the idea. That's why we should never have gone into Germany. Okay. That's apparently because Nazism's still an idea.
We didn't kill the idea.
Yeah.
But
no one's trying to kill the idea. No one's trying to kill the idea.
Germany, first off, was an actual country, and second, we didn't indiscriminately kill all the civilians once we invaded. We didn't just randomly.
I don't know. By your definition of indiscriminate, yeah, kinda, dude.
we killed like 25,000 people in one day in Dresden. What are you talking about?
But either ultimately.
Yes, we did. Did you not know that?
Ultimately, the terms for surrender were achievable. That's the point.
Oh.
They're never going to be achievable.
So maybe they should firebomb South. Jesus Christ, bro.
They perfected.
Did I not? I thought I had Telegram download.
Interim, because basically they're all.
Okay, well, good thing.
Communism. They perfected the insurgency techniques with Che Guevara and all the people in Southeast Asia, and then coming right across into Afghanistan. The counterinsurgency and the insurgency game is completely different than 1945 in the first place. But also, those were even still wartime acts, and also even still not particularly effective. The firebombing in Dresden was not highly effective at stopping the German war machine.
You don't need it just tells me to open Telegram.
It was ultimately a waste of munitions and flight hours. So, like, still a bad example. And also, the reason that they did surrender is because we treated them with respect and dignity. And also,
preview channel. Okay. I have no way of determining. Is it this video? I literally have no clue if this is even here. I have no clue what an interceptor looks like. I have no clue what a Hezbollah rocket looks like. You'd have to provide way more than that, because again, I have no clue if this is even here. I have no clue if this is in Israel at all, for that matter. I have no clue whether this is a Hezbollah rocket or an interceptor. I don't know what either of them look like. Look at vids above. It's the same area. I don't know what vids above. I don't know where this is either. Can you just like link fucking geo confirmed on Twitter or something? They actually do like analyses that like can show me like where it, like these are just random videos that I have no way of verifying or knowing about. Israeli interceptor landed at public school. Principal's car. I have no clue what an Iron Dome interceptor looks like in relation to it. Hezbollah rocket. You have to show me something that actually breaks it down.
wasn't a massive cultural divide between two completely disparate religions.
Yep,
and it also wasn't the fucking Holy Land, and it also was completely contextually different in almost
Actually, I
every
wonder
single
if
way
Geo
in Israel
confirmed
Palestine.
that.
Yeah, it's a good thing that Israel
Israel,
it's a good thing that the goal, and I've never said that, is to eliminate the idea of Hezbollah. There's a Shia population there. They're part of the civilian population. The goal is to disarm them as much as possible, or to reduce the attacks on their own civilians, to protect their civilians. Yeah.
It's a completely different argument anyway. So, like, literally, I don't care.
And you're saying that even if they reduce
the conversation
it,
is about why you keep justifying the mass terror.
and you're saying that even if they reduce
how this justifies the mass terror attack. I keep.
I don't think it's a mass terror attack.
Two completely unrelated. It's just definitionally a mass terror attack.
How easy? I don't know why you're making it like you keep saying the mass terror attack. I don't think it was a mass terror attack. I think given
I don't think Geo confirmed one on it.
Given how Hezbollah fights,
Damn.
this seems to be given how Hezbollah fights. Like, would you think this would have been more or less civilian damage if they just targeted them with like hellfires? Like, what the are you talking about?
Sorry, I gotta cut this soon anyway. I'm about to be done.
You should learn a few more things about the past between Israel and Hezbollah.
Like the last 30 seconds. You cut out.
Okay. Are you seriously committing to the idea that just because Israel's military operations in Lebanon reduce rocket fire, that's not good enough and they shouldn't do it if it kills Lebanese civilians?
Yeah, literally.
Okay, so some lives matter more than others, I guess.
In the future.
Okay.
Yeah. It's bad counterinsurgency.
Okay. It's not an insurgency, but okay.
Why, if they're afraid of the rocket attacks, why not attack the rocket?
Again,
why not do that?
You realize
it
takes an entire net because you don't know how Hezbollah operates. Again,
tell me what about Hezbollah operating that's somehow different than every insurgency group in mankind. What do they do? What do they do that's different than Al Qaeda?
Because Hezbollah are also a de facto government of several parts of Lebanon. They are very, very heavily armed and well supplied by Iran. They have the capacity. I haven't finished talking. Please, I haven't finished talking. They've got very good technology and the ability to basically.
It wouldn't matter that much if it's a intercept or not particularly. The reason why it would be somewhat relevant here is because I think earlier they were talking about that they were just so morally grandstanding on the killing children. And I think Lonerbox mentioned, Hezbollah also killed children. I think I mentioned that before he did as well. But yeah, that's the like either way, I would hold Hezbollah more responsible. But yeah.
Emerge out of like civilian areas, even houses in some cases, to bring a rocket up from under the ground from like reinforced bunkers and tunnel systems, fire their munitions, and then go back underneath. And their communications were one of the ways that Israel was able to do this. Without their communications, they cannot conduct strikes in the way that they could as effectively. That's why Hezbollah communications are far more sophisticated than the likes of Hamas or even the Taliban. It seems. I'm not too sure about that.
The pagers were highly sophisticated communication systems. You don't think they can work past
their
that?
way of the reason
that's how they communicate.
Because their communication infrastructure is the way that they're able to coordinate these attacks.
Why, who cares? Go back and just start shooting them. I just fucking tell everyone, all right, well, like. If you have a schedule, you can work around all of these things. It's not going to stop the rocket strikes. It's probably going to piss them off more, and they're going to do more. Like, they can't talk to each other. The rockets are still there. The rocket teams are still there. The rocket technique is still in place. You haven't stopped any of that. And now you have dead civilians that are going to swell the ranks of Hezbollah. Like, they accomplished nothing. Like, still, yet again, you have not justified the terror attack, the mass terror attack by Israel, and we're talking about other bullshit.
They've also lost combatants. These are people who would otherwise be able to fire rockets.
Yeah, like, 37 are dead?
And the injured ones, okay? Who knows how many wounded? Okay, yes, these are people who could otherwise fire rockets, yes.
Yeah, so how many people, like, what are even the...
And they are targeting rocket infrastructure as well.
If it's one of the most complicated attacks, well, you took out 37 guys, the rocket teams are done now, they can't get pagers.
No, they're doing airstrikes for that. But you're opposed as well, because civilians die in the airstrikes too, but yeah, they're airstriking the rocket teams as well. That's what they're doing right now. They're airstriking infrastructure. The communications is part of it, because obviously when your communications are fucked, it's harder for yourself to deal with, like, future attacks against the rocket people, yes.
There's like a million different ways to attack communications anyway, so how does that still justify doing a mass terror attack? Like why is that the way that you did it?
You keep on saying it's a mass terror attack.
It is. I mean, it literally just is a mass terror attack. Like, how does it justify that? It doesn't seem like it's actually going to long-term achieve that goal. And you're going to have more Hezbollah fighters, which you haven't really answered for. Like, you slow down rocket attacks for a second. You know what a Pyrrhic victory is? Like, where you think like you got to win, but it actually completely defeats the purpose of your entire objective.
I think it seems to me like the issue is that you seem to think that Hezbollah actions against Israel are only a response to Israeli actions against Lebanon. Do you think Hezbollah, if Israel didn't
think... I'm not talking
because you don't understand. Because you don't understand that Lebanon, because you don't understand that Hezbollah's attacks against...
To their strike years ago, right after the incident occurred? Years ago? What? Nazareth admitting accident that led to the deaths of civilian due to their strike years ago, right after the incident occurred. Right after years ago, right after the playground incident occurred, they admitted an accident killed civilians. It'd help if you spelled shit correctly. I am 100% certain that an Iron Dome misfire has killed civilians before. That's not really... that's not relevant to whether or not this strike was a Hezbollah or Iron Dome misfire. Like, I am also 100% certain that Hezbollah missiles have hit Israel before.
Israel. are not just because
I don't know what you think you're proving with that.
By Israel. When Israel left, Hezbollah's attacks on Israel went up, not down. As in, when the effect of Israeli soldiers and when Israeli soldiers against Lebanese people reduced by them leaving the country.
So you're saying they're incompetent? So you're saying they're incompetent? So you're saying they're incompetent and bad at fighting Hezbollah?
How does that justify a mass terror attack in a civilian center? Like literally,
I don't think it was a mass terror attack. It seems to have been so far, based on the data that we have, based on the data that we currently have. I told you my opinion. This could change, by the way. But based on the data we currently have, it seems to be like there was a fair level of discernment in that. When you look at the death ratio, it seems pretty close. It seems like they basically limited the civilian harm as much as you can against Hezbollah.
You really just want to not believe it is what it is.
No, we don't know the ratio.
It's still just a violation of the convention. I'm pretty sure
no, that's still
it says that at the top of the page.
That's still contested, by the way. Yeah, that's still contested because of the article that we read.
Contested by people that are pro-genocide. You know what I mean?
Oh, if these legal people can't disagree with me. They must be pro-genocide. That's a really convenient tactic you've got there.
I mean, yeah, I'm anti-genocide.
Well, I think clearly not. You think Israel shouldn't do anything against Hezbollah because Hezbollah puts the civilians in harm's way. Yes, you do.
That's kind of the implication of your belief. Actually, the implication of your belief is that like almost no country should ever do a military strike.
Oh, so if they, well, no, I asked you.
And then they should halt operations if they can't continuously. Okay, so killing civilians. I've just said that a bunch of times.
So you've walked back your previous answer then. You've walked back your previous answer because I asked you. Because I asked you.
Are you going to rephrase another question?
Because I asked you if they knew the ratio would be 9-1. Was it okay to do it then?
It's a hypothetical based on nothing.
And
also 9-1 is still bad. No, because 9-1. A 9-1 ratio where 2,400 people could be injured would be, if it was all the way up to fatalities, would still be like hundreds of people.
It's a hypothetical.
Hundreds of people.
It's a hypothetical. The hypothetical.
It's a bad hypothetical. Because even the hypothetical, I'd say no. That's bad.
Ukraine.
What do you mean?
Ukraine conducted that. Ukraine conducted. You said it was okay for Ukraine to conduct proportionality.
Why did I say it was okay for Ukraine to do it? Why did I say it?
Because they knew.
Where it happened.
Yeah, because they knew. But now I'm asking. Because they knew. Yes, because they knew.
Oh dear God.
Because they knew, which is why I'm asking you with Hezbollah. If they knew, why is it different?
They didn't. They didn't.
That's why I'm asking you hypothetical. And you're scared.
Oh my God, he won't engage with anything, dude.
In my imaginary world where I'm right, wouldn't that be right? It's not as clever as you think it is.
Because you don't want to bite the bullet. Hypothetically, you can answer a hypothetical question.
There is no bullet to bite. The bullet to bite is in your imaginary world where it's a hypothetical.
It's very easy to answer
the inherent issue that I have with the operation, which is that it violates the convention against the use of booby traps, and it's a mass terror attack on civilian centers.
God.
No, the additional protocol.
Unless it's 100%. 100%.
Okay, the addition that's not written anywhere, but the additional protocol clearly makes exemption from military objectives.
You're literally asking my.
We read it already.
That's me answering your hypothetical. Would be only 100%.
Only 100%. Oh, so for some reason Ukraine is allowed to assess collateral, but not.
You're doing it again. You're trying to be a rat. Only when this specific tactic is used, it would have to be 100%, which is still just luck, because you're using luck to get all of these bombs to where they're supposed to be, as opposed to a guided munition where you've actually weighed the casualty assessment and you know who's going to fucking die. You know those 2 civilians are going to die. And you're gonna
well, if Hezbollah said it, it must be true.
Wait it out, as opposed to Israel, which is going to send fucking bombs. And
like, do you think it's the case that Israel has taken responsibility for killing civilians in the past, but it's also possible that like Israel won't admit to killing civilians right now? Like, you would never apply this same logic to Israel.
Hey, this is a Lonerbox hypothetical. What if the number of civilians killed was lower? Would you be okay? Behind door number 3, even less civilians. Come on, can we come on down? How many war crimes can we get on Israel today? That's like what this whole thing feels like, again and again and again. I think we're gonna have to wrap it up, by the way, because we just said the same thing like 15 times, and I gotta go eat dinner and say goodbye to my people.
Damn.
Okay. Well, hopefully you learned something or anything about this conflict or with the people who were involved. And
you did.
Don't. Yeah. Hopefully you'll be a bit less retarded next time you talk about this. But
don't jerk yourself off. Come on.
Bye. Okay. Cool. Nice.
Damn.
One. That was a waste of time, but okay. It's always it's the proportionality of smugness to incorrectness. But what can you do? What are your disagreements? Oh, I think it's good to know things about the conflict before you talk about it, and he doesn't. That's probably the big disagreement. Oh well.
Base.
I can't believe I just had that guy screaming at me for an hour about these explosions hitting people or being expected to maim or kill people next to the people. But like, there's 3 people right next to this guy. 3 people, and you can't see on the camera if they're injured or not. Bro, these 2 guys are clearly well enough to just run away really quickly, and this guy's just sitting there. He's just like, what the fuck's happening here? Look at him.
The video I tell you to look at, you see a cluster of interceptors fired from same it misfires around the place where Iron Dome battery is placed. I have no way. Can you link like a single? You understand? I have no clue what any of this looks like. Can you just like link like all I'm asking for is like an article or like a Twitter thread that like goes over this. I am like, I'd have to spend 20 fucking minutes diving down to see what all this shit looks like. I am not a military expert. I'm not qualified to judge from a blurry video what is what. Look, I have not got Twitter. Okay. Well, you find something, and maybe I'll look at it tomorrow. But can can we at least like acknowledge that like if this is an IDF misfire, which I'm sure, again, I'm 100% certain that there have been cases of the Iron Dome misfiring and killing civilians, that is radically different than what Hamas does and Hezbollah does, which is intentionally kill civilians and use inherently indiscriminate attacks. Like, this is literally Israel firing an interceptor to stop a missile from hitting its civilians and it accidentally killing civilians, versus Hezbollah intentionally going after those civilians. We realize there's a big difference there, right? Hamas going mass shooting music festivals and executing their fibers and Tanzanian units. The nighttime misfire video. How is that different? Are you trolling? We could acknowledge there's a big moral difference there in the intentions, right? Right, Malibu County? Right. You know, I wonder if actually... Hold on, let me sign in. I wonder if actually I can get like an IHL textbook. I mean, I can just pirate them if I can't. Oops. How do I access it? Oh, I don't even have to fucking log in. I can just go here. Oh my god. Oh no, my school email got leaked. Oh no. The video on a geolocator is marked, so it starts online, but I cannot find it. Okay, well. I mean, I can just pirate this if I can't, but like, can you acknowledge that there's a big difference in the morality there between Hezbollah and Israel, even if this is an IDF or Iron Dome misfire, rather? International business, okay. International finance management, international humanitarian law. Oh, damn. Well, there's definitely some that I can just pirate. Anyway, okay. Well, I gotta edit the two videos I got, I think. So, I will see y'all tomorrow, hopefully. Potentially not tomorrow, but definitely Friday if I don't do it tomorrow. Or Thursday if I don't do it tomorrow. What day is today? I love streaming. Love you guys watching things. Thursday. Okay. I don't know for sure starts if I'll stream Friday. So I'll commit to streaming tomorrow. I will see you guys tomorrow. I will stream at some point tomorrow. And then Friday, I don't know for sure if I'll stream because eventually I'm having friends come over. But thank you all so much for watching. I love streaming. Love that you guys watch me stream. It means a lot to me. Go to the YouTube channel if you want to watch more shit. Follow if you want to watch more shit. Yeah, love you guys. Stay safe. You don't have friends? I have like 2 friends, okay? Can I raid the boss, or does he still have raids fucking turned off or whatever? Oh no, I think I can do it. Okay, everyone head over to the boss. Watch him talk to N, okay? Last reward of me. Based. Yeah, thanks everyone. I will see you tomorrow, everyone. Goodbye, chat. Goodbye. Bye-bye, chat. Goodbye.